Thursday, April 18th, 2024, and the time is 9:31. This meeting is being streamed live on YouTube. So I'm going to start by introducing the commission to everyone. Commissioner Dean Au, Commissioner Michael De La Cruz,
Aloha.
Commissioner CJ Kanuha, Commissioner Mahina Dwight, Parshan Dwight.
Aloha.
Sorry. And I'm Chairperson Barbara DeFranco, and we have a quorum today to hold the meeting. Okay, so commissioners, I just want to confirm that you've all had the opportunity to review the materials for the applications today. Great, thank you. I'm also going to introduce from Corporation Counsel, we have Deputy Corporation Counsel Susanna Tiapula.
Aloha.
Deputy Corporation Counsel Jean Campbell. Representing the Planning Department, we have Director Zendo Kern.
Aloha, good morning.
He's going to be presiding over items 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And Deputy Planning Director Jeffrey Darrow. Hi, Jeff. Is going to do items 4 and 5. Okay, our little housekeeping is everybody please turn your cell phones on silent for us. And if there's anybody here that wants to do in-person testifying, please make sure you filled out the yellow that Maya has over there, the yellow sign-up sheet. Okay, and if you have any written testimony that has not been sent in earlier, you may supply us with that now. Okay. When you come up to speak, you please press the button on your microphone. If the light is on, it means your mic is on. Speak directly into the microphone and remember to mute it when you're done speaking. So we're going to approve the minutes from February 29th, 2024, minutes to be approved. May I ask if there are any corrections? May I ask for a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
I need a second.
Second.
All right, it was moved by Commissioner Kanuha and seconded by De La Cruz. Okay, the minutes of February 29th, 2024 has been approved. Is there any discussion?
No.
No. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any,
Aye.
any opposed? No. Okay. The minutes are approved. Okay, statements from the public on agenda items. As it is stated in the published agenda, members of the public may provide public testimony regarding the agenda item now or when the agenda item is called. There's a lot on our agenda today. So I'm going to be limiting the testimony at the beginning of the hearing to 1 hour in order to have time to hear all the items on the agenda today. That's for just items. That's for all the items? For all the items. Okay. So we'll do 30 minutes of people that are here and 30 minutes of people that are on Zoom. Those that are not going to testify within that hour will be able to testify when the agenda item is called. So we'll make sure that everybody gets their time to speak. So we're going to take the in-person first and then the Zoom. Testifiers on Zoom, please keep your video camera off and audio muted until you are called by the Zoom host to speak. Please note that this is an in-person meeting and the Zoom platform and the YouTube live stream are provided as a courtesy. Therefore, our meeting will proceed even if Zoom and or YouTube connections fail. Before we start to receive public testimony pursuant to Rule 1.5 of the Planning Commission's Rules of Practice and Procedure, I would like to remind everyone to be courteous and respectful to all the testifiers, staff members, and the commissioners. Please direct all your testimony to me as the chair. Testimony will be limited to 3 minutes for each testifier per agenda item. Did you want me to read all of this?
Just the first.
The first three, okay. I'd like to remind everyone of the following. Pursuant to Rule 1-5 of the Planning Commission's Rules of Practice and Procedures, the chairperson or vice chairperson may limit testimony which is irrelevant, abusive, disruptive, or unduly repetitious. The person testifying shall direct his or her remarks to the chairperson and not to any individual commissioner, member, staff member, or person in the audience. And all members of the public shall extend proper courtesy and to one another, members and staff. Okay, so we have. So now we're going to move to in-person testimony. So we have Mark Van Pernis on testifying on agenda number 1. You want to testify now, Mark? You have, Mark. Make sure you turn the mic on and you speak directly into the microphone. And you have 3 minutes. Please raise your right hand. Do you tell the truth today in front of the Leeward Planning Commission? You swear to tell the truth today, Mark?
I do.
You do, Mr. Van Pernis. Thank you. Will you state your name and where you live? And you have 3 minutes.
First, let me object to the 3-minute limit.
Pardon me, I didn't, can you say? Okay, thank you. Your objection is noted. You still have 3 minutes.
May I begin?
Yes.
First, let me object to the 3-minute limit. The planning director and the applicant have unlimited time. Even the land use commission allows for public testifiers. Your limitation often leads to bad decisions and misrepresentations by the county and or applicant. I'm testifying concerning the apparent sale that's contingent upon increasing the density under a land use or under a SMA of 600%. They're attempting to steal the rezoning process and the SMA process. And the public the right to have those matters considered properly. I think this is a sale because the prospective buyer has a contingency to increase the density. You are by law not supposed to use your power merely to facilitate a real estate deal. That's what this is. You're not trained in planning, and that's the infrastructure problems we have. You never go beyond the property and the application itself. Is knowing your vocabulary. This is something that should be denied and submitted to rezoning of this agricultural property, and also the density is unacceptable. There's nothing in front of you in terms of the requirements of a traffic study, environmental impact statement, etc.
You have 30 seconds.
Use your power to say no. Although the planning director may have recommended approval every time on every application. I don't know what his position is on this one, but use your power to say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Pernis. You have also signed up to speak to us on item number 2. So you have 3 minutes to, if you would like to continue, or are you finished?
I'm done.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we're going to move to agenda item number 7. And we have, there's nobody, yeah, we have 3 testifiers here. So maybe we can do all 3 of them at the same time. I don't have any. Nobody's signed up unless it's on Zoom. So let me just, we're going to do in person first, right? Okay, so we have Ikaika Ava Smith and David Johnson. Can you come up, please? Can we take the other person too? 3 of them? Huh? Oh, well, we could bring another chair. I don't think so. Okay. Hi, thank you for coming today.
Thank you for having me. Hello.
So there's on, the button is on yours already. Yours
Down here?
isn't,
Oh,
and when it comes to you. So I need you to raise your right hand and swear to tell the truth today before the Leeward Planning Commission. Excuse me, Kaika, will you raise your right hand?
Right.
Okay, I just need to swear you in that you'll tell the truth today in front of the Leeward Planning Commission.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And I want you just to state your name when you go to speak, where you live, and you have 3 minutes to speak on agenda item number 7. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is David Johnson.
David, pull the mic right up to you because we're trying to record this and
Okay.
you have to speak right into the mic.
Is that better?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
My name is David Johnson. I live in Kehoe. And you need the address as well?
No,
Okay.
that's fine.
So a few years ago, I was riding my bike with my friends up Napo'opo'o and I got ran over. It was a hit and run, but I lost my ability to perform my regular work. And we've been doing Airbnb, well, for 12 years now or more. And now I rely on that 100%. And without it, wouldn't be able to live here on the islands that we love so much. Been here since 85. I would have to leave if I couldn't do Airbnb. Every month we collect and disperse to the county and state over $1,000 a month in taxes, the TAT and GET. So I think that helps the community, and we're not doing anything. We host, which means we are there on the premises. We greet the people, everyone that comes, and we're in good contact with them to know that none of our neighbors have ever complained about anything. So we feel like we're doing a good thing for the community, and it's helping us to stay in this place that we love. That's all.
Ikaika, will you turn your mic on? Yeah, there you go. And just state your name and where you live. You have
Okay.
3 minutes. to
I
speak.
can just start my testimony then.
Pardon me?
I can start my testimony.
Yes, you are.
Okay. My name is Ikaika Kuiliava Smith, candidate for County Council District 6. I live in Kau. I will open my testimony by saying I do not own a short-term rental, nor do I own a long-term rental. I'm simply a person that sees the government's failure to fix the housing problem here in Hawaii. And the government now trying to use taxpayers who happen to own a hosted short-term rental as scapegoats. On Friday, July 3rd, 1970, then Lieutenant Governor Thomas P. Gills spoke about the existential threat of the housing crisis ravaging Hawaii. He spoke about the government using public funds to pay private contractors to build homes. Now, 54 years later, we are still in a housing crisis. The county council, on behalf of the hotel lobby, will insist that short-term rentals are the cause of the housing shortage. But did Airbnb exist in 1970? I don't think so, since the company was founded in 2008. Perhaps it's the internet's fault for showing all the beautiful places in Hawaii to the world. Wrong again, because the internet wasn't public until 1993. So how is it that 54 years ago, there was a housing crisis, yet today we blame businesses that have only been around for 20 years? Clearly, the problem is not with the tax-paying property owners, but with the government continuing to fail we the people and constantly placing blame elsewhere. Today, at least 2 months to a year to get a permit approval for a single-family home, if all designs are approved, which they hardly are. So the process time is closer to 2 to 3 years before a single concrete slab is poured. In Hawaii County, the government makes asinine building codes forcing people to overbuild homes because once in the last 500 years, Waimea had an hour of wind that was more than 100 miles per hour. Yet somehow plantation homes built in the 1920s withstand hurricane force winds, monsoon rains, and groundbreaking earthquakes. Now, should we allow any type of non-hosted rental? Absolutely not. Should we allow real estate offices or property managers to run non-hosted rentals? No, we should not. Why? Because they do not put money into our economy. They buy a home here, rent it out, and ship the money to the mainland where it is spent. But if a local person wants to Airbnb their home when they live on island or on the property, I believe they should be allowed because they are invested in our communities.
30 seconds.
Maybe we should stop blaming private citizens for the government's failures. In closing, I would like to say, we as local people cannot afford to stay at the hotels who are behind this bill. A single room costs upwards of $600 per night for a couple without children after taxes and fees. I can get a whole home on Airbnb for 2 nights at that cost. I do not believe it's the government's job to do the bidding of corporations and shut down competition. After all, we are in a capitalistic country where the best are free to rise to the top
Thank you.
and overpriced, under-delivered fall to the bottom. Can I
Thank you.
just finish this couple more seconds?
Okay.
The taxpayer should not be the whipping boy for the failure of the government. We want to have on-island vacations, but the hotels make that unaffordable for locals. But then again, there's the motto of Hawaii, unaffordable for locals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mahalo.
So Gordon Lindquist. And Gordon, it looks like you're going to testify on 7, 8, and 9. You have three agenda items you're going to testify on. So you have 9 minutes to do that. Are you going to do this all at once, or are you going to speak to each agenda item?
I'll do it all at once.
Okay, could you raise your right hand, please, and swear to tell the truth today in front
Yes,
of the Leeward Planning Commission?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Great. Just state your name and where you live, and you have 9 minutes.
Yes, my name is Gordon Lindquist. I live in Kailua Kona. I want to thank Madam Chair and the rest of the commission for serving. I know what an awesome and time-consuming job that is. I was on the Planning Commission for 7 years on the mainland back in the 90s up until 2003. In a city that was growing, we went through general plan reviews and the whole lot, environmental impact reports and so forth. So I know the time that you spent, and I thank you for that. I'm here in opposition to Bill 121 today. My wife and I are kapunas in our 70s. We retired here from the mainland 7 years ago. Our goal was to live here comfortably and enjoy this beautiful surrounding. We had a long-term rental in our home for 3 years. It was a friend of ours, a woman and her child. And unfortunately, they moved to the mainland about two and a half years ago, almost 3 in October. At that point, we decided to go and not rent long-term, but rent as a short-term vacation rental. It's been very successful for us, supplementing my retirement, which is Social Security and a very small pension. Without the income from that short-term rental, we wouldn't be able to continue living here in Hawaii. We'd be forced to sell our home and move back to the mainland, which is not what we want to do. We love this place and we want to continue living here. I object to it because there's several flaws in the proposal as it's currently written. And you've probably read through it all and probably will concur with some of those flaws. Number one, how can I attest to an affidavit under penalty of perjury for some improvements that I may have made to my home that may or may not be within code? I can't do that because I have integrity and I will not perjure myself. That shouldn't be the case. What it should be is have a licensed home inspector licensed with the state and with the county to come through and verify that, yes, the improvements that are currently being used for a short-term vacation rental meets health and safety codes. That should be sufficient. Secondly, why should any governmental agency, whether it be county or state, tell me as a homeowner where I can live in my home? That's not their business. If I want to live in one room and rent out the rest of my house, that should be my choice and not subject to county regulation. Additionally, how can the county say that as a short-term rental host that I have to be within 1 hour of my home? I couldn't go to Hilo for an appointment, or God forbid, I have a medical appointment in Oahu or at the fly for the day. And yet they're saying that I'm going to be shackled to my home or be within 1 hour of my home. Yet at the same time, unhosted rentals, if you read it, have 3 hours to come to the home if there's a complaint. And complaints can happen just because a neighbor is one that disagrees with having Airbnbs in their neighborhood and therefore has erroneous complaints. Yet I'd have to be called within 1 hour. That's not fair. But let's look at the real reason this is going to be detrimental to this county, and that is taxes. I pay an exorbitant amount of taxes. In fact, they went back 3 years and reassessed my property to the tune of $10,000, of which I'm now having to pay additional escrow impound accounts. And my mortgage went from $2,350 a month to $3,100. That's not fair. How many of us are going to have to close our business, move off island and sell? And how much in revenue is going to be lost because of those people that have to move? What this bill does not look at is the economic impact to this county. No studies have been done. And that should have been the first thing that should have been done before this bill was introduced, is to find out what impact in tax revenue this bill would have. That needs to be looked at, and that's why this bill should be voted down and scrapped and go back to the drawing board, getting input from those of us here whose livelihood depend upon that. Now we'll go to the second item, 122. Again, why is this necessary? Here are people that have gone through all the hoops. They've submitted an application for a breakfast. It's been approved by the county. And yet that needs to be scrapped and they have to go through all the hoops and jump through all those things again. That's not necessary. They did what was legal and required of them once, and that should be permanent. Number 3, last item, accessory dwelling units. I think it's a great idea. In California, where I was from in the past, they've now allowed accessory dwelling units on any single family dwelling unit. The challenge we have here is the requirements that would be associated with an accessory dwelling unit. I think they're fine, but they should be allowed to be rented to whomever the property owner decides, whether that be long-term if they desire or short-term. So think about that before passing any of these bills. Think closely as to the ramifications that it's going to impact not only the county, but the individuals involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the testifier? No, okay. All right, so are there any other testifiers here? No, no one else has signed up. Okay, so we're going to move to our Zoom. Ashley, how many testifiers do we have on Zoom?
Aloha Chair, we have 26 testifiers.
Oh, okay, well, we're going to swear them all in at the same time. Can they turn on their cameras so we can do this together? Okay, are we all on now? So everybody can raise your right hand and swear to tell the truth today in front of the Leeward Planning Commission. Just say I do or nod your head so we can confirm this. Okay.
I do.
All right, Ashley, will you please introduce each testifier and indicate which item they're testifying on?
Sure, Chair. First, we have April Lee testifying on agenda item 7.
So please state your name and the town you reside in and begin your testimony. Is she there, Ashley?
Yes, let me see. April, can you hear us? April Lee? Okay, if not, we have Kalia Naya.
Good. All right, let's move on. Please state your name and the town you reside on.
Hi, my name is Kalia Naya. I live in Kwaihai. I guess that's a town below Waimea. I have had my vacation rental on the property where I live. Oop, am I still on? I just disappeared.
We can see you and hear you.
Okay, good. I have had my vacation rental on the property where I live for 18 years, as I decided this was what I was going to support myself during this last trimester of my life. It's afforded me to pay the high taxes and expense of living on this wonderful island, not to mention receiving health care that I could not before. I understand you feel that vacation rentals are taking away from the affordable long-term rental market, but I really do not think or feel this will make a difference in this situation. I feel like it is dereliction of duty to not have done a study on how many long-term rentals came on the market after Bill 108 was passed. I was so relieved then that the county did not stop hosted properties. It's not that I'm opposed to regulations, but the ones being presented are over the top. It seems like it would be very easy to me to weed out the bad actors who do not pay taxes or get viable complaints. I also feel that you have the option to support hosted properties at a minimum by grandfathering us in. I really do not understand the part of the proposed bill where we cannot rent out our larger home and live in the ohana or a room or whatever we want. What business of that is theirs? I do feel strongly that people should not be able to buy more than one house and run as a vacation rental, whether they live here or in another state. I know more than a few people who have bought a home they want to retire to eventually, and it obviously serves them to rent as they come and go throughout the year. Those homes will not turn into long-term rentals, and I think there's many of those. You could also regulate how many of these are in a specific area. As far as us who are renting a home on the property we live on and have for many, many years, I feel we should be supported and left alone other than making sure we're compliant with reasonable agreements and paying the taxes. I feel the county has been remiss in enforcing the regulations that are in place and just want to add more. I would like to see what they have done in this area. How many permits have been revoked due to repeated infractions? I also feel I would like to see how much progress has been made in providing new affordable housing projects. Are new projects, resort projects required to provide the infrastructure, including housing for their employees needed to meet their staffing needs? I feel like we are used as scapegoats with this situation of housing. I have operated a successful vacation with no complaint from neighbors. In fact, quite the opposite. They absolutely support me. I've paid many thousands of dollars in taxes and feel I have served the state of Hawaii and the guests that come to my place incredibly well. I have well over 100 five-star reviews and many repeat guests who will not come to Hawaii if they are forced to stay in a condo or a hotel
Please
or a resort.
summarize.
Pardon me?
Please summarize.
It baffles me why this is not acknowledged by those trying to force us out. I wonder if they have any idea that this bill will basically make Hawaii only affordable to the very wealthy. I built what I have on my property 20 years ago on a strict budget and investing everything I had into this place. It does not seem right that the government can suddenly and arbitrarily take away my livelihood. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No. The next testifier, please. Thank you.
The next testifier I have is Nick Benoit. Nick, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Nick, will you state your name and what agenda item you're speaking on, please?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Nick Benoit, and I live in Kailua Kona, speaking today on Bill 121. My name is Nick Benoit, and I'm the property manager here at Elite Pacific. I represent numerous homeowners operating short-term rentals and hosted rentals across our island. My testimony today carries the collective voice of those homeowners who are deeply concerned about the proposed quiet hours in Bill 121, particularly how the term disturbance remains an alarmingly subjective, my apologies. Consider this scenario. A family rents a house, enjoys warm Hawaiian evening, dining outside, laughter and conversation flow as they often do in such gatherings. Now, if the neighbor bears any amnesty towards that vacation rental, a simple family dinner could be reported as a disturbance simply due to its audible presence after 8 p.m. This could result in heavy fines and create a tension-filled environment where homeowners and guests are treated with suspicion rather than the spirit of aloha that we so proudly uphold. The subjectivity of what constitutes a disturbance, especially without a guest present, could lead to arbitrary enforcement, amnesty, and turning a neighbor against a neighbor. Additionally, I stand before you to stress the urgency of fully adopting Planning Department's #1 recommendation to Bill 121. This is a crucial amendment and would redefine short-term rentals, those less than 30 days. This is not just a technical detail, it's a critical safeguard for fair treatment of homeowners who rely on month-long rentals. The lack of clear definition currently leaves them in limbo, potentially exposing them to unnecessary red tape and financial hardship. To enforce stringent regulations without precise definitions wouldn't only create confusion, but injustice. It would undermine the hospitality and aloha spirit that our island is best known for. Therefore, I implore the commission to act judiciously and amend Bill 121 to clearly delineate short-term rentals, safeguard homeowners' rights, and maintain the integrity of our rental market. By doing so, we can not only ensure our community and homeowners who are an integral part of our respected and protected community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier, I have Christy Malakot.
Christy, will you state your name, where you live, and what agenda item you're speaking on?
Yes. Aloha and good morning, Leeward Planning Commissioners. My name is Christy Malakot, Realtor, broker owner of Real Life Realty. I reside in Pahoa, Hawaii, and I am the 2024 president of Hawaii Island Realtors. Collectively, the Realtors of Hawaii Island oppose TAR Ordinance Bill 121 for the following concerns. Erosion of private property rights. The county should not dictate to private property owners which parts of their home they may occupy or rent, or how many visitors they may allow. County regulation directly conflicts with state law. For example, increasing the minimum duration for short-term rentals from 30 to 180 days poses legal complexities. This change unfairly strips many homeowners of their current usage rights, impacting the value and utility of their properties. Endangers housing security. No evidence has been presented by the county to demonstrate that property currently used for transient accommodation will convert to long-term or affordable housing. Additional regulations in lieu of full enforcement of Ordinance 2018-114. The lack of proactive enforcement measures by the county failed to adequately address the underlying issues that Ordinance 2018-114 sought to solve. The county has an obligation to actively pursue and terminate illegal transient rental operations, as well as equally enforce existing regulations to protect all residents. Hawaii Island Realtors are committed to working with the county and all interested parties to help create sensible solutions to the issues inherent in the housing sector. Any restrictions placed on a property owner from realizing the highest and best use of that property hinders economic growth and development and reduces freedoms inherent in our society. Thank you, Leeward Planning Commissioners, for your time today and hearing my testimony.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Thank you. Next testifier, please.
Hi, the next testifier is Teresa Hink.
Teresa, will you state your name, where you live, and what agenda item you're speaking on? Teresa?
Unmute. Can you hear me now? Do you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. My name is Teresa Hank. I live in Pahoa. I'm an owner of a hosted STR and a contributing taxpayer in Hawaii. I've been doing Airbnb for 5 years now. I'm in opposition to Bill 121. First, I'd like to thank Ikaika for his testimony and fully support the points he made, especially the model of Hawaii being unaffordable for locals. I employ 4 community members in my neighborhood weekly. While the average job in Pahoa pays about $19 an hour, I pay our employees between $30 and $40 an hour. My family and I and the families of the 4 employees I hire are fully dependent on the income generated by my short-term rental. We fall right below the poverty line to right above it, depending on the fluctuation of tourism, volcanic activity, and the local laws that prevent us from running business as usual, such as COVID restrictions, and now this new proposed legislation that's creating further hardship and insecurity for us. I live in Lava Zone 2. We pay for insurance here, insurance that doesn't cover the full value of our house. We're still recovering financially from the damage from the last lava flow, paying for repairs that were not covered by our insurance. This summer, we struggled with emergency repair costs that averaged $2,000 a month. Living in a low-income rural area with very few jobs that pay a livable wage makes it almost impossible for anyone to find living here sustainable. Although there was a time that our short-term rental was flourishing and paying our bills, between COVID and the extended traveling restrictions, we have fallen dangerously behind in being able to afford to keep our house and continue running our business and support local community. As we climb out of debt, we're now faced with this new burden by the state to further hinder our financial recovery. My husband and I are a positive force and contributing member in our community. Our neighbors don't have issues with us and support our business and feel the contributions we make to our neighborhood are important. The intention my husband and I have is to build a supportive community by connecting a network of talented community members who are willing to work with opportunities to work through our short-term rental. Besides the 4 regular employees our business supports, we also support other businesses and community members with business generated by our short-term rental. from fishermen to tour guides to massage practitioners to local restaurants, and assistance in providing overflow accommodations to the developing retreat centers in our area that don't always have enough space for necessary accommodations. This legislation will have a direct negative
30
impact
seconds.
on our family and the large network of community members we are working with and mutually support. I'm asking that rather than trying to help residents experience a housing crisis by burdening those of us with short-term rentals, you look for a way to incentivize us and support us as small business owners that contribute to our community and pay taxes. Make it financially attractive for us to rent to locals. Most of us are struggling to make ends meet and are renting short-term because that's the most
Please
viable option.
summarize.
I'd like to see better paying jobs in our community, financial incentives that are great enough to actually make renting long-term an attractive option, fix the time it takes to get a permit so we can build the housing you're looking to provide, and create grants to cover the cost of
Thank you,
rising
Teresa.
building materials. My last sentence is, the burden of this legislation created for myself and my female-run small business is the opposite of what I expect from my elected
Teresa,
officials.
thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for the testifier? No, thank you. Ashley, next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Brooke Bacon.
Yes, please state your name, where you live, and the agenda item you're speaking on. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brooke Bacon. I live in Kapa'au, Hawaii, and I'm speaking regarding the application for an amendment to special use number 117 to increase the rooms at the Oahu Ho'omaluhia retreat from 16 rooms to 36. I believe this is extremely important for the retreat to be able to function as an integral part of our community. I've been here for over 40 years, and I have seen the consistency with which Hawaii Island Retreat is able to contribute by offering classes, by offering courses, by being available to all the community to use. That's all. It seems so simple to me. And I think you'll find it is also. Thank you very much. Aloha.
Thank you. Do we have any questions here? All right, thank you. Ashley, we have our next testifier, please.
Yes, our next testifier is Emmy Chen.
Hi, will you please state your name, where you live, and your agenda item you're speaking on? You have 3 minutes. You have to unmute.
Yeah, okay, unmute. Yeah, my name is Emmy Chen. I live in Kailua Kona. I'm running vacation rental business for over 10 years in Kailua Kona. I moved to Kona from 2016, but I started the business from 2013 in Kailua Kona. I provided a lot of job opportunities to the local residents, the housekeepers, the pool guy, handyman, and the maintenance. I also contribute a lot to the local stores like Lowe's, Home Depot, Costco, Target, to purchase the items, appliances, remodeling materials from our local store. I hosted hundreds of thousands of people every year, the visitors to come to Kailua Kona to enjoy the life in our beautiful island and spending on our island to help our economy. My whole income depends on my business. If our government decided to shut down my business, I will have no choice but have to move to mainland. I'm here supporting my kids to go to college, to go to high school here, supporting all my workers. I just don't see why the government wants to shut down our business, which we contribute to our island. I pay hundreds of thousands of dollars taxes to our government. I also maintain a good relationship with our neighbors. I even, pay for the building the walls, trimming the bushes between the property lines. We have the strict quiet hours, so make sure our guests do not disturb our neighbors. We don't park on the street. We pick up the trash on time. Our neighbors have no problems for our guests to stay at our house. I'm really strongly against this Bill 101 because my whole business is rely on my vacation rental. Yeah, that's my testimony.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the testifier? No. Ashley, will you please make sure that you call the 30 seconds out so they know it, and then at the end that you let them know they're done.
Okay, will do.
And our next testifier is,
Next testifier is Heather Karate.
and Heather, will you state your name and where you live and what agenda item you're speaking on? You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Oops.
Hi.
Hi. All right. My name is Heather Karate, and I'm from Captain Cook, and I'm speaking about Bill 121 and 122. So aloha and good morning. As a part of our island's ag community, I would like to highlight that Bill 121 could inadvertently have a negative impact on many small farms offering agricultural tourism because of the current ambiguity about the allowable types of structures and the disallowal of flexible living arrangements, where future owner-operators would no longer be able to live in a detached bedroom or guest house if needed. So that's opposed to people who would be grandfathered in today. Agricultural properties are inherently diverse, often featuring unconventional and sometimes unpermitted structures like tent cabins, open air pavilions, and yurts that are used for agritourism. The income these rentals contribute is vital for sustaining these farms and contributing to the local economy through agritourism, an industry that enriches our community's food safety, cultural heritage, and economic vitality. These rentals are also not ideal as long-term rentals. Also, the economic reality for those in the agricultural sector necessitates a level of flexibility in how we can utilize our properties, whether it's choosing to live in a smaller, more efficient, cost-effective structure on their land or offering various accommodations to visitors. So given these points, I urge the Planning Commission to consider the following 5 things. 1, flexibility in living arrangements. Allow the flexibility for owners to reside in any structure on their property, because this is crucial for owners facing economic hardships and will enable them to make the most practical and financially viable use of their property. 2, a more inclusive definition of TAR structures. To adopt a broad and inclusive definition of structures eligible for use as TARs and would acknowledge unconventional structures like tent cabins, open air structures, converted buses or boats, and yurts that are much more common in the agritourism space. 3, support for agritourism. To explicitly support,
30
incentivize,
seconds, please summarize.
facilitate agritourism in alignment with the objectives of the general plan and Kona CDP.
Minutes, Ashley.
What's that?
Sorry, I wanted you're speaking on 2 agenda items. I wanted to make sure you got your full 6 minutes.
Yeah, okay, great. Reasonable health and safety measures to ensure the health and safety affidavit requirements reflect a balanced approach that does not impose excessive burdens. To consider similar successful models like Vail's self-compliance affidavit or Santa Cruz's Safe Structures program, with both accommodate the varied nature of accommodations and require that they meet basic health and safety standards without requiring compliance with permitting requirements. And 5, the fee structure to revise the registration and renewal fee structure to be based on the property versus by room or structure on the same property. So I'll move to 122. The administrative, which I'm speaking in against 122. The administrative process for establishing B&Bs should continue to be a pathway for small farms so that they can diversify their income through agritourism. The process not only provides a clear route for these farms to engage in agritourism, but it also offers a more favorable yearly renewal fee structure compared to TARs when multiple rooms or accommodations exist on a single property. The yearly fees for renewing a B&B license are generally less than for those of a TAR when multiple rooms and accommodations exist, making it more economically viable. Also, the stigmatization of TARs and their lack of recognition as a legitimate business, which was highlighted during the COVID assistance programs, underscores the importance of maintaining a respected and viable option for residents wanting to pursue either a B&B or agritourism. Given these considerations, I urge the council to maintain the current administration process for establishing B&Bs. And mahalo for your consideration of these points.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Okay, the next testifier, please, Ashley.
Hi, is April Lee there?
Yes, I am. I asked to be kind of at the back, but thank you so much. My name is April Lee and I'm from Hawaii, Hawaii. I am speaking on Bill 121. And I've been doing a lot of testifying lately, but mostly because I want our beautiful state to have a shining
Ashley,
light.
I'm having a hard time understanding April.
Oh, I can put a
You need to
headset.
state your name and what agenda item you're going to speak upon. Oh, okay. I couldn't understand what she said. Can you?
Oh, okay. I will plug in my headset. Better. Better.
What do we do?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's a little better. Thank you.
Sorry for the headset. My name is April Lee and I'm from Hawaii, North. I'm speaking on Bill 121. Doing that, I've been testifying a lot because I want our state to be
April, you're cutting in and out here. So we are having a hard time listening. Do you have another way to speak into the speaker or put it?
Can you hear this better?
Can you say a little bit more?
Can you hear this better? Can you hear this better?
A little bit, yes. Let's try again.
Okay. My name is April Lee. I'm from Hobby, Hawaii. I'm sorry about my equipment. That on a different device. I'm speaking on Bill 121 because, there's a bad press about our state. You can't do business here. It's pay to play. Look at New York Times today. 20% of the contractors are, paying to get the jobs from corrupt politicians. And, we have a huge amount of money going into the elections and all that has been on my mind. But when I think about vacation rentals, I think that there's some clarity that, I used to do vacation rentals before my husband passed. And long term always started at 6 months. And I always paid the TA tax on anything less than 6 months. And I don't think that's really changed. I mean, this is way back in the early days in 2003 and 4 or 5 and on all the way through 2016 when I stopped doing that. But I feel like that is deserving. And the fact that somebody complains is deserving to be heard because yes, vacation tenants are very sometimes discourteous to their neighbors. And I think that vacation owner who's registered and there may be better follow up with the county on following up that we do register. But the fact is that neighbor should not have to charge the county money for just the fact that he's been or she's been disadvantaged. I think the vacation owner should pay for that complaint and a follow-up by the county, and there should be something in the bill that states that. I think that the thing that many people have expressed, immense number of people, is that you cannot discriminate against wealthy and you cannot favor the wealthy. And this bill tends to favor the wealthy hotel owners, in my estimation. And if someone wants to turn a house or a rental into a vacation rental, as long as they do that with the golden rule, do not harm others, they should be allowed to make whatever money those First Amendment property rights permit. And I think that also we have to realize that in our state, you know, we have the advantage of being a place where everyone wants to come. And some people do want to stay in a year. But if you have a record of damage or harm done to these tenants who stay in these kinds of places, then I would be really willing, and I think you should present that as a statement that we don't want to cause harm.
30 seconds, please summarize.
Yes, I will. I just want to say, I love this state, and I love the fact that we are becoming well-known in the mainland and everywhere. That we are the bottom of the list for the people who have faith in their legislators and their government and how we're governed. Let's be fair. Let's not limit people in having income, and let's allow the
Time's up.
safety to be the rule. Let's just
Thank you. Thank you, April. Your time is up. Are there any questions? No. Okay, we're going to move on to the next testifier.
Next testifier is Pat Tews, agenda items 7, 8, and 9.
So you're speaking on 3 agenda items, so you need to you have 3 minutes for each, but you need to let us know when you are changing the agenda item.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Please state your name and where you live.
My name is Pat Tews, and I live in Kona.
Good. Just make sure you state the agenda item as you move from one to the other, so we can.
Okay.
Right.
I am opposed to Bill 121. This bill is so wrong. 10,000 fine for crazy accusations filed by the county or a neighbor. The last time we testified against the bill created for getting rid of vacation rental homes, a man testified he was for the bill because he took an afternoon nap and did not want any type of noise that would wake him up. I am going to read what I have been thinking for since all this started. All bills being presented to trap and get rid of vacation rentals. Today's bill, 10,000 charged per accusation. I am going to explain why I feel this. Okay, okay. I'm going to read this and there's a $10,000 is more than I spend on groceries for the entire year. 10,000 fine almost pays for an entire year of tuition for my grandson at BYU, Hawaii. 10,000 is more than I spent on the car that I drive every day. Please explain to me how a 10,000 fine is a reasonable fine for parking in the wrong space. Please explain to me how 10,000 is reasonable for a family playing games after 8 p.m. and a noise complaint is filed by my neighbor. Think of the man who said didn't want his nap interrupted. In what world is the crime of parking in the wrong parking spot equal to a $10,000 fine? Both the U.S. Constitution and the Hawaiian Constitution protect citizens from excessive fines, and this is a very definition of an excessive fine. What is even more unthinkable about this bill is that STVR owners are guilty until proven innocent. Under this bill, the county is only required to make sure that my neighbor filed the right paperwork with the county and that they state there has been a zoning violation like parking complaint and noise complaint. It's all they have to do is make sure the paperwork is filed. With a $10,000 fine, you would expect that the county would be in an in-depth investigation equal to the devastation that the 10,000 fine will have on the property owner. Think about it. In this United States, they are saying $4,000. 90% of the people living could not get $4,000 together in one day. They don't have it. And you're going $10,000 per accusation. The county does not conduct any investigation.
Time's up on that testimony for that item.
Okay, I'm going to finish up on this. The county gets to create the law that allows a 10,000 fine. The county gets to impose the 10,000 fine. The county gets to verify.
Hi, you're done with that item, then you have to move on to the next item. And that's.
Okay, that's the one I want to make sure of. This 10,000 fine has got to be stopped. Go back and think about what it will do to everyone, anybody that has a 10,000 fine put upon them and
Pat,
couldn't even
thank you.
afford the
Can
grant.
you move on to the next agenda item you're going to speak on, please?
Okay, thank you for testifying. Thank you for listening to me, and I don't have anything else to say.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mhm.
So Ashley, how many more testifiers do you have on Zoom?
I have 8 that wanted to testify at the beginning.
Okay. So we had set aside an hour of testimony in the beginning right now. So that puts us. Do we want to take all 8 now? Then that's 24 minutes. Let's just continue. Okay, so let's just continue, but please, everybody, keep your testimony to 3 minutes. So who's
Next
your
one.
next agenda item then?
Next one is David
Next
Hall.
Testifier.
David
Hey,
Hall,
aloha,
number 7,
commissioners.
8, and 9.
Hi, please state your name and what agenda item you're speaking on.
Hey, my name's David Hall. I live in Kailua Kona on the Big Island, and I am speaking in opposition of Bill 121. Thank you, commissioners, for volunteering your time to understand how this Bill 121 will devastate our community. I'm just going to reconfirm what Ms. Tu had stated in regards to the fine that the county wants to impose. And to make sure that you're clear that they want to impose a $10,000 fine for minor infractions, parking in the wrong spot, unintentionally exceeding occupancy limits, or noise disturbance. I don't know if you're aware, but in addition to the $10,000 fine, Bill 121 will allow the county to revoke a short-term vacation renter's rental license for receiving a verified complaint. Let's look into or look at what a verified or what they describe as a verified complaint. According to Bill 121, a verified complaint must only meet 2 requirements. Did the complainant submit on the correct or the proper form? And does the complaint allege a possible zoning violation? If both is yes, then that's considered a verified complaint according to Bill 121. The county is only required to verify that the administrative paperwork is in order and that the complainant states that they heard excessive noise or someone parked in the wrong spot. That is all the county is required to do in order to verify a complaint and can impose VR owner a $10,000 fine and revoke their business license. And the county, they never actually have to investigate whether the complaint ever happened. Now, the bill presumes guilt based on single unverified complaint. This is a blatant violation of our 14th Amendment due process clause, which guarantees fair legal proceedings before the government and can deprive a person of life, liberty, or property. Bill 121 gives the county unchecked power, acting as legislature, judge, jury, executioner, and best beneficiary. So bottom line, the county writes the law, county
30
issues the
seconds.
fines. Got it. The county enforces the fines, and the county uses the collected fines to fund the department that enforces the fines. Commissioners, Appreciate your time. Mahalo for your time again today. Please advise the city council against this catastrophic bill. You folks have a great day. Aloha.
Thank you. Mahalo. Any questions? No. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Joy Dillon, testifying on items 7 and 8.
Joy, will you please state your name and as you testify, state which item you're testifying on, please? You have 3 minutes for each item. State your name and where you live.
My name is Joy Dillon. I live in Hilo. I'm testifying as a private citizen. Aloha Chair DeFranco and Leeward Planning Commission members. Thank you for the opportunity to submit opinions regarding the proposed Bill 121. I'm testifying in opposition to Bill 121. There are many reasons to oppose this legislation, but I will focus on a few. It's overly complicated. By Heather Kimball's own admission, this bill is complicated. This was repeated by members of the Leeward Planning Commission as well as many testifiers. She also said she likes to do hard things. Is this a reason to propose this overly complicated and unwanted legislation? I think not. If the county council wants to do hard things, they should concentrate on things like solving our wastewater problem, changing outdated zoning codes and land use regulations, which could actually contribute to allowing more housing. Number 2, no economic impact study has been done. The couple of studies cited by Heather Kimball, DBET in particular, focused on the state as a whole, and the Appleseed report she cites was done in 2018 and references data from out of state. DBET has a broad focus on industry development, economic diversification, business and tourism, and did not specifically study the impact of short-term rentals on long-term housing availability here on Hawaii Island. We have economic impact studies after studies on everything here, but there has not been a single one regarding this specific issue. The Ohana Aina Association offered to contribute $10,000 to a study many months ago, but their offer was ignored. Number 3, huge public opposition. In the 2 public meetings that have been held regarding this bill, there was a huge outpouring of opposition from the public. Hundreds testified against this bill and only a couple of people testified for it. Yet the county continues to push forward with it. Ms. Kimball put it mildly when she said there's been a lot of quote unquote interest and quote unquote feedback from the people. That interest and feedback has been 99% opposed to this bill. Number 4, difficult to enforce. Heather Kimball also stated at the April 4th Leeward Planning Commission meeting that Bill 108 has been impossible
30
to
seconds.
enforce. We know that this is true, and a quick look at online will show many illegal vacation rentals. Bill 108, which was passed 6 years ago, cannot be enforced. So how does the county intend to enforce now new complicated regulations? Okay. I also signed up to testify against 122.
Yes.
Okay.
Indeed.
Okay, I'm opposed to Bill 122. Thank you for this opportunity. I ask, why is this unneeded legislation being proposed? What positive outcome is expected by repealing bed and breakfast as a permitted use? 6 pages of legislation to repeal a B&B is superfluous and unnecessary. Bed and breakfast venues are the cherished and preferred lodging for many visitors. Why is this option being proposed? It makes no sense. Heather Kimball said at the April 4th Leeward Planning Commission meeting that under Bill 121, anyone can call themselves a bed and breakfast. She said it was just semantics. Current bed and breakfast owners have gone through rigorous requirements to obtain their special use permit for a B&B. Although supposedly these owners will be grandfathered in, now anyone can call themselves a B&B. This is unfair. Please do not agree to this unnecessary and unfair legislation. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the testifier? No. Thank you. We're going to move on to the next testifier, Ashley.
Next testifier is Rachel Popke, agenda item number 8.
Rachel, will you please state your name and where you live and your agenda item?
Hello, aloha, good morning, Madam Chairwoman and esteemed members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And I'm speaking today in opposition of Bill 122, repealing the bed and breakfast zoning regulations in our area. I'm coming from Hakalau, and there's several reasons why I feel that we should maintain the zoning that allows for these bed and breakfasts. One is that it really preserves historic buildings and even agricultural practices up here on the Hamakua coast. Many of these bed and breakfasts are housed in historic buildings, and they do contribute to the cultural heritage and character of our community. By maintaining these zoning regulations that allow for bed and breakfast, we preserve these valuable landmarks for future generations to enjoy. You know, where we are situated is agricultural land. And up here, we don't have hotels or places for people to stay. So for example, you know, we've had the B&B zoning since 2007. And we have agricultural workers on our property, and sometimes their family comes out to visit. So most recently, over the Easter holiday, we had some of their family visiting from out of state, and it provides space for our agricultural workers to have family come to stay, visit, and be close. Otherwise, it would be a 25-minute drive to Hilo, to the closest hotel. And so I think it's important to note that many of these establishments aren't even just being used by outsiders, they're being used by the local community. You know, for example, we have local beekeepers in the area that use our bed and breakfast as a place where they can share their best practices and wisdom with each other. And we really like to be able to provide that community hub for the community. We think that it's very important that it also provides a place to foster connection. You know, bed and breakfasts are a gathering place for guests and locals alike, where they can come together, talk story, forge connections, and really build relationships. Recently, we had a small delivery come up here.
30 seconds,
from
please summarize.
Somebody in Hilo, and he remembered coming up here when we built our road, you know, 15 years ago, and we had a party to celebrate that. So this is really a community hub, and I think it's really important that we continue to protect local businesses, protect historic buildings, protect historic agricultural practices and spaces that we can provide the community to do such. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your listening.
And thank you too. Any questions? No. Okay, we're moving on to the next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Joshua Mihalik, testifying agenda items 7 and 9.
Joshua, will you state your name, where you live, and when you're testifying on each item, state the item. Joshua? Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. My name is Joshua Mihalik. I am from Mountain View in Puna, and I'm testifying on items 121 and 123. I would like to first talk about 121. So it appears that the registration for short-term rentals seems to be more about keeping track of the legal units and how to increase fees on these legal businesses rather than pursuing the illegal units and using the money to help the county that way. Penalizing these law-abiding business owners by increasing existing fees. At this point, the renewal fees are going to be jumped from $250 a year to $750 a year, tripling what we're already being paid. Taxes are up around 20% of our gross income, and then now we're planning on increasing the property taxes for unhosted STRs. I've run an unhosted STR for the last 6 years here in the Puna district, and I choose not to have the people at my home for my own privacy while still providing an income for my investment, as well as giving the new guests their own privacy. If these legal units are become unprofitable because of all these increasing fees, these owners are going to be required not to turn them into long-term rentals because the mortgage rates cannot be covered through a long-term rental. They're going to be forced to sell these units, and because of the increased value of the homes in this area, there's no way that a local person is going to be able to afford that, and it's going to be sold to somebody off island, which is completely against what we're trying to do. One of the arguments is that these are taking away units for long-term rentals, but the reality is I could not rent that long-term for the amount of money that I've had to invest to build it, and my mortgage that is covering all of that investment. I would be, as I said, forced to sell that unit and reinvest that money somewhere else, which is unfortunate. These units bring in income into the Puna district, which is seriously lacking in housing and accommodations for
30
tourists.
seconds.
And what we need to be able to increase the income here in the Puna district for the locals is to have these units available so that the tourist dollars are going into our local economy. Next, I would like to talk about Bill 123. So regarding Bill 123, it seems the only purpose for that bill is to penalize unhosted short-term rentals. We chose to buy additional land and build an additional legal home for this STR so that we could enjoy our privacy on our own land, and the cost to do this was in excess of $200,000. And all that money went into the local economy, local plumbers, local electricians, HPM, land workers. When we did the land, we didn't clear it from pin to pin. We did the minimum we had to do to put in a lot and a driveway, trying to respect the INA. The fact that this bill penalizes me by not allowing a second unit on the land, regardless of its use, seems to be only in place to drive these businesses out of Hawaii. And we've set it up originally was when we finished, we could not afford to live in that home anymore because we spent too much money and we needed to recoup our losses. The idea was to rent that home out and eventually build a second home on there so that we could either live there or we could do a long-term rental on that property as well. How can I ever make it a hosted STR if I'm not given the opportunity to place a second unit on that land? If you're opening up the option for additional units per Bill 122, Bill 123 should not exclude unhosted STRs for no other reason than the fact that we exist. While I do live on this island, I live within 20 minutes of my rental, and we take very good care of it. We've got over 400 reviews, and we are a 5-star host. So we're clearly not the problem being legal. It's these illegal units that need to be penalized, not us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Joshua. Any questions? No questions. Moving to the next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Joaquin Belisario, testifying agenda items 7, 8, and 9.
There's a lot of external noise. Okay.
Hi,
Okay.
my name is Joaquin Belisario. I'll be speaking on,
And where do you live, Joaquin?
I live in Kailua Kona, and I'll be speaking to bills 121, 122, and 123.
Will you please, as you do it, take us through the transition by naming the agenda item? Thank you.
Sure. I'll preface on Bill 121. I am a Hawaiian native. I am a 40-year businessman in Kailua Kona, and I've dealt with the county council, and my first time before the planning commission. I also am a Hawaiian native, and I am a U.S. veteran. On 121, I am in favor of part of the bill that recognizes that we do not allow unhosted B&Bs. However, I am opposed to the parts of Bill 121 as to well-spoken about fines and somewhat overreaches, and including an up to the mention of the 14th Amendment. So I would ask the bill writers to maybe consider some of those issues. But again, I want to say that I am in support of unhosted B&Bs. As far as the fines, they seem a little extravagant and overreaching. I'll move to Bill 122. The repeal of the bed and breakfast use in I've been dealing with this bed and breakfast and Hawaii County's special use management, very familiar with their procedures. Um, as far as I'm concerned, over 40 years of watching this, the bed and breakfast procedure allowed on ag land use it's working fine. So the old saying, if it ain't broken, don't fix it, at this point. Bed and breakfasts have to go through a rigorous, application process that is open to public testimony. And they are, an integral working part of our community for many years now. I don't see any reason why the repealing of something that's always been working should be now taken off as a permitted use. In addition, if you do take the bed and breakfast use um, and um, and take it away as a use allowed use on agricultural land, um, there must be some
30 seconds.
process. There must be some process. I'm speaking on 122. There must be some process to allow agricultural zoned properties to have some sort of use to have something similar to a bed and breakfast unit. But again, bed and breakfast works and it's already been in use for a long time. I think we should leave bed and breakfast as a use as its own. I'll move on to 123. Again, Ohana dwelling units, they've been, I've been here long enough to know the introduction of the Ohana units. I just want to mention one thing because the past seems to get forgotten. Ohana units versus accessory dwelling units, we still land up with some of the same problems that we've had, some 35, 40 years ago. The Ohana units, whether they be Ohana or accessory units, were a great thing to bring families home so that they could live on their properties with their families. In reality, a lot of speculators came in, bought homes, took advantage of the Ohana use, doubled the density in the neighborhood, but no one ever looked at the law back then on how the doubling of the density of the neighborhood would compare to the double or take into note the doubling of the density of the infrastructure. And I've observed the Ohana designation use areas dwindle as those problems arose. So we're sort of kind of going back around to something that we've sort of addressed in the past, just under a little bit different names and designations. And I would ask the bill writers and this commission to, I think we should stop and take a look again and look to the past. Look to the past where we were 40 years ago. And as far as the problems that came with Ohanas and what will now be accessory structures. And is it good for the community? Is it good for the housing? A lot of folks out here have bed and breakfasts. They are business, there are money makers to help people live in an expensive place, but we do have natives and people that can't afford that. That's not on the agenda, but some of these monies should be going back to, as I heard the premise at one point, this whole thing is about trying to get us more housing for our local community, and even for some of those who can't afford locals. The ones who are working now, if you grandfather them in, I think that's a great idea. The fines do seem
30 seconds, please summarize.
yeah, so I would ask the bill writers, and I think some of the bill writers know who I am. And anyone can feel free to contact me if I'll be able to I'll be more than happy to lend my mana'o to the conversation as a literally boots on the ground, engaging with the planning, building department, county council on multiple bills over 40 years, right? Because I've been through multiple administrations and
Time's up.
councils. So thank you very much, committee, and thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you for your offer. We appreciate it. Thank you. We have our next testifier, Ashley.
Yes, last testifier at the beginning is going to be Michael Pessis, agenda item number 7.
Michael, will you state your name and where you live and the agenda item you're speaking on? You have 3 minutes.
Hi, yes.
Michelle? Oops, you can't hear you.
Hi, I'm his wife, Catherine Carlavato. We live in Kailua. We run a hosted vacation rental. This is a really important opportunity for our family. If we were not to be grandfathered in under the hosted vacation rental, it would be devastating for our family, particularly, I have my notes here. It would be particularly devastating for our family because we rely solely on the income generated from our Airbnb to sustain our mortgage. This home represents not just a property, but the cornerstone of our family's ability to support ourselves. With a toddler underfoot and another baby on the way, the importance of this stability cannot be overstated. I'm currently battling morning sickness associated with pregnancy, and the flexibility of Airbnb hosting has been a godsend. It enables me to work from the comfort of my own home, sparing me the agony of enduring a traditional workday while traditionally managing the expenses and emotional toll of hiring outside care for my child. I implore you to consider the human impact behind the policies advocating in Bill 121 that I'm opposed to. Last year alone, our Airbnb contributed over 21,000 in state and county taxes alone. This figure is not inconsequential. It's a tangible contribution to our community. To put it into perspective, the Section 8 housing rate for a 2-bedroom apartment in our zip code is almost identical to the taxes we paid. By operating our short-term rental, we are not just meeting our financial obligations, but also supporting affordable housing initiatives through our tax contributions. Moreover, our commitment extends beyond financial transactions. We engage a local cleaning crew, compensating them at a rate of $45 per hour, which is over 3 times the minimum wage for Hawaii. This translates to meaningful employment opportunities for members of our community, providing steady income to individuals who rely on opportunities to support their own families. In conclusion, I urge you to consider the broader ramifications of Bill 121. Its passage would not only jeopardize the financial security of families like mine, but also undermine the fabric of our community, curtailing opportunities for economic empowerment and stability. I implore you to reject this bill and instead work towards solutions that foster inclusivity, sustainability, and prosperity for all residents of our beloved island. Mahalo.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No. All right. So I think we're done now with the Zoom testifiers. So I just want to make sure that all the Zoom people know you can turn off your Zoom platform and watch on the YouTube channel. All right. And any testifiers that weren't able to testify this morning will be able to testify when before the agenda item is called. Yeah, we're going to take a short break and then we're going to, yeah, that's what I just said. 10 minutes. And we're going to take a short 10-minute break and then we're going to come back to agenda item number 1 and 2, which I'm going to recuse myself from.
homes at Hawaii Island Retreat on an approximately 5-acre portion of a 14.5-acre parcel of land situated in the state land use agricultural district. The subject property is located at 54-250 Lokahi Road, approximately 1.2 miles northeast Makai of Akoni Pule Highway, Hanaula and Honopuel, North Kohala, Hawaii, TMK 5-4-00914. Let's proceed with staff presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to present the requested amendments to special permit 1117 and amendment to special management area use permit number 417. This slide shows you the subject property outlined in red. You can see that it's located near to Kapa'au and Hawi, just Makai of the Akoni Pule Highway. We're going to go through a timeline of events to bring everybody up to speed from the last hearings, a set of hearings. So since January 2023, there's been a lot of activity on application. On January 19th, 2023, the Leeward Planning Commission granted standing to participate in a contested case hearing to 3 petitioners, Charles A. Anderson, EWM Enterprises LP, and Kohala Makani Kai LLC. And then on January 16th, 2023, the Leeward Planning Commission voted to defer hearings on the agenda item until completion of the mediation process or conclusion of a contested case hearing. In April 2023, petitions for standing in a contested case hearing were filed by William Melton on April 4th and Dale and Dawn Franzen on April 6th. On July 12th, 2023, the Planning Department received a request to withdraw the initial 3 petitions of Anderson et al. On February 26, 2024, following the mediation process, this is the effective date of an agreement with the initial 3 petitioners, Anderson et al. On March 4th of 2023, this is the effective date of an agreement with petitioners Melton and Franzen, and subsequently both petitions were withdrawn on March 5th, 2024. So moving on to the applicant's request. The applicant is requesting to amend the existing special permit and SMA use permit, which were originally approved on August 2nd, 2001, to allow a 16-room permaculture and wellness retreat on an approximately 5-acre portion of a 14.5-acre parcel of land. The applicant wishes to increase the number of guest rooms from 16 to 36 by building 20 new 400 square foot halles. The halles consist of a bedroom and a bathroom. The halles consist of a bedroom and a bathroom with no individual kitchen facilities. And the structures will be sited in a manner that does not disrupt or impact the existing garden and orchards. Finally, the applicant proposes to add up to 5 new full-time and/or part-time employees. This slide shows you the county's zoning map, and you can see the subject property outlined here in red. And it is zoned agricultural 20 acres, as is much of the property around the subject property. Closer to the highway, further Malka, you can see there is some single-family residential, 15, and some family agricultural 2-acre. The state land use Designation for most of this area is agricultural. There is conservation designation along the coastline. And where there are existing neighborhoods, it is designated urban. And the general plan designates this property as important agricultural lands and also a portion designated open, which primarily exists along the coastline. And then further Malca, there is low density urban designation. This is a plat map showing you the consolidation and re-subdivision that was done in 2005 for the subject property. And this is the more recent subdivision that was completed in 2021. And I'll just kind of show you the main lodge building is here. The coastline is here. And the subject property is outlined in dark black line here, and the access road access the property about right here. And moving on to the proposed site plan, this is kind of a zoomed in view of what you just saw previously. This is the main lodge to orient you. This is the main access drive. And the applicant's proposed hallways are in blue. So you can see the proposed layout of the 20 new hallways. And an aerial photograph also shows you the subject property here and the surrounding area, which is mostly agricultural or kind of low density residential. And the aerial photograph here showing you the existing lodge right there again, and some of the existing structures on the property. The access road is just about here. These are photographs of the existing property, the existing structures on the property, the main lodge on the left there, the Mackay view on the bottom, and the Malca side of the lodge on the right with the access, the entry access. And then these three photos on the right show some images of the public access signage throughout the property. There are public access easements with signage that is existing, and you can see those here. These are views of the access road to the subject property. The property is accessed by private roads, and there are actually two roads. Lokahi Road, which is seen here on the bottom two slides. These are images of Lokahi Road, and the further Malca Road, which is paved, is Maluhia. So Maluhia actually connects to the highway, and then you drive Mackay down and it's no longer paved, and that takes you to the subject property. And then this slide shows you the access point at Okonipule Highway. So you're looking east. This is the turn that would access to Maluhia Road. This is looking east on the highway, and this is looking west on the highway. And with that, the director's recommendation for these applications is approval with conditions. I can hand the floor back to the chair now.
Thank you for your presentation. Will the applicant or their respective representative please come forward? Aloha.
Aloha.
I'm going to swear you in. You've done this before, so please raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I still do.
I swear.
Thank you very much. Mahalo for speaking directly into the microphone and to state your name, the area you reside in, and for you, Mr. Fuki, who you represent.
Sure. Okay, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Sidney Fouquet. I'm a planning consultant. I've been kind of assisting Ms. Sunderland on this project since its inception, so it's one of the reasons why I'm here. Jean.
I'm Jean Sunderland. I am the owner and the steward of this land. And it is an application that we have found is useful and positive for that land.
Mahalo, mahalo.
Madam Chair, before we go into our kind of like a brief presentation, there is a person that wanted to offer a public testimony, and I'm wondering whether it's appropriate for her to do it now or after our presentation.
That would be after
After
our time with you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. I think, well, we were provided with. the
Pardon,
staff-
Mr. Fuki, I need to go through the specific questions. I need to ask you, have you received the background and recommendation reports from the planning department?
Yes, we have.
Do you agree with the recommendations, including the proposed conditions?
We've had extensive discussion with the applicant on both the background report and the recommendation, and the background report is commendable as always. And as far as the recommendation, we are agreeable with the proposed condition. We have like one suggested change, which throughout the presentation, if the chair would bear with me, I'd like to go through the presentation and explain the reason why we'd want to have one slight amendment. But aside from that, we're totally receptive to whatever has been proposed by the staff.
Yes, please proceed. Thank you.
Sure. So having said that, the staff had kind of indicated very well what the nature of the project, what the request is. There are two things that we kind of wanted to note. First was that although it was represented, it would be a 400 square foot hallway. Actually, the size of the existing hallway right now is 400 feet, but it's an approximation. So we just kind of wanted to make clear that, should the permit be approved, then if and when the building permit goes in, and if it comes in like 425, 450 square feet, that, they won't run into any snags. So we kind of wanted to acknowledge that the 400 square feet is an approximation, and quite possibly it'll be slightly larger. But as far as the other components, definitely no kitchen. So it'll be definitely like a large bedroom, like a suite. The other thing is, we'd like to note is that in the application, we had already indicated that it would take about 5 years to complete the first 10 hale, and then maybe possibly 5 to 10 years to complete the remaining 10 units. So the staff's condition requires completion of the project within the first 5 years, with the ability of an administrative extension. What we would like to propose, and this is the only proposed amendment, is to just have the construction deadline requirement 10 years without the ability of any time extension. So if that's receptive to the commission, then we would like to suggest that in condition 2 of the special permit, that it be amended to say shall be established within 10 years from the effective date of this amended permit. And then on condition number 18, you delete the term this amended permit. So that means there's no time extension short of having to go before the planning commission. So that's the proposed amendment. And with that, we're receptive. My understanding also was that the staff is going to propose another amendment relating to the prior to issuance of final plan approval, the applicant shall provide a meets and bounds survey of the permitted area in the map to the planning department, et cetera, et cetera. That, if that's an added condition, that's a condition that's totally receptive. It's to specifically earmark, where your 5 plus or minus acres are within the subject property. And so the applicant has no objection to that additional condition. There are 2 other things I kind of wanted to briefly touch upon, and the staff kind of mentioned, was that on the mediation, we were very happy that the mediation proved to be successful. And I think in our experience, for mediation to be successful, you need to have parties that are willing to make some compromises. And I think this is what happened. It took a while, but finally, I think what was mediated worked out best for all of the parties. And that's the reason why the contesters had withdrawn their request for contested case hearing. Ironically, the original agreement was struck in July of 2023. But for some reason, maybe because of the quorum, lack of quorum or whatever, the application could never be considered by this commission. But there was some value behind that because during that time between the applicant and the so-called the other parties to the mediation, they discussed it further, and then they further arrived at tweaking that additional initial mediation agreement. So finally, what you see before you right now is the February 26, 2024 mediated agreement. And you will note also that, just for the record, that this mediated agreement, some of the terms that are outlined in that mediation agreement are embodied as conditions of the planning director's recommendation for approval. These relate specifically to condition 3, which is like 100-foot setback of all new structures, the prohibition of weddings, condition 5, specific road improvements to Lokahi Road, Maluhia Road, the Old Pat Road, discussions about their maintenance and also like liability, and also the removal of the wind turbine. So these were items that were discussed in the mediation agreement and also kind of carried over as proposed conditions, for your consideration. Notwithstanding that, even if some of these conditions are not accepted by the planning commission, should you decide to adopt it, what was mediated still applies, if the permit is approved. The other thing I kind of wanted to note, which was the whole notion about public access, throughout, and this is totally separate from the mediation. During this time, the owner or the applicant met for a number of times with this Kohala Community Access Group. This Kohala Community Access Group is kind of like a spin-off of the Kohala Community Development Plan. And their focus was specifically trying to address public access within the whole North Kohala district. And then the focus came down to this particular area. So what happened was that during the discussion, and this is all reflected in letters that I sent to the department, and copies were made to you, to kind of reflect like the existing access easement currently calls for only like 4 feet. So what was agreed upon by the applicant is that they're going to do a 10-foot wide access easement on their property to increase the number of public parking stalls from 2 to 3, providing night access to fishermen. There's a certain protocol. There's a lateral gate. I think as you saw, that there was some concern about like the construction, how it should be handled. So that was also discussed and agreed upon in terms of what kind of lateral gate would be, signage, enforcement procedures. So these are all kind of like what was agreed upon between the applicant and the Kohala Community Access Group. Now we understand that there is a question as far as whether incorporating all of those things would be an appropriate condition of approval, and I'll leave that up to the commission, but notwithstanding whether it's appropriate or inappropriate, the applicant is here to reassure the commission, and also she lives in a community and know all of these people by name, by faces. So these are the things that she has already agreed to do, and eventually will come forth with an amended declaration of easement. That'll be recorded with the Bureau of Conveyances, and collectively they will be provided to the planning director for filing and approval, for final approval. That's pretty much it. I wanted to just share that with the commission, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
I would like to say that I have been from the very beginning an advocate for public access. So we presented in our original special use permit. We said, we will provide public access even before that was something that was being required or recommended by the planning department. So again, all of the things that the community and the public access group requested was sure. So I'm very much in favor of it. Whether it's included in this or not, it's already a commitment I have made to the community.
Thank you very much for your presentation. At this time, I'd like to ask commissioners if you have any questions for the applicant and or staff member Jessica Andrews. Please proceed.
Madam Chair, I have a question. Thank you, Mr. Fouquet. Thank you, Ms. Sunderland, for coming and presenting. I'm glad the mediation went well. Could you just briefly talk about how I'm sure the conversations with associations were successful, and were you able to accommodate some of the associations, the surrounding associations in the area?
Yes, and that's the reason why the 2 additional requests for contested case, like they were withdrawn, because like the concerns that they had raised were essentially the same concerns as the original interveners. They all dealt with the condition of making road improvements and liability associated with those 3 roads. Yes.
Okay, could I ask another question? I do notice that you are estimating your project to be about $1.8 million. And do you intend to hire local contractors and hire local workers in the area?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Completely. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Any other questions? Yes.
Hi, Mr. Fouquet, Ms. Sutherland. I have one question just to touch on Mr. Van Pernis's question that he arose this morning. For, upping the sale, or this is a more of a real estate grab, kind of what he was asking and brought to the attention, saying that this special use permit is going for some sort of real estate deal that's coming up or through the works. Just want to address the testimony that came in earlier and ask that question.
If I am hearing what you're asking.
Yeah, change the special use permit to add more density, just to add up a price to say, are you using this property? I'm asking you, are you going to be staying on this property? Are you getting a special use permit so you could pass it on to somebody else and sell it as a viable? And that's just a question that arose from Mr. Van Pernis, from what I could understand when he was doing it. So I just wanted to address that and ask you that question.
Thank you. There, at some particular time, I'm 77 years old.
Yes.
At some particular time, we very well may pass the whole project, the stewardship of that very special place on to someone else. That's a possibility. Whether we do or not, those extra units are required. I think you received, or in your packet, you had some letters of support from different people in the community and different groups. We consistently have a request for single occupancy. And presently, today, we have a group in-house. Nobody gets single occupancy because the group leader has that many attendees. And that really was the impetus for it, is so many groups saying, oh, my people really want single occupancy. Is there someplace else in the community for them to stay? And there are unlicensed Airbnbs, but I can't with integrity recommend that. So that really was the impetus for that.
Okay. And then one other question I have for you guys too, because I'm not sure, and I'll ask council or get it to Mr. Kern here. Is there a traffic study that's needed to be done to adding more density to agricultural property?
No, excuse me, yeah.
Special use?
For this, there's no trigger for a traffic impact analysis report.
Thank you. That's it.
Did you need me to answer something? Because I didn't.
No,
Oh,
that was part of a question for,
Thank you.
that just came up.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Commissioner Kruha. Any other questions?
Oh, this question is for Ms. Sutherland. How many
current staff you have right now in the with this Oahu, how many staff you have currently right now?
Staff.
How many?
Staff,
With the
staff.
number of staff?
Yes,
Do you want them detailed or just
just,
total?
no,
Please put on your mic. Thank you. Please turn on the mic. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want the total or detailed?
yeah, just a rough number of
Two,
staff.
four,
currently.
six, about a dozen.
Okay,
And that includes those that are working on the farm. We have a 40-acre property adjacent to the lodge, and that 40 acres is a working farm. So people go back and forth, but about a dozen people in all. And the farm isn't part of this.
okay,
This,
thank you. And then a follow-up question, in your presentation, I think there was mentioned there was 5 more going to be added. Is that after the completion of if permit is granted?
Well, there will be the builders, and that is not counted. Yes, I would say minimally 5 more in the way of kitchen staff and administrative staff, and then housekeepers. So that would be upon completion. In the process of construction, it will, as you very well know, it'll be more than that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if I can just interject here with something that I actually neglected to bring up in my presentation. As Sid alluded to, the director actually has a recommended condition that I just wanted to bring forward to be part of the discussion. So this condition would be an additional one, and I'll just read it to you so that you can know what it entails. So this would be: prior to issuance of the final plan approval for the expansion, the applicant shall provide a meets and bounds survey of the permit area in map and written form to the planning department, including the area of the access road on the subject property. And at no time shall the activities permitted under this special permit take place outside of the permit area. So it's mainly to define in survey form, what is the permit area?
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the additional recommendation being put forth by Director Kern? Does our applicant have any questions for staff?
No, the proposed condition as suggested by the director and the staff, it was reviewed, by the applicant, myself, and we found it to be acceptable as noted earlier.
I had one question. Mr. Fuki, I just wanted to make sure that I'm tracking the conditions that you cited for which you are putting forth a revised recommendation. So condition 18, and what was the other condition?
That would be like for condition number 2, where it says shall be established within 5 years. So we just to say that within 10 years, and then you eliminate any opportunity for an administrative time extension.
So tracking condition number 2 and then condition number 18.
Correct.
Correct. Thank you. Any final questions?
Just
or
wanted to
comments?
say that we have no objection to those proposed amendments by Mr. Fouquet and the applicant. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to proceed to public testimony. So I'd like to call forth Beth Robinson, who is here to testify in person. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. The swearing in thing is first, right?
Aloha. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in this matter now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
Mahalo. Please state your name, the town you reside in, and you may begin your testimony for which you have 3 minutes.
My name is Beth Robinson. I live in Hawaii, North Kohala. I was here in January 2023 before this commission, and I'm refreshing the commissioner's memories on the context I provided at that time for the December 2022 letter of support from the Growth Management Group of the CDP, which you can find on page 131 of the Planning Director's background report, as well as a letter from the Kohala Community Plan, which was January 4th, 2023, and which you can find on pages 139 to 140 of that report. And again, just since we don't have a seated commissioner from North Kohala, let me just kind of refresh everybody's memory that we do not have a CDP action committee, but that does not mean that North Kohala does not have mechanisms and venues for community input into matters such as these. We had 4 focus areas in our 2008 North Kohala CDP, those being growth management, access, affordable housing, and infrastructure, which became 2 separate groups. Those 5 subgroups have been meeting since the 2008 CDP. People got frustrated with the action committee format for 2 reasons, both sunshine law and the lack of staffing on the planning department side, meaning that we didn't have very regular meetings. So with the planning directors, let's say in conversation with our current planning director, North Kohala has done 2 things. We now have a CDP advisory group. It is a 9-member group, just like an action committee. It meets monthly. All of our subgroups are able, therefore, to report to the community in a public setting, and members of the community can come with issues before that group. An overlapping but slightly different group of us decided that we didn't want to wait through the general plan and then the CDP process, because for some of our groups like Access, we've accomplished a great deal, and now we have stewardship and other concerns. For others. Well, everything you're going to be hearing this afternoon, that was not even a consideration for our community. So how do we begin to address new issues that have come up since our 2008 CDP? That's what we're calling Kohala Community Plan. We exist as a sponsored project of the North Kohala Community Resource Center. I've got 6 minutes on the 2, right? So with our Kohala Community Plan, we are able then, you can look at the website, we have money to be able to have each of these groups update in advance of having a CDP officially. So that is coming. So the letters of support you got were both from the growth management group of the CDP and from this Kohala Community Plan. Both of them were in support of the applicant. There was one caveat to that, which has been addressed in the explanation so far, which was a review of the applicant's public access plan by the Access Group and Growth Management. As you've heard, there were a number of meetings. There was a site visit to that. All of those recommendations have now been incorporated into the planning director's recommendation. We have reviewed that and are satisfied with it. So those groups on behalf of the community now would support the applications without any conditions, other than those in the planning director's report. Any questions?
Thank you, Beth. Are there any questions for the testifier? Well, thank you very much for providing us a meaningful example of how community can come together to co-design solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now proceeding with a testifier, Ashley, who is on Zoom.
Aloha, we have Tony Withington on testifying on agenda items 1 and 2.
Thank you, Tony. Please state your name and where you're calling from.
My name is.
And also, please, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Tony Withington. I live in Hawaii, Hawaii. I am the chairperson of the Growth Management Group of the North Kohala Community Development Plan, and I'm a longtime member of the North Kohala Community Access Group. We became aware of this application about 2 years ago, and we have been working with the owner, Gene Sunderland, for all of that time. The Growth Management Group originally approved the land use of the application and deferred the question of the public access to the Community Access Group. the Community Access Group recognized fairly early on that the 25-year-old public access plan, which, as Jean said, was one of the first ones initiated by them, by the way. I want to give them credit for that. But the access group noticed that there were several deficiencies in that public access plan and started to work with the applicant to address the problems. And unfortunately, with delays from both sides, I gotta say, the resolution did not come about until right near the end, just this within the last month. So although the groups have worked with the owner and their planner, and we support the conditions that are there, I do want to comment that part of our problem of not getting a fully new public access plan, which is what the Community Access Group initially wanted, we wanted to replace it with a new one that was to the county standards. The part of the reason we didn't get it was because the planning department was not aware of looking at the conditions of the access plan. Planners did come out for a single site visit with only the owners. And there was apparently no review of the wording. So what we end up with is not something that that anybody thinks is perfectly right, but is kind of a thrown together conditions of. So I just want to encourage planning department to, when there's an amendment to an SPP or an SMA or even a zoning, anytime there's an amendment to something, to review the public access plan so that the wording of the plan can be updated to present county standards for public access plans. So that's my recommendation to you. I appreciate working with Jean Sunderland, and I encourage her. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Commissioners, are there any questions? Okay, thank you. Seeing that, checking, are there any additional testifiers? Thank you for your testimony. Are there anyone else online?
No other testifiers on Zoom.
Thank you. Okay. Public testimony on this item is closed. I want to check if the applicant listening to the additional testimonies, are there any, would you like to address any of the comments made?
So I want to thank Tony for her clear sharing. And it is our intention to do exactly what she said. Once this part is over, Sydney, maybe you can tell.
Sure.
You did better than me.
Yeah, so like, there wasn't, getting back to the public access plan, there wasn't approved, planning director approved a public access plan. It was dated March of 2004. And in that plan, it said that you still had to do additional things, which was to have, the easements prepared and recorded, with the Bureau of Conveyances. And that was subsequently done in February of 2009. So in the 2009, recorded easement, it has a lot of the components of whatever was stated in the 2004 report. But it doesn't include the existing easement. Recorded easement does not include many of the things that Tony Whittington was raising, in terms of like, kind of like upgrading the access plan or the program, such as I mentioned earlier, increasing the width from 4 to 10 feet, those kind of things. So that's what the applicant intends to do, and have it eventually, have a new document recorded with the State Bureau of Conveyances, largely because the old document included properties that are no longer applicable, landowners, so they have to be updated. And so collectively, whatever was contained in the March 2004 and the easement, collectively, we would be preparing a document, and that would be the updated public access plan.
With the changes
Correct,
that
yes.
we have agreed to and.
Thank you for the additional comments. Commissioners, are there any final questions?
Would you guys be open to adding, I know you guys had 3 parking stalls. Would you be open to adding another one just for that shoreline public access plan? I know you said,
I'm sorry,
would you guys be open to adding another public parking, like a public parking to add, like you said, there's
So yes,
3
from
Yeah,
spots.
from 2 to 3.
There's
Yeah.
3. Would you guys add another one? Would you guys be open to adding 4? I'm just thinking holistically as a family, if you're going down and you got your son, you're gonna go, everyone's not gonna pile into one car to go fishing. I know that area pretty well. I'm a landowner of New Lee, so I know your area very, very well.
It's a big parking lot.
Okay.
They we'll have 3
Designated.
signs. And for the most part, people don't park there anyway.
Yeah.
They go and park wherever they want to park because it's a big parking lot. So in no way do we ever limit it.
So if you're saying that, to to have the
Mr.
owner
Fuki, if
come
I
in.
could just interject quickly. Chair Kuruha, I'd like to clarify, are you asking for additional condition or are you having conversation and providing
conversation.
perspective? Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a conversation, and it's something, as what Ms. Sunderland has indicated, there's ample area for parking, and so that can easily be accommodated.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to ask.
Thank you. Final questions, comments? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. Thank you again.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yes,
Point of
please,
order.
Director.
Thank you. So this public access condition is a little more complicated than one might think. I want to turn it over to our corporation counsel, Jean Campbell, to kind of clarify the nexus that's needed to increase the access by way of a condition. Jean?
Thanks, everybody. Deputy Corporation Counsel Jean Campbell, representing the Planning Department. I'd like to remind the commissioners that for all conditions that are attached to public approvals, in order for them to be legal, there needs to be a rational relationship between the impact that your approval is going to have and the condition that's being asked for. And then it also has to be proportional. And I think in the past, the sort of simplified example that I've given you is if I were to come in and ask for, say, a small rezone that would take a property from allowing me to have 1 home to have 4 homes, you can't ask me for a whole school, right? I might be creating more families, so there is a relationship there, but it would be disproportional to ask me to build an entire school. On the other hand, if I were coming in for some kind of approval for, say, a commercial development, asking me for the school would, again, there would be no relationship, right? A commercial development doesn't create more students necessarily, like a residential one would. And so I think in a case like this, while the community and the applicant may all be on board with increasing the public access that's on site, in order for the commission to condition the approval that's being put in place now, you need to ask yourself and be able to articulate, why does the addition of the new 20 halles trigger the need for increased public access? Presumably, the folks who are going to be occupying those 20 halles can wander all over the property, right? They are not the public who are there, so they're not using that. So is there something about that increase in essentially density on the property that is going to trigger the need to increase, whether it's for parking, widening, whatever it is? Is there a reason that needs to be done? And if you can't articulate that, then increasing the access is not an appropriate condition for the approval. It doesn't mean that it can't happen. The parties, especially via the settlement agreement that they have, they are welcome to do that. The applicant is welcome to come in unrelated to this approval and ask the planning department if she can amend her public access easement and do all those wonderful things. But if you cannot make that connection between the impact of the approval you're giving today and the need for the access to be increased, and again, making sure that the increase is proportional, then it should not be a condition to this approval. It can be a discussion matter. It can be a private agreement between the parties. It can be something that, you know, they just do in the course of time. Yes. Got it. Okay. Just a general reminder.
Thank you. Okay. I'd like to ask for a motion for action.
Madam Vice Chair, I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Al. And I would like to restate, I'd like to ask for a motion for action for item number 1. We're going to take both items separately.
Okay, that was my question I was going to ask.
Thank you.
Okay. So I move that the application for a special permit docket PL SPP 2022-00018 be approved based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted with the amendments that Mr. Fouquet stated for condition number 2 and condition number 18, and the additional condition from the planning director as stated by Ms. Andrews.
Just to clarify, you're asking for the amendments recommended by the planning director and as articulated by staff
Yes.
only,
Yes.
not anything additional recommended by the applicant.
No.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Can I ask you also to clarify, Commissioner, is your motion related to SMA 2022-000018 or the
Yes.
SPP?
SPP 2022-001. Oh, sorry, I was, yeah, we're on the other one. SMA 2022-00018.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. So motion from Commissioner Al, a second from Commissioner De La Cruz.
Excuse me, Chair. This is Maya Jackson.
Yes.
Can I just clarify, so you're taking up the SMA right now?
Yes.
Okay, I believe the conditions that the applicant wanted to amend and the condition that the director wanted to add are related to the special permit rather than the SMA.
Okay, yeah, that's the confusion because we're talking about the other applicants. I was a little bit confused, so I was going to ask that question. So I amend my motion to take out the additional condition. So just the applicant's amendment to condition number 2 and condition number 18.
I believe those are in the special permit.
Yeah. Just to clarify, are you referring the motion for SMA?
Okay,
there were
yeah.
no
So I guess the confusion here is because we're on agenda item number 1, but we're talking about agenda item number 2, and I think that was the confusion here. So how would we correct this?
Yeah, thank you. Let's recuse the previous motion, and I will direct the commissioners to make another motion.
Okay, so I recuse my motion, and my new motion is going to be that I move that the application for special permit docket number PLA SMA 2022-00018 be approved based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
Thank you, Commissioner Al, for your motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Commissioner De La Cruz. Let's see. Roll call vote? Or do we vote?
Discussion.
Discussion, please. Any discussion, commissioners? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to call for the roll call, please.
And can I just clarify to make sure that this is you have moved to approved as recommended by the planning director?
Yes.
Correct. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Au,
Aye.
Commissioner De La Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha.
Aye.
And Chair Paishon Duarte.
Aye.
The motion passes with 4 votes.
Okay, mahalo. Moving on to second item. Or I'd like to move to the agenda item relating to special management area SMA. So SPP. Where is SPP? This one, yeah. Pardon. We're now moving to action for SPP 2022-000018. I'd like to call for a motion, please.
Madam Vice Chair, I'll make a motion. So I move that the application for special permit 2022-0001A be approved based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted with Mr. Fouquet's and the applicant's amendment to condition number 2 and amendment to condition number 18, and the addition of another condition stated by Ms. Andrews coming from the planning department.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Kanuha. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. We have a roll call. Vote, please.
Okay, Commissioner Au,
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha,
Aye.
Commissioner De La Cruz,
Aye.
and Chair Paishon Duarte.
Aye.
The motion passes with 4 votes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of this commission. We really appreciate all of the time and energy you've given to this, especially to the staff. It's been a very complicated application, and we appreciate really the effort given by all on this. And thank you very much.
Thank you. You will be notified of the commission's decision in writing. Mahalo.
Thank you all. And thank you for your work.
I'd like to request that Chair DeFranco, please rejoin the. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, everyone. It is 12:10. We're going to take a 30 minutes. Is that good for lunch? 30-minute lunch break, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you. All right.
Ashley? Okay, thank you.
Ready?
Good afternoon. We have Zoom loading now, or we? It's recording. Okay, well, great. Welcome back to the Leeward Planning Commission. It is 12:43. All right.
I'm put on the record, I'm going to recuse myself from this agenda item. I'll be back for agenda item number 4, just due to my property bordering this property.
Thank you, Commissioner Kanuha.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. So we have new business today. We have the applicant Ryan Lease, PL-REZ 2023-000055, application for a change of zone from agricultural 20 to family agricultural 5, the zoning district for 21.942 acres of land. The subject property is located at the southwest corner of Coloco Drive and Howe Street, intersection Coloco Malcud subdivision, Coloco, North Kona, Hawaii, TMK 7-3-024003. We're going to have a staff presentation by Christian, by Christian K. There you are. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the Leeward Planning Commission. It's great to see your faces again. All right, as the chair stated, this is a change of zone application. The subject property outlined here in red is located in North Kona District, more specifically in the Coloco Malka subdivision. The applicant is requesting a change of zone from an agricultural 20-acre to a family agricultural 5-acre zoning district for 21.942 acres of land. The primary purpose for the request is to create a 4-lot subdivision with lots at least 5 acres in size. The subject property was purchased by the applicant and his 2 partners in May 2023, and all intend to own a lot and eventually reside within the proposed 4-lot subdivision. The last remaining lot will be purchased by a mutual friend and a local doctor as a retirement property. The subdivision process will begin immediately after approval of the rezone request, with the goal of completing final subdivision approval within 5 years. The applicants estimate the cost of improvements will be approximately $150,000. Again, we see the subject parcel here outlined in red. It is at the corner of Howe Street and Coloco Drive. The zoning for the subject property is agricultural 20 acres. It's the last remaining property of its size and zoning in the area. As you can see, surrounding it, zoning is agricultural 3 acres, family agricultural 3 acres, a similar family agricultural 5 acre zoning designation, and agricultural 5 acres in the area. The state land use designation for the subject property and surrounding area is agricultural. And the general plan land use pattern allocation guide map designates the property as important agricultural lands. Here is the applicant's proposed site plan showing the proposed 4-lot subdivision. Again, each lot being a minimum of 5 acres. What's not shown here is proposed driveway access, but the applicant is requesting the ability to provide driveways to each of the lots from either Howe Street or Coloco Drive. And a condition of approval will require them to get approval from Department of Public Works on the siting and location of those driveways. Here are some aerial photographs of the subject area. Again, here upper left is showing the property site outlined in red, and here on the right is showing a more zoomed in version. As you can see, the subject property is unimproved currently and heavily forested. Much of the surrounding area is showing different home sites As you may be familiar with other rezones in the Coloco-Malca subdivision, there are requirements to keep the majority of the properties forested under a forest management plan. So the kind of location and situation that you'll see in the surrounding area will be similar to what's going to happen on the property should the rezone be approved. Here are some site photos. Upper left is a view of the property from Howe Street. Upper right is a view of the property from Coloco Drive. And here's a view of the property from that intersection. And here is upper left is a view of Coloco Drive looking Mackay with the property on the left-hand side. A view of Coloco Drive looking Malca with the property on the right-hand side. The lower left, a view of Howe Street looking south with the property on the left-hand side, and a view of Howe Street looking north with the property on the right-hand side. The planning director is recommending a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council with conditions of approval. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Do we have any questions? Commissioners? No. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have the applicant come up now. Hi. So I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand and swear to tell the truth today in front of the Leeward Planning Commission.
I do.
Okay, thank you. Please speak directly into your mic. You have to turn them on. The red light should come on. And as you speak, state your name and the area that you reside in.
Good afternoon, Chair DeFranco, members of the commission, Planning Director Kern. My name is Darren Arai. I'm a planning consultant assisting the applicant Ryan Lisi. I reside in Hilo.
Aloha all, thank you for your time today. My name is Ryan Lees. I live here in Kailua Kona, and behind me, one of the applicants and co-owner, Seth Roosevelt, is here as well.
Thank you. So you've received the background and recommendation reports from the planning department?
Yes, we have.
Yeah, and do you agree with the recommendations, including the proposed conditions?
I have discussed it with the applicant and his partners, and they're in agreement with the recommendation and the proposed conditions.
And do you have any other comments you wish to make us aware of?
I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair. I understand you have a very long agenda, so I'll keep it very brief, but the application that's before you is really strikes the best balance between providing the owners with the opportunity to reside on this property while also providing oversight controls that will ensure the protection of the wonderful forest canopy that currently exists on the property, as for both watershed and as well as for biological habitat that is so well known in the Coloco-Malca area. We understand that there have been concerns raised in testimony regarding the impacts to the forest as well as the effects of traffic upon the intersection with the highway. And all we can respond to that is that through this rezoning, should it be approved, that conditions will require the applicant to pay their fair share toward the improvements of the intersection, as well as providing controls through a forest management plan that would ensure that roughly 80% of each property is maintained in forest.
What percent? Sorry, 80%?
Yes.
Thank you.
So again, we hope that with this your favorable support of this rezoning application, that we believe it strikes the best balance regarding the use of the land and protection of the area.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the staff or the applicant? Yes, Commissioner Leeward.
Thank you for your presentation and for stating your desire to comply with the rules that are stated in the application concerning the protection and careship of our important native forest ecosystems. Can you provide an example of what you'll be doing to assure that the owners will be helping to care for this special place as described here?
Well, the condition does require that a forest management plan be prepared, so how that land will be managed, how it will be utilized, will be expressed within the plan. You know, we were talking about even things as simple as driveway accesses, right? I mean, do you consolidate your driveway access? Do you build a subdivision road? But it was felt that it's best to keep it as individual driveways because constructing a driveway costs money. So obviously, where you place the home and where you connect it to the county road, whether it's Caloco or Howell Street, you want it typically in the straightest line and the shortest distance possible. And when you do that, then what happens is that you minimize the need to clear the forest. So those type of considerations, I think, can be expressed within the forest management plan. And obviously, they would like to see as much of the forest retained as possible because that's one of the reasons that attracted them to this property. But they're also going to look at other examples of forest management plans that have been accepted and prepared by other similar rezonings within the Caloco area. So they'll take guidance from those plans as well as inflect their own personal desires.
Thank you.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, I have a
Yes.
quick question.
Commissioner, oh.
Mr. Rai, I'm reading through the background report. I do notice that there are two neighbors that submitted testimony. One was you addressed her issues, Miss Smart. But what about Miss Kawat? What's her last name? But it was sent from Mrs. Smart's email. Did you address her concerns? I just want to make sure that you're talking to all the neighbors. Carrie Wakat.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Au. We believe that those two testimonies is from the same individual because I got confused as well. The email is from a Carrie Smart, but on both she signs it as Carrie Wakat. So it is from the same individual. She is expressing her continued concerns about the impact of the project upon the forest and the native habitats, as well as the impact on traffic. So which is why, you know, we felt that a favorable recommendation of this change of zone would provide the oversight and controls that will protect the forest and manage, hopefully in the future, manage the traffic impacts that she is seeking. Versus right now, there's only the native, the legacy zoning of Ag 20 with no obligations on the landowner to contribute to traffic improvements or the maintenance of the forest canopy.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions then? So, so you were able to get back to the woman, the one person who wrote a letter, you answered her questions?
We prepared a response, trying to remember the exact date, but I think it was earlier part of this year in response to her email. It is part of the packet of material that was provided to you, and I'm aware that she did review it because she also, in her most recent correspondence, she actually responded to the director's
Thank you.
recommendation.
Okay.
Madam Chair, just a quick
Yeah.
question. Mr. Rai, with the cost of roads, as you mentioned, you know, the applicant has two options to make their access road from Caloco or Howell. And they realize that each, I mean, they have decided, just to clarify, that each individual lot anticipates to have its own access road. Is that what I heard? That's what I heard.
That is correct, Commissioner Au. And I need to clarify, they're looking at access driveways. We wanted to avoid having to construct a private subdivision road because that is, for this type of zoning, I think it's minimum 50-foot wide right-of-way, 20-foot pavement. And then you have to end it in a cul-de-sac, which according to code is like 45-degree radius, which means a 90-foot diameter. So can you imagine the width and the clearing that's needed to accommodate that type of subdivision access? So they preferred to go with individual driveways to provide them the quickest and shortest distance from their home site to whatever road they connect to. Hopefully that was clear. Sorry.
Yeah. It was just by looking at the map, I do see that two lots could potentially be a flag lot depending where the access comes from, but it's nice that it's at a corner of a property. So it's just something I noticed and I understand what the thinking was behind it. So I just want to clarify. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Quick question. This question is for either staff member Kay or Director Kern. My question is, looking at application and some of the conditions regarding the forest management plan, who is responsible? Who from the county or the state is responsible for checking that these conditions are being met per the forest management plan?
So the forest management plan will be ultimately approved by the director in consultation with the Department of Land and Natural Resources. Compliance of those, if this were to go through, when we receive a grading permit from DPW, we review the any ordinances attached to the grading permit. And then if it came up and it was contrary to this, then we would reject it and say it needs to be consistent with the management plan. Same with the subdivision, same with the application for a house.
Okay, so the grading permit is the primary.
The grading permit
Point
would be the first area, and then also building permit.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners? No, and we can move on to public testimony. Is there any public testimony on Zoom? Do we have any?
No testifiers on Zoom.
Okay. All right, so then we're at a motion for action, please.
I move that a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council on the application of for change of zone docket number PL REZ -2023-00055 based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
I have a second, please.
Second.
Second by De La Cruz. Okay, so discussion, do we have any? I guess all of our concerns are that it's managed well and the forest is taken care of well. And I think we've addressed that by asking the questions. Do you feel comfortable with?
Yeah, I support the motion. I think the rezone is appropriate for the area. And it's going to be a nice project for whoever buys those properties.
I'm hopeful that the applicant will, hopefully be a model for caring for our forest ecosystems. I think it's something that I would love if, all of our community members do everything that's possible to care for our ecosystems.
And the more doctors that we can have in our community buying homes, the better off all of us are. So
yes,
that is all right. So any more discussion? No? We call for a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I clarify who was the second on that motion?
Thank
you. Okay, for a favorable recommendation to the county council, Commissioner Paishan-Dwar,
Aye.
Commissioner De La Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Ao,
Aye.
and Chair DeFranco.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. You'll be notified in writing. Thank you very much, Mr. Rai.
Thank you.
Mr. Lees.
Thank you all. Thank you, Commissioners, Director Kern, and staff. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we're going to say goodbye to Zendo and welcome Jeff Darrow here. For agenda items 4 and 5. We don't have any other testifiers, Maya, here either? 4 and 5?
No testifiers for number 4 or 5, I believe.
Okay. So we're on to agenda item number 4, Sorry. We're just waiting for Commissioner Kanuha. Welcome back. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Good to go. Okay, applicant. Ackerman Ranch Inc., PLSPP 2023-000056. Application for a special permit to establish and operate an event venue to host weddings and other similar gatherings on approximately 4-acre portion of 2 properties totaling 195.91 acres in the State Land Use Agricultural District. The subject properties are located on the west, the Mackay side of Ali'i Drive, approximately 2,000 feet north of its intersection with Halakei Street, portion Ho Nua Aino, 3rd Kanahue, 1st and 2nd, North Kona, Hawaii, TMK 37-9-012004, portion and 031 portion. Staff presentation. Hi,
You get me again. Thank you.
Chris.
As the chair stated, this is a special permit application. The subject parcel is located in the North Kona district of Hawaii Island on the Mackay side of the highway to the north of Halakei Street. The applicant is requesting a special permit to establish and operate an event venue to host weddings and other similar gatherings on an approximately 4-acre fenced portion of 2 properties totaling 195.91 acres in the State Land Use Agricultural District. The proposed project consists of the following components. Events would include weddings, vow renewals, funerals, birthdays, graduations, and other community and charity events. The applicant proposes a maximum of 12 events per month or 144 per year, with a maximum of 200 guests per event, although most events would consist of 50 to 100 guests. Events will be held between the hours of 9 a.m. and 10 p.m. on weekdays and between 9 a.m. and 11 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. No overnight accommodation is proposed. An approximately 1 to 2 acre area will be graded and grubbed to establish access roads, a parking area, walkways, and a level venue area. They're also proposing to construct a 25 by 50 or 1,250 square foot open air pavilion for guest use. An approximately 3-acre gravel parking area will be provided to accommodate at least 80 vehicles. ADA stalls will also be provided. The access drive, parking area, and venue area will be fully fenced with a gated entrance. Food for events will be provided by the guests or provided by caterers or food trucks. Alcohol will be permitted at events, but provided by guests. Alcohol will not be sold at events. Guests will be required, the applicant is proposing that guests will be required to rent portable bathrooms for all events through local rental companies. Guests will rent generators for all lighting and electricity needs. Amplified sound will be permitted at events. Sound levels will not exceed Department of Health noise standards for residential properties and will not exceed 55 decibels during the day and 45 decibels during the night at any property boundary. The applicant expects to have 2 to 3 maintenance workers responsible for upkeep of the event space. And the applicant plans to begin to prepare the property to host events as soon as a special permit is approved and estimates it will take approximately 6 months to complete all land work, construct the gravel driveway and parking lot, and construct the pavilion. The estimated cost of the proposed improvements is $50,000. The applicant's stated reasons for the request is that they believe there's a lack of gathering places for families and community members to come together for celebrations. Additionally, the Ackerman family seeks to bring economic diversity into their long-established ranching business by offering a small portion of their properties as this event space. Their envisioned diversification endeavors to maintain the integrity of the land, ensuring that any changes are minimally intrusive and do not affect the cattle ranching operations on the remainder of the parcels. Here's the county zoning map for the subject parcel and surrounding areas. As you can see, in the red dashed area shows the outline of the proposed permit area, 4-acre permit area. access will be taken off of an existing paved driveway or roadway connection here and come along this parcel into this area. The subject property or the subject permit areas has a split zoning, agricultural 1 acre on the Mackay side and a portion of it agricultural 5 acres. The state land use designation for the area is agricultural. And the general plan land use pattern allocation guide map is also split between orchard in the lime green color and extensive agriculture in the white color. Here is the applicant's proposed site plan. Again, here is Ali'i Drive. There is already, again, an existing roadway entrance that's been striped and channelized and a paved connection here. And it's paved into the property, and so we'll connect to the gravel driveway. The dashed area here shows the permit area, but also the extent of the fencing. Into the larger event space, showing the parking here closest to the highway, footpaths, an emergency entrance here also, and then showing the pavilion area, a proposed water tank, proposed area for portable toilets, and then again showing all the fenced area. This particular site plan also shows archaeological and historical sites that were found in and adjacent to the permit area. Of particular interest are 2 sites that were slated for preservation. Site 7214, which is this red linear site here, which is an old railroad berm. And then right outside of the project area is site 16791, which is an Ahupua'a boundary wall. So that will not be impacted. So the berm itself, under the treatment from the archaeological studies and plans, indicate that there needs to be a 20-foot buffer around it. This is a preliminary layout of the parking area, so may need to be adjusted based on that 20-foot buffer. Also indicated here are potential breaches of that berm area. There are approved integrated archaeological management plans and preservation plans by SHPE that indicate how to deal with those breaches. So there are conditions of approval that will require all of those components to be met as part of the permit. I do want to note in the background and recommendation report, as well as in the condition, the integrated archaeological management plan, which was approved in 1999, was amended in 2001. And so I would like to amend the reports and also amend the condition number 14 to indicate the language and any amendments there too. So make sure we're covering the appropriate timing of those reports and plans. Here are some aerial photographs of the subject area. The upper left is zoomed out, and it indicates, again, outlined in black here, the proposed special permit area. As you can see, much of the surrounding area is used for agricultural purposes, primarily ranching land. Hokule'a development is here to the south. Haleki'i Street is shown here. The applicant indicates that the closest dwelling to the permit area is about 1,300 feet away. On the right-hand side, you'll see it further zoomed in. Again, you can see the roadway here that's already paved and striped for access into the property and the outline of the permit area. There are currently no improvements on the permit area. Here are some views of the proposed project. Here's a view of the proposed access from Ali'i Drive. Again, you can see the striping that's already existing there and the fenced area that leads into the property. Here's a view into the property from the already paved area that will then eventually go off into the gravel driveway. Here's a view of Ali'i Drive looking north with the property on the left-hand side. And here's a view of Ali'i Drive looking south with the property on the right-hand side. So the director is recommending approval with conditions. Also, you should have received, since the background and recommendation were distributed in the last information you received from us,
48 hours in advance of this meeting. We got a comment letter from DLNR Division of Forestry and Wildlife speaking to some of the species that may be present on the property. And also we received some additional testimony in support and a April 16th letter from Land Planning Hawaii and showing a map of the proposed special permit area. And I'll let the applicant speak to that. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions?
Madam Chair, I have a
Yes.
quick question. Just to clarify, there is nothing on the property. There's no buildings or structures. It's just raw land.
Not that we're aware of from the representations from the applicant, looking at the aerial photography, as well as we did go out and take pictures. Unfortunately, outside of the area that where there is the gated entrance, it's difficult to see into because of vegetation, and it drops off a little bit going Mackay. So based on all the information we have, there are no current improvements on the permit area.
Okay, thank you. I have follow-up questions regarding that for the applicant.
Okay.
Any other questions? No?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Doyle.
Chair DeFranco. My question is, who will check for compliance on maximum use and other items that are listed here? I just want to know who in the county checks that the site is being used properly for its permitted use.
Sure. Do you want to take that, or would you like me to answer it?
Well, Jeff Darrow, Deputy Planning Director. Is it a specific condition that you're asking, Commissioner?
Sure. Here, the applicant proposes a maximum of 12 events per month with a maximum of 200 guests per event. So is this by honor that say there are 300 guests? Who checks? Nobody.
Well, we don't go out for each event and check and, hold the numbers. We do rely heavily on the applicant to comply with the conditions. We did add a condition, which we normally don't add, and that is condition 16. Is that what it is, Christian?
Correct, condition 16.
Yeah, and so that's a condition that, if we start receiving complaints, either, they're holding much larger events than what they're approved for, or if they are having, let's say, loud music that travels. This area relatively near to this site is undeveloped. So as development begins to occur, we may end up obviously receiving complaints regarding noise and activity. At that point, we will be conducting site inspections. And if it looks like they're not in compliance and not able to bring it into compliance, then we have the ability to bring the permit back to the commission.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions then? No. And thank you, Kristen. So can we get the applicant's presentation now? So will the applicant come up, and I'm going to swear you in. Mr. Pittman. Okay, you're going to raise your right hand and swear to tell the truth today before the Leeward Planning Commission.
I do.
I do. Okay, thank you. You can introduce yourselves and tell me where you live. And
Where you're from.
Okay, my name is Kobe Ackerman and I'm from Kealakekua, Kona.
I'm Noelle Ackerman, mother from Kealakekua.
John Pippin, Land Planning Hawaii, assisting the applicant's Ackerman Ranch with this project.
Okay, you've received all the background information and the recommendations from the planning director and the department. And you agree with the recommendations and the proposed conditions?
Yes, we have received and reviewed the draft conditions from Deputy Director Darrow. We appreciate the work of the planning department staff on this application. We've also reviewed the late comments from DOFA, including the mitigations proposed for potential threatened and endangered species on the property. We're fully in agreement with those. Sound practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Do anybody here have a comment or a question?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a question. Thank you, Mr. Pippin. Thank you, Mrs. Ackermans, for attending and proposing this special permit. It definitely is a much needed thing in Kailua Kona. I have a major concern. You're going through this application process, and I just want you to be as honest as possible. I asked Mr. K, is there any existing structures on there? And he said no. And I do notice that you are anticipating that your project's going to cost $50,000, right? You want to build a road, you want to build a pavilion. You're not going to get very much for $50,000. So just be honest. I would just hope that through this application process, you're spending all this money. Just be honest.
Yes, thank you. I did have some remarks prepared. I'll address your question first. The concept from the beginning was to create a low impact, minimal improvement required event venue. The pavilion that we're proposing is kind of off the shelf commercial prefab pavilion, no enclosed walls. We had initially proposed to service wastewater by porta potties, which would then be ultimately the responsibility of the guests, those booking the venue. However, in the back and forth and in the evaluation of this project with the county and the agencies, it looked like Department of Public Works was going to require the ADA approved flush restrooms with a septic system. That's obviously going to increase the cost beyond what our original estimates would have generated. And gravel parking areas, gravel drives, we have equipment operators in the family. So a lot of the work is proposed to be done in-house, keeping the cost down, keeping the impact minimal. But if I could just say a few more words just about the project generally.
Please do.
Okay. We're here to discuss a proposal to establish a venue for special events on a small portion of the historic Ackerman Ranch. Each of our lives is punctuated by special events like weddings, birthdays, and celebrations of life. And currently, the options for suitable venues for such events is very limited. The proposed venue will not only respect, but also enhance our cherished landscapes and communities. Firstly, consider the economic benefits. This venue will provide opportunities for many local businesses. Imagine the caterers, musicians, florists, rental companies, and artisans all seeing a new wave of customers. Secondly, the commitment to sustainability. And this venue will be a beacon of low impact development, operating with a minimal environmental footprint and setting a new standard for responsible development. The Ackermans are not just planning to protect the environment, they aim to showcase the possibilities of low impact practices to all who visit. Moreover, this venue will be a cultural hub. By partnering with local artisans and cultural practitioners, the venue will be a platform to preserve and promote the rich heritage of this area. Visitors will not just pass through, they will engage deeply with this site, leaving with a greater appreciation and understanding of our traditions and our history. Importantly, this project has been developed through community engagement, as reflected by the many pieces of supportive testimony. The Ackermans want this to be a project that you feel proud of and benefit from, not just today, but for generations to come. And in closing, this isn't just about building a venue. It's about showing that special events and agriculture can go hand in hand. It's about proving that economic growth can occur without sacrificing our environment or our way of life. It's about leaving a legacy of responsibility and respect for the natural world and the history that our lives are steeped in. So I ask for your support in permitting this special event venue, not just for the economic benefits it will bring, but for the sustainable cultural and educational beacon it will become. We're happy to answer any further questions that you might have. And I'd like to also just point out a slight change that's come in the months since we've submitted. In visiting similar venues, the applicants have found that 25 by 50 might not quite suffice. They're proposing 30 by 60, which is just a small increase. All of the plans we're submitting are conceptual. I don't see that as a substantial change, but we just like to offer that here. It may be not 25 by 50, but 30 by 60.
Thank you. My question is, are you going to have, you'll have management there on site and overseeing everything that's happening?
Yes, of
Right.
course.
So you'll have your security guards and people monitoring
Yes, of
the
course.
party.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Duarte.
Thank you for your presentation. I was intrigued to hear about your desire to conceptualize a cultural or establish a cultural hub. Can you share the types of activities and or some of the cultural practitioners or specialists that you'll be working with?
Well, as part of the important history of this place, there are these archaeological sites that we're honoring, we're respecting, we've tried to craft the plans in such a way as to prevent any impact to them whatsoever. But in designing access and laying out the site and providing for fire department access, it looks like some breaches will have to occur across this historic railroad berm. Some breaches are already there. They've just been made by cattle crossing the site, essentially knocking down a rock wall here or there. I could see interpretive signage around the historic Ahupua'a walls at the site. Obviously, hula may be a big part of events that occur here. I'm sure we're open to suggestions too.
So to clarify, it's still in the concept phase. There is no specific programming that has been outlined yet.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No? Okay. No more questions and there are no public testimony then either. Okay. Thank you. So we're just going to move where there's no public testimony. So there's nothing for you to respond to there. So we're just going to look for a motion.
Madam Chair? Oh,
I'm
go ahead.
sorry, I
sir.
didn't see you.
No, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, good.
If I could, before
Oh.
the motion, just make mention that the planning department is supportive of the increase request of the pavilion.
Thank you.
Okay, for discussion purposes, I'm going to go ahead and make this motion. I move that the application for special permit docket PL SPP 2023-00056 be approved based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
Second.
Great. Discussion, please?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So commissioners, the reason why I brought up that question to the applicant is because, I advocate for the construction industry and advocate for, fair wages and fair benefits for workers that are working on any construction project on this island and in the state of Hawaii. So it just brought up red flags to me that, for a project, it's a small project, but not for $50,000. The applicant is spending all this money paying their consultant and, they just put in that. I have red flags on that. I'm glad to hear that the applicant is a local family and they're going to employ family members. But I want things to be permitted, to be done right and done fairly. So that's just my concern. I support the motion that I made, but that's my concerns.
Thank you.
I appreciate those comments, Commissioner Al, and I am in agreement with the sentiment that you shared. A little bit of a red flag for me is discussion about the concept and the desire intent to put forth or establish a cultural hub without some substantive thought. We're having a conversation here. And that can feel a little bit misleading. If one of the primary reasons for putting forward this application is to honor culture, heritage, and all the benefits that you spoke to, it can just feel a little misleading if it's not further developed.
And I still support, the motions that have been put forward.
I guess I feel more comfortable with it because the family is well known in South Kona as someone, they're probably, their children are married to hula dancers and, and it just, for them, it's sort of an assumption that that would be the direction they would do it. That if, when you read the letters of recommendation from the community, you know that these folks have been there a long time and they've acted with integrity. And I think that for me, because we don't really, what they're doing is really going to benefit, all of us, because we don't have a place to have these kind of parties or weddings, you need a big venue, and where they're situated, it doesn't sound like it's going to be impactful to anybody. So
Those are valid points. I just wanted to raise mine as well. Thank you.
And touching on that, this Ohana has been a steward of this land for a very, very long time, and it's followed through with what they wanted to do. And we've known a lot of the families and Ohanas that own parcels up and down that coast, as well as our Kuleana land that's our auntie has down on the side. So I see this family doing what they say when they say it, and I'm in support.
thank you. So no more discussion, then we'll do a roll call vote then, please.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify, I proposed just a brief change to condition number 14 and any amendments there too on the integrated archaeological management plan to the motion maker and the second. Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I agree to that.
All right.
Yes.
And we will adjust also the request for the size of the pavilion as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Motion to approve, Commissioner Au.
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha.
Aye.
Commissioner Dela Cruz.
Aye.
Commissioner Paishan Duarte.
Aye.
And Chair DeFranco.
Aye.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motion carries with 5 aye votes.
Thank you.
Thank you all so
Thank
much.
you all. Good luck with it, and
Mahalo.
thanks. You'll be notified in writing too of the decision. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to go to agenda item number 5. The applicant Scott Granger, PL SMA 2024-000051, application for a special management area use permit to demolish an existing single-family dwelling and construct a new single-family dwelling on a 14,000 square foot shoreline parcel within the special management area. The subject property is located on the Mackay side of Puako Beach Drive, approximately 2.7 miles southwest of its intersection with Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway, portion of Puako Beach Lots, Lalamilo, South Kohala, Hawaii, TMK 36-9-006-016. We're going to have our staff presentation by Alex Roy. Thank you, Alex.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be reviewing today or presenting today special management area use permit application SMA 2451 for Scott Granger. Here's a location map. Most of us know where Puako is, but as you can see on the left-hand side, I showed you the greater area. You can see Kohala Coast, and then the zoomed in location. The project site is pretty far down Puako Beach Drive. The applicant is requesting to demolish an existing 855 square foot single family dwelling that was constructed in 1955 in a 312 square foot carport. They want to construct a new 1-story, 2,400 square foot single family residence that includes 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, 1 half bath, office, kitchen, living room, and laundry. They want to also construct a new 2-story detached garage that'll have a 628 square foot living area. That includes a 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, and then a 22 square foot lanai on the 2nd floor, and then a 726 square foot garage on the 1st floor. So it'll be a 2nd story detached bedroom. Potable water is via the existing Department of Water Supply meter that services the existing dwelling. And wastewater will be handled via a new advanced aerobic wastewater treatment unit. This is the county zoning, and as you can see, the residential section of Puuko Beach is single-family residence, 10,000 square foot. Mackay or Malka of that residential zoning is agricultural 5A. And the map shows that there is land, Mackay of the property zoned open, but that land is actually eroded away. And these parcels are now all considered shoreline parcels. So that's why we're here today with the SMA major. State land use for the residential portion is urban. And then Malka of that residential portion is all within the state land use conservation district. LUPEG, so the general plan map shows the residential area as low density urban with the Malka portions within the open zoning. And then again, for clarity, that open section, Mackay of the residential section doesn't really exist anymore, but it's still on the maps. Here's an aerial photograph of the existing structure. So you can see it's a typical home that was built in 1955 in this area. These kind of long, single story structures. It's got a small carport, landscaping, a driveway. Take note, there's a seawall that is existing. It's legally non-conforming. The encroachments have all been resolved through DLNR, so there are some stairs there. No work is proposed on that seawall. So they did get a certified shoreline, so we know exactly where the 40-foot shoreline boundary. So the shoreline setback area has been well established, and they'll be moving out of that with the new development. This is a kind of a broader aerial photograph to kind of show you. I kind of wanted to take note of the structures. You can see on the left-hand side of the picture. They're pretty large scale development. And then these are the more similar homes to what is there now. And a lot of these you can see have been expanded. This yellow line demarcates the shoreline access in this area. So it's really close to the subject property. So people are able to park and then walk up and down. So lateral shoreline access is well established, and Malka to Mackay access is well established in this area. So here's the shoreline survey map, just kind of showing you the shoreline is as typical in each situation. When it's bounded by a hardened structure, it's right at the face of the seawall. So that sets the shoreline, and then the shoreline setback 40 feet is set from that.
Excuse me, can you keep the staff? Thank you. Excuse me, yeah.
This is the existing site plan, so to kind of give you an idea. The applicant did put in there the 40-foot setback. So the original structure is actually outside of that 40-foot setback. And they established the other side yard and front yard setbacks. So this is just a reference of what is there now. And you can see the existing driveway here, just rock, dirt driveway. Okay, here's the proposed site plan. So we have the seawall. I kind of highlighted the 40-foot shoreline setback, and you can see that all development will be outside of that. So it's a modest home that replaces almost just the same area as the previous house, and it's modest in comparison to what's being built down along that road, if you've been down there recently. And then here we have the proposed garage and detached bedroom, the new driveway, and then the old driveway, I believe will be abandoned, but DPW said that if they're going to keep it, they're going to have to do some permitting through DPW. But it appears it'll be abandoned because of the location of the septic. There was a fire hydrant that's been moved or will be moved. The applicant might be able to address that. But pretty standard, single family residence, and then the detached garage and bedroom would be in here. of course, landscaping and all that. Just real quick, there's flood zone. So again, this is in the X, so it's outside of the flood zone, which is also good. Here's a floor plan showing you the main house and then the garage, and then of course the detached bedroom on the second floor of that garage structure. This is a shot of the Puaco Beach Drive looking north. Here's the proposed in red. The red arrow shows the proposed location of the driveway. This is the existing driveway. You can see the house there. And then the old fire hydrant that has been moved or will be moved. Real quick, I did try to get down to the site the other day. We stopped, drove down there, but they were doing some major construction on the road and they kind of blocked us off. So I didn't get down to see the current condition of the seawall, but in the shoreline certification, there are some pictures that show the current condition of the seawall. So it's pretty clear. So the deputy director's recommendation or director's recommendation is the approval of PL SMA 2024-000051 with the stated conditions. And I can take questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions? No questions? Then we're going to have the applicant presentation, please. Thank you, Ms. Roy. So the applicant and representatives come forward. We're going to swear you in. Hi. Raise your right hand and swear to tell the truth today before the Leeward Planning Commission.
I do.
Great, okay. So you're going to just speak into your microphone. You're going to state your name and the area you reside in, okay?
Scott Granger, Puaco.
Catherine Granger, Puaco.
John Hibbin, Land Planning Hawaii, assisting the applicants. I live in Honoka'a.
Okay, so you've read the background, the recommendations, all the reports from the planning department, and you agree with the recommendations, including the proposed conditions?
Yes, again, we greatly appreciate the work of the planning department drafting these proposed conditions. We've reviewed them carefully and agree with them.
Do you have any other further comments that you wish to make to us?
Yeah, I'll say, if you don't mind, I'll just say a few words briefly. Keep them short in the interest of time. Appreciate your guys' continued attention, commitment to this process. It means a lot. So we're here to talk about the vision of this family for a new home that respects the cherished environment of Puaco and aligns with the character that's already there. We stand on the precipice of making decisions that will shape this family's future. And it's vital that we proceed with care and compassion. But building in such an environmentally sensitive area brings with it a great responsibility to both the land that sustains us and the community that thrives here. And the Grangers plan to embrace this responsibility fully, ensuring that every aspect of the new home contributes. They're respecting the now required 40-foot minimum shoreline setback. They're proposing to go with the best available wastewater treatment system, which is an advanced aerobic system for the property. And they plan to utilize native Hawaiian plants in their landscaping. Moreover, this plan is deeply rooted in maintaining the character of the community. This home will not stand out as an imposition in the landscape, but will blend with the local architecture and natural features that exist there. That was very important to the Grangers when designing this, that it resembles what's already there. It doesn't stand out. It doesn't look like a monstrosity like some of the other homes in that neighborhood. And in every step of this process, we prioritize transparency and communication. And your insights and feedback are invaluable to us. So this project is not merely about constructing a building, a home. It's about setting a standard for thoughtful and responsible development that serves as a model for future projects. It's an opportunity to demonstrate that development and environmental stewardship can go hand in hand, and enhancing the community while protecting the treasures that make it unique. So I ask respectfully for your support and permitting this home for this family.
Thank you. Yeah, I know we've had discussion about the cumulative impacts, of Puaco with the new buildings going in. It's nice to see that you're keeping it modest. And do you live in Puaco then, both of you?
Yeah, we moved to Puaco when my kids came to high school on the Big Island in 2010. And in 2018, my wife got some severe septic shock, so we had to go to Seattle for a period of time for medical care for her. But now that she's back, on the mend, we are back full time. Both my daughters, they're married and live up in Waimea.
So you plan to move into this home when you're,
We're in the home full time now, yes, and and we'll be in interim housing during construction. Obviously, we got to figure that out, but we will be back in the home full time.
And we've lived in Puaco for over 10 years total, if you count that time that we were away part of the time, but back as much as we could be. And like he said, both our girls own homes up in Waimea. We're planning on our grandkids going to HPA where our kids went to school, and they're already volunteering up there. And so this is where we plan to spend our retirement.
Candidly, we share staff and the commission's concerns with the cumulative impact of Puaco because we've seen it in the last 10 years. And certainly in the last 3 or 4 years, there's been some very significant projects there that, I'll say with the editorials, but we share the same concern. And in our design, we tried to do a very simple plantation style shed roof, we tried to keep it as minimalist as we could. We really tried, and it's a challenge, but we tried.
thank you.
The other thing I just want to quickly add is that the wastewater.
Speak right in there.
Oh,
So we
the wastewater was also really important to us. We both spend time on the reef, and it has broken our heart to see what's happened out there. We were actively involved before we moved, because of my sickness, in trying to get better waste management in the area. And we are in full support of that. So we're doing all that we can to mitigate that.
Thank you. Commissioners, you have some questions or? What's your mic on?
With HCSFD, if they're on board with moving that fire hydrant. HCSD, Hawaii County Fire Department, everybody.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Kanuha. The fire hydrant has been moved. The street view that was shown was an older picture.
It's the only question I have. Thank you.
Other questions, Commissioners? Oh,
No questions, as a comment. Thank you to the applicants for sharing your mutual care for our important marine ecosystems, and letting us know that this is the home that you're creating for retirement and so forth. So thank you.
Thank you.
thank you. So there's no testifiers on Zoom or in person, is that correct? Yes. Okay, so we're going to get a motion for action then, please.
I'll make a motion.
Okay,
I make a motion. I move that the application for special management area use permit docket number PL-SMA-2024-00051 be approved based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
are you seconding it?
Second.
Okay. All right, any discussion then?
Just really
Yes.
quick, Madam Chair. I wanna applaud the Grangers for what they're doing in the community. They're improving the land. They're improving the wastewater system. They're a local family. They took care of some health issues. They're back here. Their kids went to HPA. They're part of this community, and this is the kind of landowners and developers we need. And I think they're a prime example. I fully support this motion, and I'm glad you are better now, and I'm glad you guys are going to be able to build a new house and pay more property tax and put more money into our coffers because we need it. So I appreciate that. And another comment I have to make about the seawall. To go through DLNR, that's a whole fiasco, and you got it legal, and it's still there, and then you're following the rules and the laws. And I mean, you can probably talk a lot about that. I don't want you to, but just that whole issue with the seawall there. And I just really appreciate you. So thank you, and I support this motion.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. So we're going to call for a roll call then, please.
Okay, the motion is to approve as recommended by the planning director. Commissioner Kanuha,
Aye.
Commissioner Dela Cruz,
Aye.
Commissioner Howell,
Aye.
Vice Chair Faisal Duarte,
Aye.
and Chairperson DeFranco.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Good luck with your project.
Thank you all so much. I hope the rest of
Yeah.
your day goes smoothly.
Me too.
Yes, thank you so
Well,
much.
everybody, thank you.
You'll be notified in writing. Okay. Yes, we're gonna switch off, so. And Zendo's on his way, so we just have a brief moment to breathe. Okay, we're gonna do a 5-minute recess. Go. Boy. Natives are resting. Gee. at 2:54. Okay, we're going to go to agenda item number 6. And we have Planning Director Kearns. Applicant Makua Lani Christian Academy, formerly Kona Christian Academy, PL-SPP-2023-000060. Application to amend the special permit number 549 to expand the permit area for the elementary school to include the adjacent 1.196 acre parcel to the east, and to amend condition number 8 to increase enrollment cap from 180 students to 210 students. The subject properties are located at 74-4907 and 74-4889 Palani Road, portion Papa, Ako Ako, and Honokahau, 1st and 2nd, North Kona, Hawaii, 37-4-006-3037 and 046. We have a staff presentation by Jessica Andrews.
Thank you. This is an amendment to special permit number 549 for Makualani Christian Academy. Just a minute, we're going to get our slides going here. Okay, this first slide shows you the subject property that is located just north Mauka of Kailua Kona, and the property is just south or Makai of the Palani Junction in Kona District. The applicant's request is an amendment to condition number 9 of special permit number 549, which allowed the establishment of a church and primary school on 5.087 acres of land in the state land use agricultural district. The applicant proposes an increase in the school's maximum enrollment from 180 to 210 students. And additionally, the adjacent 1.916 acre property will be added to the permit area to be used for educational purposes, increasing the permit area to a total of 7.003 acres. The applicant proposes to construct a 960 square foot modular building to accommodate 2 new classrooms, a 225 square foot bathroom building, and a new septic system on this additional property. So the reason for the request is that the applicant was recently gifted the ownership of the additional parcel, which we're calling parcel 46, and would like to use it for additional purposes, for educational purposes, together with the existing primary school campus on parcel 37, which is the lot on which the school operates and was originally permitted by special permit 549. The applicant is requesting to increase school enrollment due to an increase in demand and to accommodate the return of 5th graders to the school campus who were shifted to the high school campus to keep enrollment under 180, which was the maximum approved by special permit 549. The applicant notes that 5th graders are more developmentally suited to be part of the elementary school campus as opposed to part of the middle school and high school campus. The county zoning map shows you the properties. Actually, I'll note that the permit area encompasses 2 properties since they're adding the additional property. So the zoning of the existing parcel, which is just Makai, to the Makai side here, is Ag 5A. And the zoning of the additional property is residential agricultural, half an acre. And existing zoning around the properties is almost entirely agricultural, Ag 1A, family agricultural 2A, and Ag 5A. The state land use designation for the existing parcel, which is again, the Mackay one is agricultural, and the additional parcel or the Malka one is rural. And there is a small amount of rural, but most of the state land use designates this area as agricultural. The general plan designates the entire permit area outlined in red as urban expansion. And Mackay and south of there is low density urban, and then Malka of the properties is important agricultural lands. This is the applicant's site plan, and to orient you, Palani Road is here, and the existing school campus is just south Malka of the subject area that we're talking about. And so this additional parcel here is the property that was gifted to the applicant, and the approximate location for the proposed classrooms is here, and the approximate location for the proposed bathrooms is here. There's an existing clear kind of flat pad of land where the buildings are proposed to be located. And on either side is an existing or two existing parking lots. So this is the parking lot that is existing and asphalted here, and then another parking lot is here. The entrance road comes off of Palani Road and brings you up to the different parking areas. And then this access also provides an entrance to the existing school campus. The aerial photograph shows you the entire permit area outlined in red. And this would be, these buildings are the existing school campus, the existing church, and then the proposed parcel to be added to the permit area with the approximate locations of the new structures located there in blue. This aerial photo we included to show you kind of a zoomed in view showing the access point from Palani Road. And the school and both properties have two existing access points. So this is the access point which is currently used, providing only ingress to the school. So it's a little bit hard to see, but you come off of Palani Road and take a right-hand turn into the school property. And this access point has both ingress and egress, and it provides access to the proposed additional parcel 46, and also to the existing Grace Church, which is just a little ways up from the proposed permit area. These views show you Palani Road looking west on the left here with that access point that has both ingress and egress access. And then this is a view of Palani Road looking east. And in this view, I'll note here that you can see the left-hand turn lane, which is the pocket that was added as part of the special permits in this area to accommodate the traffic and the turn lane there. Another view of what we're calling the west access, which is that ingress only turn from Palani Road. And then a view of the east access from Palani Road, which has the ingress and egress again. And the director's recommendation on this is approval with conditions, and I can address any questions now.
Commissioners, do we have questions? Anybody have any questions? If not, will the applicant, thank you so much. The applicant, please come forward, or your representative. Hi, good afternoon. Can I get you to raise your right hands and swear to tell the truth today before the Leeward Planning Commission? Okay, will you just state your names and where you reside?
Tyler Dickinson, hello, aloha.
Sandy Butler and Kylo Kona.
Thank you. So you've received all the background information and the recommendations from the planning department?
Yes, we have.
And you agree with the recommendations, including the proposed conditions?
We do. We would just like to see if we could make some small amendments to some of the conditions.
Okay, well, let's hear what they might be.
It's nothing major, I don't think. So all the conditions, there were 18 of them that were to be met, seemed reasonable. There's just a few that may be out of our scope as far as 100% being able to obtain them. One of them is condition number 6, which is prior to issuance of final plan approval for the proposed amendment, the applicant shall dedicate and record with the Bureau of Conveyances the roadway lot easements created by subdivision number 09-000878 and subdivision 10-000981. We have no problem getting 10-000981 dedicated because we own that parcel as the school. The other dedication that resides on lot 37, which is where the special use permit is created from, special use permit 549. We don't own that. So we're going to obviously work with the landowner to get that dedication process, but like, I can't obviously guarantee that we can have that done.
You want to speak to that?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, do we swear them in?
Oh, yes, we did.
We did? Okay, yeah, I wasn't paying
It's
attention.
okay.
I was reading.
Late afternoon now for us. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Director Kern.
Just want to confirm with staff that this condition was the original condition from the existing special permit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're sensitive to this condition and understand that there's could be a challenge to it. And at the same time, how do we get the condition met in a way that will be met prior to, occupancy, prior to being, because honestly, the condition was supposed to have been
Correct.
complied with long ago.
Yep.
And it's frustrating when they're not, and then it comes to light when we're at
Correct.
a meeting like this. So now's the time to really, remedy that and rectify that. So
I'm sorry, Director, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Is this condition 6 that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Actually, this is a new condition.
okay, so that was not attached. What part of the condition had the requirement for the dedication? Wasn't there part of a dedication?
Yeah, so this issue came up through the process of reviewing this application and discovering that these 2 subdivisions were created through the course of all of the various amendments that the special permit has been through. And in consulting with Department of Public Works, it was shared with me that this step for these subdivisions had not been completed.
It was a condition within the subdivision, not special permit. Gotcha.
Yeah, so this has been attached to the special permit because these are loose ends that carried through for these parcels.
Okay.
So my apologies to send us off on a different track, but what we did is we proposed this in order to clean up some work that should have been done, in association with these subdivisions.
Sure. So still a condition that does need to be met. So we're open to hearing ideas that could work for all parties.
Yeah, we're going to work on getting these conditions approved. It's just, we can't obviously guarantee it because we don't own the property, but we will be working with the Church of Christ, who are the landowners, to try to get the condition moved forward to meet your guys' conditions.
Let's put a pin in that one and carry on with their other potential
Okay.
issues.
Was there other issues you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, so there was other loose ends that needed to be buttoned up, and Mr. Kern added that we need to have a traffic light installed on condition number 10. We're happy to do that. I think as a school zone, we should have that there. So we're totally in agreement with that. Condition number 4, water usage via existing county water meter on lot 37 shall not exceed an average daily use of 400 gallons a day for the proposed use. Obviously, right now we're at like 1,200 gallons per day, which is far above what we're allotted. With that, we're happy to kind of look at water prevention and saving requirements as far as installing fixtures that are, more low flow and all that kind of stuff. Checking our irrigation system to see if there's any leaks that we have. So we are going to be looking into that to see if we can obviously lower that water usage. I just don't know if on condition number 4, it says shall not exceed an average daily use of 400 gallons per day, if we can actually obtain that or not.
If I could speak to that. Yeah, so we saw that this was an issue. That requirement comes from the Department of Water Supply,
Correct.
not us. So
Yep.
we're just trying to hold the permit accountable to the Department of Water Supply. If we don't put that in there, it could say you can kind of override that.
Right.
Instead of being prescriptive on what you exactly have to do, we wanted to leave the condition a little bit open. So
Okay.
whether it's going through, kind of that evaluation process of auditing your fixtures or having additional catchment systems or other ways to maintain
Right.
that you don't exceed that. That's why we wanted to try to leave it a little bit more flexible for you folks
Okay.
than to say you have to do this other thing.
Right.
That was the intention. right?
Okay, cool. Yeah, and we've looked at the, obviously I've thought about the catchment tank system. We have asphalt roofs, so we wouldn't be able to turn that into potable water, but we could use it for irrigation if we needed to. We also thought about using this as like a learning experience for the kids as far as teaching them how to conserve
Conservation.
water and showing them like, hey, right now we're at 1,200 gallons per day. Look what we got it down to, and that's with obviously the toilets and stuff, using like a dual flush toilet, which dual flush can range from like 0.8 gallons per flush up to like 1.6 gallons per flush. But just trying to train the kids to, be coherent when they're doing that kind of stuff to, for the school and for themselves for the future.
One of the things that we added during COVID was the water dispensers for the kids in their water bottles. And we did notice that increases water usage quite a bit, especially with the littles. They love just to play with the machine, and that would be a simple request. Parents fill the water bottles up in the morning and then teachers fill it up during the day, because that would eliminate a lot of the fun water. And we do want to teach our kids to conserve water and to steward the water well.
Yeah, so the hope with that condition is it allows enough latitude that you can solve
Got it.
for that by
Cool.
way of conservation, by way of whether it's gray water, whether it's catchment for irrigation. But the important thing with that is that you're compliant with Department of Water Supply standards.
Correct. Yeah.
If you can get them to, give you additional water meter, that's fine too.
Right.
We don't care as long as you're compliant with that.
Got it. I think other than that, that's all we have on our end.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? I guess my question would be that you're associated with the church that you're trying to get the easement from.
So Makualani operates separate from the church. The church operates there on Sundays, but we lease the property from the Church of Christ. So Makualani has been leasing that property for 30 years.
Okay.
The parcel next door, which is parcel number 46, was gifted to us. So we're like, hey, can we get the 5th graders back to this campus because we
Right.
have this additional piece of
Yeah.
property. So that's kind of where that's at.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Dickinson?
Yep.
So I noticed you're a licensed general contractor.
Yep.
So you're also, you work for the school?
I'm a board member, and I'm the chair of development over at the school,
Okay, all right.
which
Thank
is
you.
volunteer.
Thank you for volunteering your time.
Yeah.
You have one? No, no? Okay. And there's no public testifiers and nobody on Zoom, so we're going to go to a motion then, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move that the application for special permit docket number PLSPP 2023-000060 be approved based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
I'll second that, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any discussion? Zendo?
Yes, I want to just drill down on condition 6 a little bit more because there is that element with the original special permit that did exist that Maya is going to articulate in a little bit more detail.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kern. So the 1998 special permit for the Church of Christ property, which is where Makualani School is located, had a condition that required that the school put in a left turn lane on Palani Road. The road lot widening and drainage easement that's referenced in the current condition 6, the proposed condition 6, came out of that road, that left turn lane road improvement. So the subdivision was created, but the owner of the Makualani Church property and the Grace Church property, which they own now, never conveyed those easements and lots to the county like they were supposed to. So that's why we include the condition.
So with that information, as the applicant, do you see a problem with them conveying that over?
I don't. We just have to obviously discuss it with them, and I don't see why they wouldn't want to convey it over, but you never know. On our end, the property that we own, parcel 46, we will dedicate that to the county.
Because what I'm trying to get to is a point of accountability, right? And our checkpoints for accountability are plan approval or subdivision approval or a certificate of occupancy.
Right.
And at one point I had thought maybe tying it to certificate of occupancy, but then that allows you to go way down a road, do a lot of capital investment and maybe still not have that and even be in the worst place. So that's what we're trying to do, is find that compliance that's achievable for you folks as well.
Yeah. Yeah. And I saw, I believe in your notes that you wanted us to do it before final plan approval, correct? Through the planning department.
That's right. Because that's when we take a look at it, make sure it's consistent and compliant with all the conditions, and then that'll move forward to get your building permits.
Correct.
So that was our hope. If you guys can't do that, then now would be the time to speak to it and try to come up with something that the commission and we could agree to. Otherwise, this is the best that we got to hold that.
Yeah. I don't know if anybody else up there has a alternative to the condition, but obviously we're going to push forward with the Church of Christ, trying to get them to convey that. But like I said, I can't guarantee that they're going to convey that to the Department of Public Works in the county. So
how do we do that? We can't really approve it without conditions being-
Director, if I could just add, they're actually required to convey it. It's part of their condition of their permit as landowners.
yeah, so if they're required to, I'll just go to them and say, hey, you know, in this application process, we found out that you guys have not dedicated this. This is a requirement from the county. I will help you get it conveyed and kind of go that route as far as trying to make it happen.
That would be great, because that's our feeling, is that it needs to get done. Let's get it done now, unless the landowner is not willing to do that, which would be, they would be out of line, out of compliance with their permit. We're gonna have all kinds of other issues. I don't think anyone wants to get into.
And I'll make sure that I document and let them know that as well. So.
Right, so we're going to assume that you're going to get it, because if you can't get it, they can't build. Is that right?
Then we would not, if it's not conveyed, then we would not be able to process the plan approval. We process plan approvals within 30 days. So once it's submitted, so that process isn't that long.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd love to hear what the commission has to think about that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have a comment. I appreciate the applicant coming up, and I appreciate Mr. Dickinson. You know, he serves on his on the school board, and you know, his time and talent he's giving back to the school, and I really appreciate that. I served on a school board in Hilo as well, and you know, it is very challenging. But what I'm sensing from the applicant is, from what they're requesting, they have a lot of challenges. And I mean, you guys know what it is to be on a school board and running a school. There's so many challenges as financially, you know, they're trying to cut water costs. They made a comment about not doing the stoplight, you know, this conveyance issue, you know, it's a challenge. I support the motion, and, you know, I think we should let them go and let them try and do what they want to do. But I do sense challenges And there's probably other challenges as well that you're not sharing with us, which you don't have to, but, we all have to support our keiki, and this school is doing it as well. So I support the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. It is a school that's been around for 30 years and we just want to, have as many West Hawaii families involved and have that option as possible.
We appreciate your guys' time and your dedication to education. That's huge for our community and a lot of our kids coming up. Thank you, guys.
Madam Chair, point of
Yes.
clarification. Do I need to revise or amend my motion?
No,
Okay, thank you.
I think that it's just, if they don't meet the requirements, they won't be able to build. So they know that now. So we're going to support them to get this done. So is that right?
That's the goal.
That's-
I guess my question would be, do you see any direct opposition from the owners to do the conveyance that we should be aware of?
No, I don't think so. It's just going to them and asking them to get it conveyed. But I mean, I have no problems talking with them and just kind of letting them know where you guys are at, and they will be out of compliance if they don't dedicate it. So it's kind of it needs to be done. So, but yeah, I'll talk to them and we'll make it happen.
Okay, that's feeling, I don't want to jam you guys up. That's not the intention of the condition. It's just to try to get everything in compliance, which will then really perfect that special permit and be done with it. Got it.
Any other discussion? No? Then we call for a roll call.
Yes, and can you just remind me who seconded this motion made by Mahina Pashandwart?
I think,
I second it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Duarte, Pashandwart? Aye. Commissioner Au?
Aye.
Commissioner De La Cruz?
Aye.
Commissioner Kanuha?
Aye.
And Chair DeFranco?
aye.
The motion passes with 5 votes.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, you'll be notified in writing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Boy. So we're at new business. The initiator is the county council, PL-CC 1-2024-000003, Bill 121, an ordinance amending Chapter 25, Articles 1, 4, and 5 of the Hawaii County Code 1983, the 2016 edition as amended, relating to transient accommodation rentals and hosting platforms. Repeal Section 25-4-16 through Section 25-4-16.3 relating to short-term vacation rentals, and establishes new provisions for transient accommodation rentals and hosting platforms for transient accommodation rentals. We're going to have a staff presentation by Tracy Lee Camaro and Council Chair Heather Kimball, who was one of the introducers of the bill 121, 122, and 123. They will be present to answer any questions that the commissioners may have. Okay. Thank you, Tracy Lee.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Leeward Planning Commission. Sorry. Okay.
We're waiting for Zoom to, I think, come. Yeah, okay, good.
As the chair said, before you today, we have Bill 121 related to transient accommodation rentals. The County Council has referred Bill 121 to the Planning Director and Windward and Leeward Planning Commissions for comment and recommendations. The bill adds new sections to the zoning code and amends other sections related to transient accommodation rentals, also known as TARs, and hosting platforms. The purpose of this bill is to manage the impact of TARs by repealing the definition of short-term vacation rentals, establishes new definitions for transient accommodations, amends the rental period from 30 consecutive days or less to 180 consecutive days or less. It identifies 3 types of TARs, defines where these uses will be allowed, provides an avenue for existing TARs to apply for a non-conforming use certificate, also known as a NUC, that would also allow them to continue to operate within a non-permitted district. It changes the parking requirements to a schedule set by the planning department rather than a formula, and it clarifies the applicable dates for the tax amnesty period, as well as creates standards to regulate the hosting platforms, and provides new enforcement regulations for TARs. So what is a transient accommodation? Bill 121 defines transient accommodations as the furnishing of a room, apartment, suite, single-family dwelling, or the like to a transient for less than 180 consecutive days for each, letting in a hotel, apartment hotel, motel, or condominium or unit as defined in Chapter 514B, cooperative apartment, dwelling unit, or rooming house that provides living quarters, sleeping, or housekeeping accommodations, or other place in which lodgings are regularly furnished to transients. The definition goes on to offer examples of what transient accommodations exclude, which include hotels, motels, inns, apartment hotels, boarding facilities, lodges, and timeshares. Bill 121, as discussed earlier, proposes 3 types of transient accommodations. The first is an owner-hosted. An owner-hosted transient accommodation is defined as any transient accommodation rental hosted by a person who uses the building site as their principal home. The second is an operator-hosted. Operator-hosted is defined as any transient accommodation rental hosted by an operator. And the third and last, which is currently regulated through our Bill 108, also known as STVRs, is the unhosted. Unhosted is defined as any transient accommodation rental that is not the principal home of the property owner and without an operator located on the building site during rental operations. So first we'll look into the owner-hosted transient accommodation and where accommodation rentals and where they are permitted. So an owner-hosted TAR may be permitted in any zoning district as long as the TAR is subordinate and clearly and customarily incidental to its use as the principal home of the owner. An owner-hosted TAR shall be located in a single-family dwelling inclusive of a detached bedroom or guest house and shall not be permitted in an additional farm dwelling, second dwelling, or ohana dwelling. The owner of the owner-hosted TAR shall live in the single-family dwelling and not live in a guest house or a detached bedroom. If an owner-hosted TAR has been in regular use within an ohana dwelling on or before January 1st, 2024, then the TAR may register the ohana dwelling as a non-conforming use by securing a NUC from the planning director. An operator-hosted transient accommodation rental. Bill 121 identifies the following zoning districts and areas where existing and new operator-hosted TARs can operate as a permitted use. Those zoning districts include V, CG, CN, CV, and CDH zoning districts. It also includes the residential districts that are situated in the general plan resort and resort node areas, including areas designated as open in the general plan, which adjoin the resort or resort node areas along the shoreline and areas within a project district, as well as multiple family residential zoning districts for multiple family dwellings within a condominium property regime as defined and governed by Chapter 514A or 514B of the Hawaii Revised Statutes, including within a project district. Outside of these areas, operator-hosted TARs that existed prior to January 1st, 2024 may continue to operate if the planning director issues an NUC. However, new operator-hosted TARs outside of the permitted zones will not be permitted. Unhosted transient accommodation rentals. Bill 121 identifies the following zoning districts in which the unhosted TARs can operate, which include again the V, CG, CN, CV, and CDH zoning district, as well as the residential district situated within the general plan resort and resort nodes, as well as the multiple family residential zoning districts or multiple family dwellings within the condominium property regime as defined by Chapter 514A or 514B. Unhosted TARs within the zoning district that are not listed above may only operate within existing NUC. No new NUCs will be issued for unhosted TARs. So how are existing transient accommodation rentals proposed to be permitted? Existing TARs located within permitted zoning districts as well as outside of a permitted zoning district will have until January 30th, 2025 to submit a registration application to the planning department. Existing TARs will be able to operate until their application is either approved or denied by the department. Existing registered unhosted TARs will not be required to re-register. However, they will be required to renew their registration annually. New TARs in permitted zoning districts are required to register and pay the initial registration fee with the director prior to the use of such rental. The registration process. So Bill 121 requires the following fees to register and operate a TAR. For owner-hosted TARs will require an initial registration fee of $500 and an annual renewal fee of $100. In addition, an owner-hosted NUC requires an initial filing fee of $250 and an annual renewal fee of $250. The operator-hosted TARs will require an initial registration fee of $750 with an annual registration renewal fee of $150. In addition, an operator-hosted NUC requires an initial filing fee of $375 and an annual renewal fee of $375. Unhosted TARs will be required to have an initial registration fee of $1,000 and an annual registration renewal fee of $250. In addition, an unhosted NUC requires an initial filing fee of $500 and an annual renewal fee of $500. In addition to the filing fees, the applicant will also need to submit the following information to register a TAR. That will include a registration form that includes the name and contact information for the property owner or operator if different from the owner, a site plan showing the location of all structures on site and the requisite parking, a floor plan showing the location of the rooms for rent, a notarized affidavit in the format determined by the director that the TAR meets health, safety, and code requirements, a maximum renter limit calculation, verification that the state of Hawaii GET tax are in effect, and verification of the County of Hawaii real property tax clearance certificate. If applicable, the owner will be required to submit a copy of their valid real estate broker's license or real estate salesperson's license. The annual renewal process, all TARs, including NUCs, will be required to renew their registration annually with the planning department on the dates prescribed by the director. The director may deny a renewal for any of the following reasons. The applicant has violated any applicable laws. The affidavit affirming that the TAR meets all health, safety, and code requirements is found to be inaccurate. The owner is delinquent in payment of county property taxes, transient accommodation taxes, fees, fines, or penalties assessed in relation to the TAR. There is evidence of non-responsive management, such as an issuance of a notice of violation, police reports, or verified complaints of noise or other disturbances relating to TAR operations. The renewal request and renewal fee were not received within 90 days of the expiration date indicated on the certificate. Or if a violation of standards set forth in the proposed section 25-4-16.17 of the Hawaii County Code has occurred. In addition, if a renewal is submitted within 90 days after the due date, a late renewal fee of $100 shall be assessed. However, NUC renewals that are overdue by more than 90 days will not be accepted and will therefore render the NUC ineligible for further renewal. In addition, the director may deny an NUC renewal if the use has been abandoned for any reason for a continuous period of 12 calendar months. The director must provide the decision to deny a renewal in writing to the property owner, and the property owner may appeal the decision to the County Board of Appeals within 30 days of receipt of the decision. And any tar that is not registered within the required deadlines is considered unpermitted and subject to penalties until the tar becomes properly registered and compliant with the requirements of the bill. So standards for operation of a transient accommodation rental. Bill 121 requires the following standards for all TARs. A responsive management standard, which includes hosted rentals, including owner-hosted and operator-hosted TARs, shall have a host physically reside on the building site of a TAR during the TAR operations and shall be reachable at the request of renters, neighbors, and county agencies within 1 hour of the request. Unhosted TAR shall have a reachable person that shall be available via phone to a request for his or her presence within 1 hour of receiving the request and shall be physically present at the TAR within 3 hours of receiving a call from the renter, neighbor, or county agency. In addition, there are posted information standards, which include registrations and NUC numbers shall be displayed in a conspicuous space on the premises that is readily visible to an inspector. For numerous NUCs that are associated with a single address, certificates may be visible within a common area. In addition, there are good neighbor policy standards, which include that the renter limit shall not exceed the renter limit established at the initial registration. Gathering sizes shall be limited to 2 times the overnight limit with a requirement that gathering sizes must use the available off-street parking. Breakfast meals may be offered to registered guests and hosted TARs, provided that the owner secure applicable permits from the State Department of Health. Special events such as weddings, receptions, concerts, or events are prohibited unless allowed by a special permit or a use permit. Quiet hours shall be from 8 p.m. to 7 a.m., and off-street parking shall meet the requirements set forth in Section 25-451 of the Hawaii County Code. Lastly, we have the advertising and signage standards, which include all print and internet advertising shall include the TAR registration number and, if applicable, NUC registration numbers. Advertising of unpermitted uses such as weddings, receptions, concerts, or events is prohibited unless there is a special permit or use permit issued for these uses. Professional services shall only be secured by registered guests and not offered through the owner or operator. All advertisements for the TAR shall comply with the sign code and county street code, and signage displaying the street address of the TAR and the registration number shall be visible from the main roadway used to access the property. For complaints, Bill 121 requires the director to receive and track complaints for all TARs. The director shall also provide information about TAR rules, policies, and procedures to property owners, managers, neighbors, and the general public. The director is also responsible for implementing the provisions of the bill, as well as maintaining a public list of all TARs that have registered or received a NUC and include any violations associated with the property. Enforcements include Bill 121 would allow for zoning inspectors to rely on any advertisement offering the property as a TAR. It would also require that the department issue a notice of violation in writing within 10 days of the director's determination that a violation has occurred. Should a violation occur, Bill 121 requires that the director impose fines located in the TAR fee and fine schedule and can further assess fines that are 2 times the highest daily rate at which the TAR has been advertised. Bill 121 also provides additional provisions for TARs that have received 3 or more enforcement actions within a 12-month period, which will then allow the director to either suspend their TAR registration and, if applicable, their NUC for a period of 2 years or refuse to renew a certificate or registration if the applicant has not addressed an enforcement violation. Lastly, Bill 121 also proposes to establish a TAR enforcement account administered by the director for the purpose of enforcing this law. The account shall be funded by fees collected for a registration in of TARs, fees collected for annual renewal of TARs and NUCs, and fines collected from enforcement actions. Hosting platforms. So Bill 121 requires registration of all hosting platforms, which include Airbnb, VRBO, and the like. Registration of hosting platforms includes submitting a registration form to the department that shall include written consent from all owners or operators of TARs. The hosting platform may cancel its registration by written notice, and the director may cancel a hosting platform's registration for violations of this code. All hosting platforms registered with the department shall submit monthly reports to the director and shall include the name of the person responsible for each listing, the physical address and tax map key of each listing, the transient accommodation tax identification number, the length of stay for each listing, and the fee charged for each stay. Should a violation occur, Bill 121 requires the planning director to fine hosting platforms with civil fines of not less than $1,000 and not more than $10,000 for each day that the violation has occurred. So right now, the planning director recommends that the planning commission send a favorable recommendation of Bill 121 to the county council with the following suggested revisions. In an effort to kind of make this speed along, I did not include the non-substantial recommendations, and I'm only including the substantial recommendations. You can find a full and complete list of your recommendations within the planning director's background report. So the first recommendation we're going to go over is under section 2, the director is recommending that we amend the definition of transient to remove the 180 days and in place put the 30 consecutive days or less. The planning director has already established a set of operational standards and regulation in place for short-term vacation rentals that are in operation for 30 consecutive days or less. If there is going to be an amendment to the time period in which a TAR can be rented, then a new class of non-conforming use certificates will need to be taken into consideration for short-term rentals that operate between the 31 and 179 days. The planning director is also recommending that we delete the term second dwelling and replace it with additional dwelling unit within the sections on the screen above. The term second dwelling is not defined within the body of the bill, so therefore the director is proposing to remove the term second dwelling and to add additional dwelling unit, which can be used to describe the various types of dwellings in which transient accommodation rentals shall not be permitted in. In addition, the director is also recommending that we amend section 25.416.1B1 as follows on your screen. This is an effort to address the various types of dwellings that may be located on a building site. The director is therefore recommending adding additional dwelling unit, which are currently in use as a TAR, to be issued a NUC so long as the structure can show that it has been in use as a TAR before January 1st, 2024. TARs are not permitted within an additional farm dwelling. So I apologize. This recommendation does not reflect the addition. In your background report, you should have the underlined portion, which would have the or additional dwelling unit excluding an additional farm dwelling unit underlined. So in addition, the director is recommending that within these two sections, 25.416.1B and 25.416.2C, it should identify existing bed and breakfast establishments that may become non-conforming uses should Bill 121 be adopted. Therefore, under the two sections listed above, the following should be added: that any bed and breakfast establishment which received prior approval prior to the effective date of Bill 121 through issuance of a use permit or special permit is considered a legal use of the affected parcel as a hosted transient accommodation rental and may continue to operate provided the conditions of approval of the use permit or special permit have been met and the good neighbor standards and advertising and signage standards in section 25.416.17 are met as well. This provision will help the planning director to address existing bed and breakfast establishments that have received prior permits to operate. This also correlates to Bill 122, which we will discuss after Bill 121. I know we're not discussing that, so I just wanted to point that out. In addition, the director is also recommending that we add in section 25.416.5, number 1, we add in that the transient accommodation rental must have off-street parking as required by the department's transient accommodation rental parking schedule set forth in section 25.451 or applicable parking standards in this chapter. This provision will ensure that the number of parking should correspond to the number of dedicated stalls for a dwelling and are consistent with section 25-451 of the zoning code. Next, the director is recommending that we remove the requirement for a notarized affidavit and in its place, replace it with a declaration in a format determined by the director, and also remove the submitted under penalty of perjury. The planning director recommends replacing that requirement. A declaration is commonly used to submit factual evidence and will be sufficient to assert that the authenticity of the information provided by an applicant, that the TAR meets all health, safety, and code requirements. This will assist applicants and allow for a more streamlined registration process. The director is also proposing to amend section 25-4-16.7A7 as well as section 25-4-16.17-2A to add that the renter limit shall be limited to no more than 2 adults per bedroom and an additional 2 adults for the transient accommodation rental unit as a whole, unless authorized by the director. This calculation is really there to help the planning director determine the maximum renter capacity based on the number of permitted bedrooms within a dwelling. Such provisions will ensure that the safety standards are in place for transient accommodation rentals. And so, for example, the renter limit for a 4-bedroom TAR would ultimately be 10 guests. Under section 25-4-16.13A, the director is recommending that we consider adding a requirement that the notification be sent to all surrounding property owners once the transient accommodation rental registration number has been issued, and remove the requirement to inform neighbors on instructions on how to submit complaints to the planning department. The reason for this is that notice to surrounding property owners for administrative applications versus planning commission applications are different in that a planning commission notification allows a neighbor to file a petition for a contested case hearing, whereas an administrative application notification is mainly informational. Therefore, to avoid confusion, the proposed provision requires the applicant to submit a notification once the transient accommodation rental number has been issued and a reachable person has been established on site. Under section 25-4-16.17-2C, we consider adding the following formula to determine how to calculate a gathering size. The total gathering size should therefore not exceed double the overall rental limit and shall only use off-street parking or legal on-street parking. This amendment clarifies that the overall gathering size limit and would provide the opportunity for those parking on the street as well as, or as long as it's legally permitted within the area. The director is also recommending amending section 25-4-16.17-3D to remove the transient accommodation number from the roadway signage requirement. The planning department has received complaints of transients traveling down the wrong driveway and or roadway when trying to find their TAR. In addition, the planning department staff has also received complaints that by posting transient numbers, there has been an increase in theft in the dwellings that are easily viewed as unoccupied. This provision clarifies that just the street address of the transient accommodation rental will need to be visible from the main roadway for safety measures, and the transient accommodation rental registration number should not be required along the roadway. So under section 25-4-17.4A, the director is proposing that we consider removing the requirement that a notice of violation be sent in writing within 10 days of the occurrence of a violation and replace it with the provision that the notice be sent within 10 days of the director's determination that a violation has been committed. Over the past few years, there has been an increase in the submittal of complaints, and the assigned inspectors have needed additional time to compile information for just one complaint. It is the department's full time will bring relief during the times of increased complaint submittals and will allow for additional time to review complicated complaints. So next steps. The Windward and Leeward Planning Commissions are required to take action on Bill 121 as described in section 25-43B of the zoning code. Bill 121 was transmitted by the County Council to the department on January 30th, 2024, which means the commissions are required to transmit their recommendations to the council by May 29th, 2024. The commissions may recommend approval of all, some, or none of the director's suggested recommendations. The commissions may also recommend their own revisions to the bill. Once Bill 121 alongside Bill 122 and 123 are heard before the Windward and Leeward Planning Commission, the recommendations will be sent back to the County Council Policy Committee on Planning, Land Use, and Development, where the bills will then be forwarded with a recommendation to council. At council, the bills will need to go through the first and second final reading in order to be passed as an ordinance. And that concludes my presentation.
Oops, Chair Kimball, thank you for being here today.
Yes, they gotta swear me in.
I definitely am going to do that. Will you swear to tell the truth in front of the Leeward Planning Commission?
I do.
I do. Just go ahead and state your name and where you live.
Thank you, Chair DeFranco. My name is Heather Kimball. I serve as Chair of the Hawaii County Council and Council Representative for District 1 and live in Papaico. I wanted to thank you, Chair, and the members of the committee for your service to the community by serving on this commission. I also want to mahalo my colleague, Councilmember Kirkwitz, who was the co-author of this piece of legislation, all of the department staff, including the director and deputy director who helped in crafting this legislation, our corporation counsel, and finally our legislative drafting staff who were instrumental in, nailing down all of the language. This has been a lengthy process, almost 2 years working on this legislation. And I will say it is yet imperfect and yet incomplete. And that is why we are so reliant on you folks and your analysis today on what sort of tweaks we should make to make this a workable piece of legislation that meets the needs of the community. I will say that there are parts of this that even the department and I and Councilmember Kirkwitz didn't come to agreement on. And so we're needing you folks to resolve that as well. And I'll highlight some of those here momentarily. But I do encourage you to give us your constructive feedback, take the feedback from all of the people that have taken the time to testify on this. This is how the sausage is made. It's a messy process, but it's an important process. The first thing I wanted to kind of start with is why. Why are we working on this piece of legislation? And I'll just say from a personal perspective, when I was out in my district knocking on doors, talking to folks about what their concerns were, this was one of the top 3 concerns that most people raised. And the main issues with it were the preservation of the character of our residential and agricultural neighborhoods. I specifically recall being in a cul-de-sac in Waikoloa, and there were about 10 houses on the cul-de-sac. All but one were transient accommodations, and there was one family living there. And the house next to them was frequently advertised as a bachelorette, bachelor party location. And, this was their home, they were heartbroken, and they just wanted us to do something about managing the behavior, the participation in the neighborhood of these units. Additionally, I've had over the course of my almost 4 years now in council, numerous folks call and ask to have help with a transient accommodation rental next to their location. And one of the challenges that we have is our current regulation, Bill 108, that was created with Bill 108, does not address hosted rentals, whether they be hosted by a resident or an operator. And so what will happen is I'll get a call. This is going on. We'll submit that to the planning department. I'll get a message back from the planning department. Oh, they say they're a hosted rental. And the neighbors will tell me, well, there's no host on site. And so that's one of the issues, is that the way the legislation exists now in the county code is there are loopholes. And there are always people always take opportunities when they can to jump into those loopholes. So part of the first objective, I would say, of this legislation is, one, just to make sure that everybody that's operating a transient accommodation rental is doing so legally
and is following the same set of operational standards. And when I say legally, that means that they've got a GET license, they're paying their transient accommodation tax, and that they're following the standards that we've created in this legislation. One of the legitimate criticisms of the current legislation is that enforcement doesn't happen pretty regularly. And there's two reasons for that. The first is that the standards of operation as they exist currently in the zoning code are very, very hard to regulate because they're somewhat arbitrary. And let me give you an example of that. The current zoning code says that one of the standards of the operation for transient accommodations is they must conform with the character of the neighborhood. Well, who decides what is the character of the neighborhood and whether or not you're in violation of that? So you'll see with the standards that we've put into Bill 121 that they're very specific. The intention is that they're measurable, enforceable, and easy to follow, frankly. So that is one piece of this, is that we're wanting to make sure that everybody is operating legally, that we have them registered, that they're following the guidelines. The next portion that I mentioned is just preserving the character of our residential and rural neighborhoods. And in particular, in our agricultural communities, there's that sentiment to keep country, make sure that we have the ability to sustain ourselves through the production of food. So, avoiding our important ag lands being converted into this other use is a critical portion of this legislation. Now, I do want to speak to one of the testifiers' comments about ag tourism. And I do believe that ag tourism is an important way to support our agricultural businesses. But I want to be clear that under the state law, HRS 205, we as the county do not have the authority to manage transient accommodations as part of the ag tourism law. Okay, so that's a problem. I actually think I would like the state to give us that authority because it would actually be better for everyone if we managed overnight accommodations on ag land through an ag tourism code rather than this. But this is what we have to do for right now until they give us that authority. The final thing that I wanted to say with regard to the why is this is also about housing. So when we look at the housing picture in our island, there's really three components to it. One, we need to build more. Two, we need to make sure that people who are in homes get to stay in their homes. And three, we need to make sure that the homes that exist are not slipping into other uses rather than residential housing. And so when we looked at starting this legislation, we spent a lot of time evaluating other transient accommodation laws across the state and around the country. And in particular, we looked at Honolulu and Kauai, who have restricted transient accommodations only to resort zones. And we said, okay, that is actually not going to work for us for two reasons. One, we understand that folks in our community use transient accommodation operations in their residences as a way to stay here, as a way to make ends meet. And you heard that from a number of testifiers today. We also understand that there are many areas on this island, including the district that I represent, that don't have resort accommodations or hotel zones, that we do need accommodations to be present in those areas. And we don't want to create resort zones in those areas. So having a certain number of transient accommodations in those areas does make sense. And so what we've tried to do is come forward with a very balanced approach to this, with not a blanket exclusion from anything else other than resort zones, but something that accommodates a lot of the different needs of our community. And so I want to say that this process has gone through an extraordinary amount of public engagement. We knew it would be controversial. And so, part of what we've done through this is we have created a website where we've hosted all the different versions of drafts of the bill as we've gone through. We've also had 4 different webinars that people have been able to participate in, as well as offering responses to frequently asked questions. A couple of the things that I wanted to highlight. We do think that there are some needs for amendments. In particular, I want to highlight, first of all, that the public process did result in some major shifts with the bill. For example, the affidavit that is mentioned, the current transient accommodation or STVR law requires that your final building permits be submitted. So actually, the affidavit is a step back from requiring those final building permits, because we know that a lot of residents maybe never got a final, or their house was built before the building codes existed or before Hawaii was a state. And so the affidavit approach was a compromise with our building department to allow people to register even if they didn't have those final permits on hand. I'm absolutely fine with shifting that to declaration as opposed to an affidavit. I do understand the concerns from the community about the legal terminology around an affidavit, so I'm perfectly acceptable, or I find that amendment perfectly acceptable. Additionally, we had at one point a wastewater conversion requirement that people that were operating TARs on cesspools would have to convert to a septic system or connect to sewer. That is something we took out based on feedback that we got from various folks that would be unduly burdensome. And then I also wanted to highlight the tax amnesty program. One of the things that I think a lot of folks don't understand is that it's already in our tax code that if you are operating a commercial operation out of a residence, you lose that homeowner's tax class. So you lose your homeowner's 3% cap, as well as a portion of your homeowner's exemption, if depending on which part is your residence and which part is the commercial activities. And so some people may not have been aware of that. We don't want to catch people up and punish people. So we've written in this a tax amnesty program where if you just register, there will be no back taxes or penalties. So the tax department will not go after that. So that's something we had worked on with the Realtors Association. A couple of things that I think you've heard and you will hear a lot as far as criticism of this bill is how important it is for local families to be able to operate this kind of business out of their home. And we certainly understood that when we drafted this bill. And so I want to make it really clear that the language is written that if it's your primary residence, you can start a transient accommodation in any zoning, including agriculture, at any time. Okay, that is a permitted use when it's your primary home. And so moving forward, if 121 were to pass, folks that are operating transient accommodation out of their residence will continue to be able to do so as long as they aren't doing something illegal. And the question is, well, what is that? And so an example would be not having a GET license, right? Another example that's pretty important to mention on ag land is that additional farm dwellings are not permitted to be used as TARs. And again, that is not coming from us. That is coming from the state, Hawaii Revised Statutes 205. Additional farm dwellings, when they are permitted, they have a recorded agreement that they will only be used for activities related to farm work. Okay, so that is not coming from Bill 121, but it is a legal requirement with respect to TARs. A couple mentions have been made of where in the house the resident has to live, and the language says, excuse me, the owner is not permitted to live in the detached bedroom or in a guest house. The primary reason for that is because the other parts of the code say that your detached bedroom and guest houses, they're not permitted to have kitchen facilities. So how can you claim that is your residence if you do not have any of the facilities that would allow you to be a resident? You can certainly sleep in the guest house, you can sleep in the detached bedroom, but your residency has to be in another dwelling besides that. Another criticism is the penalties and enforcement process. I encourage you, I can't recall if it's in the background report or not, but I would say that the penalty process is very much is very reasonable, actually, even in comparison to the other counties. We drop down our fee structure with respect to the penalties. It's incremental, so it starts at $2,500, $5,000. 100. And I should mention that this is a one-time fee. This is not a daily fee. I don't want to confuse that with the fine that is related to the hosting platform, which is a daily fee. So the fine schedule, we try to be reasonable, but also it has to be enough of a stick to be meaningful. The other thing that I will say is that there is a due process element involved. And one of the things that concerns me is, oh, there's going to be penalties left, right, and sideways. Zendo, the director, is not an unreasonable person. All of these things have to be, well, usually, all of these things have to be investigated. They have to be proven to be true. There is a process for appeal. I mean, there is a whole due process that exists around these fines. It's not like we're arbitrarily going to be throwing these fines out to folks. So I do want to attest that I think that this is a very reasonable structure. And again, just going to the enforcement piece, we tried to create the standards of operation to be fair, measurable, easy to follow, and being able to have those be something that can be clearly defined and investigated, I think will help both the departments as well as the TA, our owners, to be in compliance. And so statements to the fact that 108 has not been well enforced, I think, are legitimate and fair, and we've tried to make the standards better to make it easier for enforcement to happen. In conclusion, I'll just say I look forward to your feedback and your comments and recommendations on this legislation, and I'm here to answer any questions as you deliberate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm sure that the commissioners might have some questions for the presenter, and yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councilwoman Kimball. I don't have any questions, but I look forward to discussions with our fellow commissioners. And I just want to thank you for putting yourself out there and teaming up with another councilwoman to put out this bill. I understand the intentions of it, and I think it's great, but I look forward to our discussion with our commissioners.
Do you have any questions for? No. Okay. For the discussion. Okay, so I guess we don't have any direct questions, and we'll wait for public testimony then, and then we will have our discussion. So thank you, ladies. Mahalo. Okay, public testimony. I think that we have 32 here. I'm not sure how many are on Zoom, but we have 32 here, and so there's Ashley, how many do we have on Zoom?
As of right now, we have 17.
What is it? 17. Okay. All right. So I just want to make sure that, when you come up here, that you guys, if you've given us written testimony, we have read it. So please, when you come up to use your 3 minutes, then try to inform us. We're all here to accomplish the same thing. We want to hear what you have to say. So we appreciate you being here today. Can I do 3 at a time? Okay, so I'm going to swear all of you in at the same time. So everybody raise your right hand, and I'm sorry. What did I say? All the testifiers. Yeah. Thank you. Raise your right hand and swear to tell the truth before the Leeward Planning Commission today. So I do. Okay. Thank you all. And so when you do come up, and you're going to come up and sit at these tables, should we do 2 at a time? There's 2 mics. And when you come up, you push this little button and the light is going to turn red, and you're going to get it pretty close so that we can hear you. Because if you're back here talking and you're up here talking, it's 2 different things. Okay. So I have a list of people here, and I'm going to start with Mike Hobbs and Wesley Moon. If you're here, come forward. If you're not here, I'm going to go on to. Okay. Thank you for coming forward. Push the button. There you go.
Got it.
And are you Mike or Wesley? You're Mike. Okay. So Mike, if you just state your name, where you live, and
Mike Hobbs, sorry.
sorry. And then the
Never done
agenda
this
item,
before. All right.
agenda item. you're
I
gonna
have a very loud voice.
Good, that's
Okay.
good. And the agenda item you're going to speak.
744948 Palani Road.
You
It's
don't have to
almost
give
on
us
the
the
map where the
address,
church
but
was.
just the area that you live in is.
Oh, okay, sorry. Gave you the address. It's off
Okay.
Kalani Road. It's a 1 acre parcel, ag zoned. She actually answered a lot of the questions. I've been doing this for 10 years.
Okay.
I have a 3 bedroom, 3 bath house. We have a lock off for the master
Okay, so you're
bedroom.
gonna have three minutes to tell
I'm
us.
gonna go quick.
Yes.
No
okay.
worries.
All right.
Okay. She answered a lot of questions. To me, it sounds like there's too much paperwork involved in what all is going on here. I knew in 2008. Sorry? 2018, when I saw that first thing, you sort of left us out, owner operators. We live there. It's our house. We have a homeowner's exemption. It is 1 acre ag zoned. Okay, we have a lot of land. It's not a problem. We have neighbors that are fairly far away. We don't have an issue with noise. But to me, it looks like an awful lot of paperwork for a lot of people, including owner operated. Also looks like a little bit more money. $1,000, $1,100 to start, 500, 100, 250, 250. Looks like 1,100 to start, plus another 350 each year for adding on. Probably won't keep me from doing it, but it's just more money, okay? And I just see everything here as being, you want more money. And I don't see how you're gonna enforce any of it. That's pretty much mine. You're up. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Wesley. Just state your name and where you live.
Wesley Moore, Hulula.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Let's see. I'll try to keep this short. I'm here to testify against Bill 121. I've lived here most of my life. My wife was born and raised here as well as all my children. For the longest time I can remember, I've heard news stories of being priced out of paradise long before I graduated Conewaina in '99. It seems to me hotel lobbies are pushing the idea that Airbnbs are the cause of the housing crisis, and now the county and state government have someone to blame other than themselves. I've been very blessed to be able to buy a home in Hulula in 2021 that had an ohana on it, especially in today's market. It was a big struggle. Dozens of house showings, and we were the only local family that came to physically look at the house versus FaceTime calls from all non-Hawaii residents. The sellers wanted to ensure the house went to a local family, and we were blessed to be able to buy it. Without the ability to supplement the cost of my $5,500 monthly mortgage, I wouldn't be able to buy a home here, and we'd most likely be planning our move to the mainland where housing can be found affordable. I personally know many other local families that have done the same, and without that supplemental income, they too would have been forced to move to the mainland. If forced to long-term my house, I'd have to make my rent between $3,500 to $4,000, and then I become the bad guy for being greedy and it not being affordable. But what about me and my family who are just trying to survive? I'd also like to add to regard to the occupancy of rentals was obviously written by someone who doesn't have children. We're a family of 9 that travels and specifically rents homes with bunk beds. And with the new law, our home wouldn't conform since we cater to traveling families. That's it. Mahalo.
Thank you. So now we're going to move to Rhonda Lindquist and Alana Wiley. Can you please come forward?
Is it press here?
So Rhonda, yours is on.
Is it press there?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay.
So if you
Yeah,
just
well,
state your,
I'm Rhonda Lindquist. My husband and I live here in Kailua Kona.
thank you.
And we
Yeah,
retired here because we remember the great vacations we've had, including our honeymoon 43 years ago on this big island. And our retirement plan consists of Social Security and a small pension. We could not continue to live here without the income from our short-term rental in our hosted home. This bill was written, we discussed it, had many flaws, and our husband and I have discussed this. I object to several of the provisions, including the signing of an affidavit that would be notarized as to the improvements to our home. We provide a safe and clean environment for our guests with the Lord's help and for His glory. This requirement could easily be satisfied through a licensed home inspector. I also do not believe that the county has the right to dictate where I live in my home. This bill would require myself or my husband to remain at a so close to our home to be able to respond within 1 hour of a phone call or complaint. That really is not realistic. And we could not travel to Hilo or a doctor's appointment in Oahu. That would be, oh man, that would be totally unfair. And finally, we have been paying thousands of dollars at TAT and GET taxes. We just had our property tax assessment revised, going back 3 years to the tune of $10,000. This has caused our mortgage payments to go from $2,350 to over $3,100 per month. We don't know if we can continue with the expenses. And now you want even more. The Bill 121 does not look at the economic impact
30 seconds.
to the county when thousands of hosts like ourselves are forced to shut down our short-term rentals and move off island. I don't want to do if it's not the Lord's will. This would be a result of the convert to long-term rentals, and we have owned a rental property in another state and will not do that again, given the pro-tenant policies of the state. So who wins here? Okay.
Thank you, Rhonda.
I just vote no, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so please, we don't need applause. There's a lot to get through. Everybody has a lot of emotions, and we're here to listen to what you have to say. Thank you. You go ahead.
My name is Elena Wiley, and I live in Kailua Kona, testifying in regards to Bill 121. I've submitted written testimony, so I'll try to keep this brief in consideration of your time.
Thank you.
The county should not be making it harder for full-time residents to utilize their properties in ways that allow them the financial stability to continue living here. Owner-hosted rentals bring value to the community by allowing residents to educate their guests to be respectful visitors. The cul-de-sac story cited by Heather Kimball seems to relate to unhosted rentals, so I don't understand how the relevance to this bill. As a full-time resident and homeowner, I strongly oppose A3 in section 25-4-16.1. This item states the owner shall live in a single-family dwelling on the building site of the home and not live in a guest house or detached bedroom of a single-family dwelling. I don't think it's appropriate for the county to dictate where a homeowner lives on their property. You do not need kitchen facilities to eat food. There are a multitude of ways to prepare food without a kitchen, such as grilling. So I'm stunned that this continues to be cited as the reason for this provision. I do not bake. My husband does. I have no use for an oven. If I were to lose him and I wanted to live in a detached bedroom, I should be allowed to do that. Legislation that makes it more difficult for residents to have hosted rentals will not translate into additional long-term rental inventory. The existing landlord-tenant laws do not sufficiently protect landlords that live on the same property as their rental space. We learned this the hard way when our long-term tenant invited a violent felon to stay with him. This individual had just moved here from Oregon and had been released from prison after assaulting his mother, which resulted in her hospitalization. We were fortunate that this individual left after a month and that our tenant later chose to move out after he failed to pay rent. Although he left our space in extremely poor condition and abandoned property there, we are thankful we did not have to initiate an eviction process that would have been extremely expensive and time consuming. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So Susan Welton and Ashley Lake. Susan Welton and Ashley Lake. So this other one, you're going to have to turn it on. You just push the button. Yeah, there you go. So if you would just state your name. Please state your name and where you live, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm Ashley Welton. I live in Kolokomoka. There's been a lot of discussion about the economic impact of this bill, and there's good reason for that because there hasn't been any study conducted. And so I support the recommendation of a full impact study, economic impact study of what these restrictions would cost the residents of Hawaii County and the state. We pay a lot of taxes, GE, TAT, it's 20% of every dollar that comes in. It's a lot. With this very narrow definition of what is allowed in this bill, what can be rented, where an owner can live, where they're allowed zoning wise. Pair that with the extremity of what's required to register and the fines proposed for non-compliance. There's a hardship for most and it eliminates the opportunity for many, right? I think that registering for TAT and GE licenses should be registration enough for hosted. Guests behave differently when hosts reside on site. They just do. There's been no proof that hosted rentals are the object of complaint. It's the unhosted rentals that are supposed to be handled with Bill 108, and yet we're still struggling to enforce those. So I don't see what adding on another layer of restrictions, and I don't see how that's going to be enforceable. I think that this bill targets local families who are doing their best to stay in their homes. And there's also no provisions for creative stays like camping, tiny homes, tree houses. Things don't fit into that narrow provision. They make up not an insubstantial portion of rentals that tourists seek out. There are entire categories on Airbnb that are specifically for these kinds of rentals. To not include them is a mistake. So along these lines, I think eliminating farm stays would create further economic hardship to already struggling agricultural practices. We've heard from farm owners that this is the case. So if we have any hope of obtaining food sovereignty, we should be making it easier for people to farm, not harder, And this idea that regulating short-term rentals will lead to more long-term housing has been refuted again and again. Until property owners have more rights than tenants who refuse to pay, they're not going to rent long-term. So I believe the focus on what we actually need is misplaced in this bill.
30 seconds.
We need affordable housing. So focus on the unused affordable housing credits. Focus on making the permitting process easier. Protect the landlords. Legalize mobile dwelling units so that landlords and mobile homeowners can hooey up, There are a lot of other ways to solve these problems. I don't see any benefit to the people of Hawaii for furthering this bill. So I hope that you recommend the dismissal.
Thank you. My name is Susan Welton and I live in Kona. I have nothing prepared like anybody else. I just came in here and I listened to the bill and I listened to what everybody had to say. And I owned a vacation rental. It was hosted. You didn't say it was hosted because I lived next door, but it was really hosted because we were right there. But I did pay all my NUC and everything because it was considered unhosted. But I will tell you that a hosted vacation rental, as this young lady said, they are different. They act different. When they know you're there, it's a totally different thing. I had this vacation rental for 10 years. I had one complaint in the 10 years because we lived there. I think that trying to eliminate vacation rentals on properties for local families who are trying to make it work here for them and be able to stay in their home is horrendous. It's horrendous. People work so hard in this state to be able to be here because it is such a beautiful, amazing place that we live in, okay? Please don't ruin it. Please don't make it harder. Please don't make the local people move away from the island and bring the mainland people here who don't understand what it's like to be in Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Wilkinson and Lisa Wade. Hi. Will you just state your name and where you live, please?
Yes, my name is Jennifer Wilkinson. I live in South Kona. Aloha Chair Committee members. I did provide written testimony, so I'm just going to make a few statements. First, I want to just kind of address something that keeps being said, and that's that the public's confused or misunderstands, or that we're even telling people what to say. But to be clear, Under current law, hosted rentals, just like long-term rentals, aren't required to be licensed or permitted. There's no verified data about hosts or their properties, and the county's commissioned no studies or independent research to try and comprehend the scope of the impact of this bill. And with all due respect, the testifying public understands the application of the bill as it applies to their own circumstances much more than the county. Rather, I think it's the county that underestimates the full detrimental impact of Bill 121. For example, you heard if you're a resident of this county, you can start a transient accommodation rental on your property at any time. And it sounds very simple, but it's not. If you're a resident of this county who's a long-term tenant, you cannot start a transient accommodation rental on your property at any time, even if your landlord allows it. If you're a resident of this county who resides in your own guest house or detached bedroom, you've heard you cannot start a transient accommodation rental at any time. If you're a resident who resides in the main home of your property and you want to rent out a second dwelling, tiny home, yurt, or cabin, or ohana after the first of this year, you can't do that either. And we've also heard as long as you're doing it legally, you'll be able to continue. And that's not quite as simple either. If this bill passes as written, hundreds of unhosted rentals currently operating legally will be immediately made illegal. And any condo currently operating legally in an association that doesn't allow short-term vacation rentals based on the existing definition will be made illegal. So I hope the director's recommendations pass on that front. There are so many more nuances in this bill when applied to actual residential circumstances. And so that's what we're not hearing. There's just not enough time in 3 minutes to tell you why this is going to affect me. But what I'm trying to say is the hundreds of folks that are telling you that they've submitted testimony saying it's going to hurt them, they're not confused. They understand and they're trying to be heard. So please hear them and believe that they know at least their own situation better than the county does. And finally, please send this bill back with a recommendation for an economic impact study. Knowing by actual testimony that this bill was written will hurt even a few people with only a hope of achieving any positive outcome without real data just isn't good for our community. And I might suggest a working group, getting people who are opposed and people who are in favor and talking to the other counties for what's not worked for them, because even the other counties have had regulations for a long time and it hasn't created housing. So let's work on this together while we're performing a study. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. You have to turn your mic on. There you go.
All
Will you
right.
just state your name and where you live?
My name is Lisa Wade and I live in HPP. I already submitted my letter of recommendation or opposition to you. And so I'm just going to try to make this short and maybe just add on a little bit of who I am. I am of Hawaiian ancestry. I'm a descendant of a Hawaiian ancestry. And my husband and I moved back to this island a couple of years ago. This is the island where my mom grew up and was born and raised. And so we are here and we bought the property that we did with 2 homes on it in hopes that our adult children will also move to the island and help us build a strong community of local people. And so seeing this bill really hurts my heart because we bought the property in order to have our children come and move back, and they don't visit us very often. And so we opened it up for a hosted rental. And so that allows us to pay the mortgage while they're not here. But then when they are here, they get to, occupy it and things like that. But to see, to already know that we are paying GET and TAT taxes as high as they are, it makes it harder to accept the rest of this bill that will just create more hardship. Thank you. The letter had everything in it, who could create more hardship for us and our children. And they too will be priced out of paradise, like that gentleman just said. But we're here to try to create a strong community with our children and with our family, and to have all these bills come and create all of these hardships and fees, it just makes it even more difficult for the local people to stay here and to be able to afford this island. I love this island. It's different from Oahu and Kauai. And I think that the laws on this island should also be different from Oahu and Kauai, where there's so many people on those other islands. And so I hope that this council will take into consideration a lot of the hosted rental owners that are here have invested not in just their homes, but the land and community itself. So thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So Catherine Sinclair and Mary Jo Lake. So turn your mic on. Yeah, it'll turn red on the bottom, the very, yeah.
I'm in seat one.
Yep, good. Button there in the bottom. It'll turn red when it goes on. The other side. Okay. There you go. So
My name is Mary Jo Lake. I live in Holualoa. I'm Wes's neighbor. He's got nice people that come up my driveway just to check out what's in the neighborhood. I stand in opposition of Bill 121 as it is written. I had no idea how complicated you guys are making this. I'm scratching out everything I had to say earlier. Please shelf that bill. As it's written, it is not workable for us. Those of us who pay temporary accommodation taxes and GT taxes want the right to manage our own properties. I do not support placing the onus of the housing crisis on us. I'm not going to say that. Okay. I'm not even going to say any of that. It's just wrong, you guys. It's just wrong. Make it so that we can rent our houses for as long as we want to rent them if we live on property, and do not require me to live in a place that you guys think I should live when I have a house. My house was built for my father and mother-in-law when they were aging. When they died, we opened it up to long-term or short-term rentals because I want my house. I want to be able to tell my cousins and my nieces and my nephews that they can come stay in grandpa's house and not pay anything. Anyway, I'm not saying everything I wanted to say. Just shelve the bill. It's not working for us. Thank you.
thank you. Just state your name, please.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, first of all, thanks so much for listening to us. I have
State your
submitted.
name and where you live.
I'm sorry?
You have to state your name and where you live.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm Kathy Sinclair.
Okay.
And I live in Kailua Kona.
Thank you.
And I've been recruited to come speak with you because I am a war-torn veteran of being neighbors of short-term rentals.
Okay.
Okay, when I bought my house 14 years ago, there was no short-term rentals up on Nani Kailua. Now my back fence faces a short-term rental and there's a couple down the street. The point I want to make here is there is a distinct difference between hosted and non-hosted short-term rentals. It seems to me that the hosted short-term rentals, there's some control in that house. Okay, the non-hosted short-term rentals, you know who controls that house? The police department. And I got to tell you, they're really good about coming out, but they run the police department. I was a nurse for 50 years. Like we used to run the hospital off of a triage. And so if they've got something more important to do than noise in a short-term rental, it takes them a while to come. But the police always come and you can always get a police report. I have a litany here of complaints on the non-hosted short-term rental in the residential areas. Now, my concern is, I love this bill. Okay, the question is, who's going to enforce it? Because right now it's the police department that enforces all of this and it's not their job. So you got to think, if this thing goes or any part of it, who's gonna be where the buck falls? Okay, thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. Thank you both very much. We have a Candy Baker and a Trey Livingston. Candy, you have to turn your mic on. Okay, there you go.
Got it.
Go ahead and state your name and where you live.
Candy Baker, Captain Cook.
Okay, now speak into your mic first so we can hear you.
Well, thank you for letting me do this. I've lived on the Big Island for 36 years, 33 in the same house where my late husband and I started out as renters. When the new owners bought, they envisioned a coffee farm on the 5 acres. So then we became the coffee workers and the caretakers. Since then, for 17 years, as the owners have gotten older and can't do it, they have put their house up for a short-term rental. Without having the income of that short-term rental, the farm would go under. As you know, there's many obstacles such as pests, drought, and a litany of others. We employ most of the time 10 to 15 workers, including myself. We have followed every regulation set in place, and without the short-term rental, the farm would not survive. The money that we put in for the TAR, whatever it's called, we don't get to keep that on this island. It goes to Honolulu. We're never going to use that, monorail. That's just off the books. This, the planning department really has no idea what it entails and should not have any say. This is a paid off private property and should be their right to sustain it in their own way. There is no individual data to show how STR on ag lands are detrimental to our neighborhood. Most of the parcels are 5 to 75 acres, which causes no disturbances to any of us. This STR is hosted as I live on the land and have many return guests because of the aloha shown and the many aspects of the rural life they enjoy while being in Hawaii. We, the little people, don't have the millions that the hotel lobbyists have. So please hear us now and let us continue our livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Trey.
Hello. Hi, I'm Trey Livingston,
Hi.
also from Captain Cook. I'm testifying on Bill 121. I'm opposing that bill not because I own a short term. I don't. I'm from Kona. I grew up in Kona. I graduated from Kona. And I want to talk about South Kona. I felt like there was some misleading information provided by the council member. You can't do this on any zoning, right? Well, maybe you can do it on any zoning if you are, but that omits state land use ag, which is all of South Kona, except for like 30 commercial properties where Choice Mart and all these existing businesses already are. Any home that gets built on state ag, you sign a farm dwelling notice. It's a farm dwelling. You can't do short term on farm dwellings, on state ag. You can't do short term South Kona. So you just wiped out a whole district from having any of that income revenue. You wiped it out we got graduation coming up. All the families coming from Hilo, Oahu, where are they going to stay? They're going to stay at Outrigger, pay $200 a night, split up the family in multiple rooms. Like, good luck affording that. And it kind of destroys the character that she mentioned of our community. Like, it's a family community. We all live together, we eat together, share a roof, spend time together. And if you have to stay in a hotel, that gets wiped out. There's a place for hotels, but it's not for everybody. We need both. The second reason is kind of the financial reality. Like, short-term gets a nasty name, right? Like, it's people, investors trying to make big bucks. If we're looking at South Kona, say they're charging $200 a night and it's occupied 70% of the year. That's 5 days a week, maybe 5 days out of 7. They're going to net about $35,000. This isn't like an investor like Boone. This is families taking care of themselves, making payments, the opportunity to own property, create wealth. That's what you're robbing that whole district of. Like, and we know that a bunch of these, the reality of it, like, everybody's doing this on unpermitted buildings that they threw up themselves or with their friends, and they're not going to go to the county and get a permit to do this and rat themselves out that they've got this unpermitted unit on their property in the bushes. That's really nice that people enjoy staying at. So I want you to ask yourself, like, who wrote this bill? Because if you put yourself in a hotel owner's shoes, wouldn't it be nice to wipe out any competition in South Kona to guarantee that you can fill your rooms, And just make this sweet enough or smooth enough that it slides through and gets approved, but not so aggressive that you get the whole community to rise up. But, you know, we got quite a few people here like repeatedly testifying against this. So I hope you'll listen. And I think you can expand the South Kona to the rest of the districts.
Thank you. The next two testifiers, Jason Isert and Mark Fate. Mark Fate, you're Jason?
I'm Jason.
Okay, and this is Mark. Okay, he's coming here. Okay, Jason, just state your name and where you live, please. You have
Jason
3
Isert,
minutes.
and
Yeah.
I live in Kailua Kona.
Okay, thank you.
You know, the first time I thought I would be testifying before you would be for a special use permit hearing. I've been working on a special use permit for about 2 years and have continued to defer it in part because of this bill. Currently, I oppose Bill 121, but I would support it if some important amendments were made. Over the past few days, I've thoroughly reviewed the written testimony that was submitted online regarding the proposed bill and noticed a reoccurring theme related to quiet hours and the definition of professional services as potential events. It is with this in mind that I'd like to make 2 recommendations. Bill 121 states that quiet hours for hosted rentals start at 8 p.m. This approach doesn't differentiate between when a home is in hosting mode versus private mode. On the numerous days when property owners do not have guests in their hosted rentals, their freedoms to enjoy the home is unfairly diminished by these new quiet hours that they must adhere to. Neighbors can't differentiate between when there are renters in the home versus not. Any noise past 8 p.m. can be deemed as disturbances, prompting complaints, fines, and the potential ability to lose your permit to rent the home. How are such instances supposed to be fairly regulated? More critically, how can we possibly enforce regulation based on such a subjective measure as disturbance? Our homes are not always hosted rentals. The second major concern that emerged from my review of the written testimony is the classification of professional services such as personal chefs, yoga instruction, or massage therapy as events. Such well-intentioned professional engagements are far from the scope of what one would traditionally consider an event. In the most recent Leeward Planning Commission hearing, Chairman Lynn inquired specifically about the classification of events. He posted a direct question to the planning department: whether a reoccurring weekly ukulele class catering to 30 participants at a private residence would be deemed an event. The department indicated that it would not. This answer leads to a point of confusion because when I personally consulted with the planning department, I was informed that offering a yoga session to my overnight guests at my home would constitute an event and a violation, necessitating a special permit if advertised. This discrepancy prompts a critical question. On what basis is a yoga session limited only to overnight guests classified as an event, whilst a significantly larger weekly 30-person ukulele class is not? An amendment to these 2 definitions could provide the needed clarity that many are seeking.
30 seconds.
In my written testimony, I provide an example of an amendment that is clearer and helps to differentiate between the 2. Due to the uncertainty, I've prepared a special permit application that will be heard by you members of the Leeward Planning Commission if the definitions of gathering and events are not modified. The request I will make is that the professional services on my property not be considered events. I'm confident that if the definitions are not revised, that the commission will be overwhelmed with similar applications vital to our community's livelihood and healing traditions. Given these considerations, I urge the commission to rethink these aspects of the bill and propose the necessary recommendations for change so residents like me don't need to go through the lengthy, difficult special use permit process. Thank you for volunteering. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Mark, will you turn your thing on? Press the button.
Thank
There
you.
go. And talk into the mic for us.
My name is Mark Fiat. I'm a resident of LE Cove in Kona. And I want to address some of the specifics in the criteria here that you're in this proposed regulations on noise. I think noise is going to be the biggest problem you're going to encounter with people filing complaints against their neighbors, against the house next door, wherever it may be. The way that this ordinance is stated right now, you don't even require to have a sound level meter to determine whether the noise is excessive or not. have to be perceptive at the edge of your property. What does that mean? It's so vague, it's unenforceable. I've been practicing noise control for 35 years. I'm looking at this standard saying, am I going to pay a $2,500 fine for somebody who said that I burped and they heard me at the end of my property line? Or I flushed the toilet last night and they filed a complaint? You people really seriously need to think of what's the content of this. No sound level meters. And then even in the standard, there's a difference between the sleep time or the rest time or nighttime rather, and the daytime operations that are in conflict with the current ordinance in Hawaii. The current ordinance starts from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. for daytime operations. Your proposed ordinance starts at 8 p.m. at night, which means there's 2 additional hours that they have to be quiet. 10 p.m. is the standard that you have right now. You're proposing an 8 p.m. standard. It really is impactful. And I urge you that to conduct an economic study of what this impact is going to be. And I'd also like to see at least a 3-year sunset clause to analyze the impacts of this proposed regulation. I'm opposed to this regulation, totally. And I urge all of you on this board to vote no on this regulation. The impacts are going to be tremendous. The cost involved in it, tremendous. The individuals here today that were talking to you all were pleading for their own emotional security. We're dealing with the regulation. The regulation is onerous. And I urge you all to vote no on this. This is not needed in this community. You need a different perspective on this. If you want more housing, there's different ways to do it. This is not going to answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you. So Marbella Alford and Dorinda Thatcher. Okay, on to Harvey. On to Harvey.
Hi, my name is Dorinda Thatcher and I live in Kailua Kona. First, I'd like to address the definition of short-term vacation rental. And I believe that it's onerous in Bill 121, changing it from 30 days currently to 180 days. I agree with the director's recommendation to keep it at 30 days. I had some examples I was going to read to you, but I don't want to take the time when, our own residents are needing rentals for maybe 3 or 4 months at a time. And so the 180 days, I think, is very onerous. Also, a judge in Honolulu recently ruled that 180 days is unjust and inappropriate to be considered short-term and ruled that 30 days is an appropriate amount of time to consider transient. I also believe, I know one of the reasons this bill was coming about is that the county, the people who were recommending the bill were believing that this could create more long-term housing. And there is no evidence that limiting vacation rentals adds housing, affordable or otherwise, to our inventory. And it unfairly places a burden for creating more housing on existing homeowners, rather than, it seems a bit backwards to me when things like zoning changes, as including duplex, fourplex housing, for example, could go a long way to creating more affordable housing. And the county should be looking at things like that. So instead of, and our county council is very against development right now. So instead of being pro-development of more affordable housing options, they choose to burden existing homeowners with this bill. It's a bad bill. I believe that and I also agree with the director on section 25-4-16.1 that, pardon me, that wasn't the director. A person should be able to live in any portion of their home and rent a portion. I think directing where they can live is a direct violation of personal property rights and is unfair and unjust. Section 25-4-16.173-D, I do agree with the director's recommendation to not need signage on the exterior of a home, because I do believe that this could be inappropriate and create risk and security risks for the property. Let's see. I was going to talk about, if 180-day definition is adopted, many owners on fixed income and retired, depending on the additional income and supplement the high cost of living in Hawaii, will lose their owner occupant residential tax exemptions. And that's just unacceptable as well. And let's see. That's it. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
So you're going to have to push it on. Yeah, there you go. And state your name and where you live.
My name is Antu Harvey, and I live in Holualoa. And I strongly support these bills with conditions. And I have 3 points to make right now. Transient accommodations are a business type that clearly need much better regulation and control to be fair to the business operators and to the neighbors and to the community at large. The proposed schema takes a huge step forward to clarify and make manageable this type of business. I think it's a really good start. I think it would evolve over time. I think some of the details, as we've heard, are a bit onerous as to some of the little conditions that are made. And overall, my biggest concern is that we have livable communities. It's really through owners and long-term renters that contribute to the fabric of our neighborhoods and for thriving communities. And we depend on stable members who live there full time. And this is true in rural and ag areas too. And so transient accommodations are appropriate in areas such as resort and CV and the others. And transient accommodations are not appropriate business type in residential areas unless they are owner hosted and meet necessary requirements and registration to be good neighbors. These are businesses operated within residences in neighborhoods. TARs in areas that require nukes should not run with the land. The current owner may comply with the requirements and be acceptable in 2024, but future owners may not be so courteous. And as the density of our population continues to increase, we are already seeing an encroachment and degradation on true ag lands, increase in property values as an unintended consequence, because these are being monetized as extractive investments. And these uses increase the load in infrastructure without being vested and civically engaged. No voting, they don't volunteer. And that's really becoming a big problem, especially here in Kona. Neighbors, number two, neighbors should know who their neighbor is so we can respectfully and directly discuss any concerns that arise. I am concerned with operator hosted if this is because it's currently being abused and is not easily monitored or enforced. But it might be okay if that was taken care of. The third one is hosted TAR information needs to be readily accessible via database so neighbors can learn whether a TAR is registered and compliant. And inadequate access of this information is a real problem. But thank you very much for your time and your service.
Thank
Aloha.
you. William Burns and Rolanda Daniels. You state your name.
Hello,
and
Madam
where you
Chair.
live.
My
Hi.
name is William Burns and I live in Kona.
Thank you.
And
You have
thank
3
you for
minutes.
all of your
Yeah.
time and effort, the whole council here.
Please proceed.
We're here to provide a presentation on behalf of the thousands of families who will be injured by Bill 121. We are your ohana, neighbors, teachers, farmers, and housekeepers. Our community includes cancer survivors who depend on short-term rental income for medicines, caregivers who rent an ohana to make ends meet while providing end-of-life care, and hundreds of retirees who invested in property, obey the law, respect their neighbors, and are now faced with an economic reality of losing everything. You don't have to take my word for it. In front of you are hundreds of letters from Big Island residents who will be hurt by this bill that was just passed out to you. Here on the Big Island, our industry is a huge part of the economy. More than 7,000 families depend on short-term rental income to make ends meet each month. According to the Hawaii Department of Economic Development and Tourism, our industry generated more than $216 million in direct sales in 2023, most of which went to local families. Despite the misinformation presented during the introduction of this bill, most short-term rental owners are locals. Most are over 50, and most of them own only one vacation rental. The people who are being targeted by this bill are renting an ohana or a room in their own home. They're mostly retired, and very importantly, they depend on the income to pay for their own mortgage. Short-term rentals are how they make their own housing affordable. They know the industry better than anyone in Hawaii County, and in front of you is ample evidence that this bill will be catastrophic for them. Mahalo for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Rolanda, thank you. Just state your name and where you live, please.
My name is Rolanda Daniel and I live in Kona.
Thank you.
Short-term rentals on the Big Island pay more than $69 million in taxes each year. This is equivalent to 8% of the county's budget. Let me repeat that. Our industry pays 8% of all the taxes paid in Hawaii County. Hawaii County makes out quite well from our industry. And our employees also do well. They earn an average hourly wage of $39. That's twice the pay they'd make elsewhere. But what about our visitors? Who are they? Well, I can tell you who they're not. 21% of our guests are non-vacationers. They live here. They include displaced residents, newly housed residents, residents in transition, inter-island residents coming for medical treatments or family visits, traveling nurses, emergency contractors, temporary military personnel, students, and our family and friends. The rest of our guests are visitors to the island, and 63% of them, 2 out of 3, prefer not short-term rentals to traditional hotels. Without our industry to accommodate them, they won't come here waving their vacation dollars over their heads, yelling, "Please take my money." That means fewer jobs, fewer dollars, and fewer taxes to support our community. Finally, according to the hotel lobby's own data, short-term rental guests on the Big Island directly spend more than $597 million with local businesses. All in all, our industry has an impact on more than $1.1 billion per year. We are a $1 billion industry. We are important. And if we're going to discuss regulations, it's important that we do the homework one would expect when dealing with billions of dollars and thousands of livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. So Rachel Jacox and Chris Adair.
Aloha, my name is Rachel J. Cox. Before we move on, it's really important that we define, I live in Ocean View.
Oh,
That
thank
was
you.
the little
Okay.
other part.
All right.
So it's really important that we define some terms that we're going to be using. First term I'd like to define is residential. The dictionary definition of residential doesn't matter. What our elected officials think doesn't actually matter. What does matter is the one decided by Federal District Court Judge Watson, who has been very, very clear. Someone resides at an address if they sleep there, eat there, breathe there, bathe there, and recreate there. It does not matter that they pay to be there. Every renter pays their residence. Importantly, according to Judge Watson, it does not matter how long they reside there, a day, a week, a month, or a year. They're all the same when it comes to defining use. The guest is not running a law firm, rebuilding commercial jet engines, or running a retail store. They are residing in a residence. A short-term rental guest resides at the property that is used. It is residential and it belongs in residential zoning. A 1-week short-term rental is no different from a 1-year rental in the eyes of federal courts, And for our purpose, those are the only eyes that matter. If Hawaii County tries to redefine residential use, they will end up in federal court like Oahu did. They will lose like Oahu did. And taxpayers like you and I are the ones that will end up paying the legal bill for both sides, while short-term rental owners pay the cost in sleepless nights, ruined livelihood, and lost revenue. The second term I'd like to define is gaslighting, the manipulation of someone into questioning their own perception of reality. An example of gaslighting would be telling everyone that there are not $10,000 fines in a bill. When they read the bill, it clearly states explicitly in two places and implicitly in one other that fines for violations are $10,000, $10,000 per day or more. Let me repeat that. Despite what both Heather Kimball and Ashley Kirkowitz have said in public meetings, this bill provides for fines of $10,000 per day, $10,000 per day for a third infraction, and twice the maximum nightly rate. If the rate is $5,000 or more, it could be in excess of $10,000 per day. We are adults. We can read the text in front of us. Gaslighting is telling us that we shouldn't believe our eyes,
30 seconds.
but instead should believe the author's intent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chris Adair, and I'm from Holualoa. Malfeasance, misconduct or wrongdoing, especially by a public official. An example of malfeasance would be proposing a piece of legislation that destroys the livelihood of local families and irreparably damages a $1.1 billion industry for political reasons, then justifying it by referencing a 6-year-old report from a partisan think tank that is based on data more than a decade old. A study. Study is an academically rigorous fact-finding effort conducted by experts that is entered into without preconceived outcome. The results would be well supported by facts, well-reasoned, and disprovable. It is also important that a study be topical. That means an economic impact study of this bill would study this specific bill in this specific market and return results that are relevant and actionable. Importantly, a study is not a short document written by amateurs to support preconceived ideas on political ideology. Addressing misinformation. You can start a transient accommodation rental at your property at any time as long as you're doing it legally. Said by Heather Kimball, April 4th, Windward Planning Commission meeting, 4 hours, 18 minutes, 35 seconds. The key phrase is as long as you're doing it legally. This bill makes it illegal to rent a tiny home. Those operations will now become illegal and you will not be able to start one at any time. This bill makes it illegal to rent your ohana. If you are not operating on January 1st of this year, you will not ever be able to start a short-term rental in your ohana unit, ever. This bill makes it illegal to rent your additional farm dwelling. There is no path in this bill to ever rent an additional farm dwelling. Ag zoning is explicitly excluded from the zoning in this bill. This bill makes it illegal to rent a room in your home if you don't have sufficient on-site parking, and so much more. So no, it is not true that you can start a vacation rental at any time, because this bill makes most of the businesses in our community illegal. Thank you.
Thank you. L'Oreal Carter and Carl Burns. You just push that, yeah. State your name and where you live. You're next.
Aloha, my name's Laurel Carter. I'm a 70-year-old, 30-year resident of Koloko Malka. And this bill puts the thumb on the government on a dynamic market that generates more than $1 billion for our community each and every year. It creates losers by limiting short-term rental operations, imposing new requirements that are impossible for many families to meet, and creating insurance problems for every single short-term rental in Lava 1 and Lava 2 zones. It also creates winners. They are hotels and resorts that will benefit tremendously from reduced competition. So here are some of the specific winners and losers taken from testimony in front of you today. Loser, Marbaya Alford. Marbaya is a single mother who is raising 5 children, several of whom are bonus kids, part of the Hawaii foster care system. She works as a housekeeper and just purchased the first reliable vehicle she's owned in nearly 3 years. However, if this bill passes as written, Marbaya will lose her $35 an hour flexible employment. The winners? Well, Rob Walton, known for busting unions and ruthlessly undercutting competition. Rob Walton is worth more than $77 billion. He inherited the money from his father, the founder of Walmart. He stands to gain a minuscule percentage of additional net worth. Loser, Sebastian Lancelotti. Sebastian lives on a rental property where he acts as the host for the owners. In 2023, Sebastian found himself homeless because Hawaii County has refused to allow local builders to develop sufficient housing to keep up with the demand. If this bill passes as written, Sebastian will lose his housing and his employment. Michael Dell, winner, the 10th richest man on earth. His net worth will go up by a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percent.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carol Burns, Kailua Kona.
Thank you.
Unintended consequences of this bill. In addition to creating winners and losers, Bill 121 will create a host of problems. Outright ban in Lava 1 and Lava 2 zones. In Lava 1 and Lava 2 zones, there are no insurance providers selling mixed-use insurance, but mortgage companies require homeowners to have it if they're operating a vacation rental. So no mixed-use insurance, no mortgage. This permitting process will create a documentation trail that will cause insurers to drop customers. It will result in foreclosure for all vacation rentals operating in Lava 1 and Lava 2 zones who have an outstanding mortgage balance. Host evictions, like some of the ladies that we heard tonight. Many short-term rental hosts are renters who host guests on behalf of property owners. This bill will make that illegal, as those hosts are evicted in favor of mainland buyers or long-term renters able to pay higher rents. It will reduce, not increase, affordable housing. Gentrification of neighborhoods. As locals who are operating short-term rentals are forced to sell, buyers from the mainland will purchase these homes. They will then be remodeled and left empty. When they sell them later, it will drive housing prices even higher and contribute to the continued gentrification of our neighborhoods. An increase in taxes. As short-term rentals shut down and become vacant, it will reduce GE collections, TAT collections, and income tax collections. This will further shift the tax burden to Hawaii residents who are already paying the highest rate in the nation. Long-term owners and residents will be forced to leave the island because they no longer have a way to earn a living. Thank you.
Thank you. John Herabidian and Joshua Montgomery.
Aloha, my name is John Harabedian, Kona. We can avoid unintended consequences by conducting academically rigorous independent studies and creating laws based on results. The premises of this bill that will somehow magically make housing affordable is based on a single report generated by a partisan think tank 6 years ago. The data referenced by this report is cherry-picked from data that is more than a decade old. The other study referenced by the authors wasn't even published until after this bill was drafted, and its conclusion is not short-term rentals are the cause of the housing crisis. Instead, it concludes that the primary driver of housing costs is overregulation. Where it does discuss the impact of short-term rentals on housing stock, it fails to evaluate any of the benefits that the $1 billion in economic activity has on our island. In other words, it highlights the costs without discussing the benefits. The truth of the matter is that the authors of this bill conducted no independent analysis, initiated no economic impact studies, have done next to zero due diligence, and are trying to sell our community a story that is simply untrue. That regulating short-term rentals out of existence will even marginally impact our housing shortage. All of this is very complicated, so let me simplify it for you. If the commission takes 3 things away from this presentation, it should be these. This is a $1.1 billion industry, 1.1. 2, Hawaii County has conducted no economic impact studies, no analysis, no investigation, no due diligence on the likely effects of the legislation. They're just winging it, and hundreds of families telling you from firsthand knowledge that this bill will injure them and their ohana.
30
Thank you.
seconds.
Thank you.
Joshua Montgomery, Kailua Kona. Let me repeat that one more time. All of this is super complicated. So if you're going to take away 3 points from what we're saying today, 3 points. 1, this is a $1.1 billion industry that pays 8% of the taxes on this island. 2, Hawaii County has done no economic impact studies. They have done no analysis. They have done no independent investigation and no due diligence. And the likely effects of this legislation are significant. 3, hundreds of families are telling you that this bill is going to injure them. They can read. They know this industry better than Heather Kimball and Zendo Kern. They're telling you it's going to hurt them, and it needs to stop. So suggested actions. The county councilors who sent this bill to you didn't even read it. They didn't do their due diligence, and they didn't do an investigation. At the county council meeting on January 23rd, where this bill was introduced, Councilor Cindy Evans said, and I'll quote, "I need further discussion on this. Obviously, when you send something from the committee to the planning commission, I think there's an implied that we vetted it, that we thought about it, that we're moving it to you to continue the discussion. Guess what? I've never seen it before. So you here on the commission are the first people outside of Heather Kimball's office ever to review this bill. It's pointless to try and revise this bill and to go through all of the individual clauses in this committee. You haven't been provided with the information that you would need to appropriately regulate a $1.1 billion industry. Instead of getting down into the weeds on dozens of individual clauses, send the entire bill back to the county council and tell them to conduct an independent, academically rigorous economic impact study on the language of this specific bill. When you make the motion to open discussion, feel free to use that motion right there on the board as the motion to start the discussion. Finally, the chairman of this committee has the power to give our industry a seat at the table. When it's time to have a discussion and ask questions, invite someone from our industry up to the table to sit next to Heather Kimball and the planning department to provide accurate information about our $1.1 billion industry and the hundreds of families that will be hurt by this bill. Finally, you're going to be able to give. Thank you. Finally, you're going to be able to ask Heather Kimball questions. And so in the binder in front of you are a series of yes and no questions right inside the fold that you can ask Heather Kimball that will clarify what this bill will do to families in our community and how this bill is written. When you have an opportunity to interrogate her, I encourage you to break out that document and ask her those questions while she's under oath and force her to give you answers that aren't hidden with spin. Mahalo.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Chair, when we have an opportunity to ask testifiers questions?
Yes.
When?
Do you want to ask him a question?
Yes, I would.
Yes. Excuse me,
Mr.
can you come
Montgomery.
back for a minute? Thank you.
The other person that might be really helpful would be Jennifer Wilkinson. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, we have 3 minutes to do this. Yeah, she can ask him a question.
Pardon?
She has to leave. Go ahead and ask the question.
Mr. Montgomery, correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes. So my question is, thank you for the 3 points that you addressed. My question is, you cited a 1.1 billion economic impact. What independent economists did you use and where did you source that data? I'd like to look further
It's
into that.
HTA data. It's in the presentation on front of you. I believe it's somewhere around page 22, 23. But it's a report that shows up at the top of that page that's taken directly from the HTA.
From which agency?
From the HTA, the Hawaii Tourism Authority that provided it on behalf of the state. The table includes the total number of nights that are stayed in vacation rentals on the island. It includes a correction factor for the amount of economic impact beyond a night. So I think that the HTA's process multiplies the original number by like 1.5. And it adds all of the various economic impacts of the industry. And I have let me go grab a copy of the binder so I can give you the page number.
Thank you. No.
No, thank you, sir. I think I can see the reference
That's
here.
it.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you. Each person had 3 minutes. We're done right now.
Thank you. That was
Oh, that's all
that
you
was my
needed? Oh,
only
thanks
question.
so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Joe Schneckenberger and Corinthia Benjamin Mito. Go ahead and state your name and where you live, please.
Joe Schneckenberger, Kona. This bill does not go nearly far enough. I think that it is great that all vacation rental owners must register like sex offenders and post a scarlet letter on their buildings for all the neighbors to see. Maybe they should even have to post billboard size notices that on their property that enhance property values even more in the beauty. Once last year, a vacation rental guest baby was crying too loud for 10 minutes, way too long. But the house rented to long-term renters is way worse. They have wild parties most weekends and are blaring music at all hours. They need to register too. And then there is the mother across the street who owns her own home but travels, leaving her crazy teenagers behind who make a way too much noise. And don't even get me started about her dog that barks all the time. I think everyone should have to register and have to be back at their house within 3 hours of my phone call. So what if she's in Honolulu for medical reasons? She can just tell the doctor she's got to run and sprint to the airport and fly back here whenever I demand it. Which could be whenever I'm annoyed with her or want to toy with her. And if the last flight has already left, she can pay the $10,000 fine for not being nicer to me. None of my neighbors should be able to make noise I can hear on my property, not just vacation renters. I assume to go along with this bill's requirements, there's some kind of new technology that stops all sound at the property line. Actually, why wait till 8 for quiet hours? I think noise of the neighbors must stop at the property line all day, especially blowers and trimmers. While you're at it, please add to this bill that all car and motorcycle noise must stop at the property line. All vehicles should have to register with a placard on them. Anyone could call in if, say, they're playing the bass too loud in their car, and the car driver would have to report to the planning department within 1 hour to pick up a noise fine. Another thing, if my Kapuna neighbor often has visitors park in front of my house, they need to be banned from parking on my side of the street. With all his homeowner and Kapuna exemptions, he doesn't pay nearly as much taxes in a year as the tourists who stay for a week pay, and they won't be allowed to park there. On a positive note, I think the aloha to mainland and foreign companies is very thoughtful in this bill. They pay only $100 once for life to be TARP participants. This shows much aloha. Best to make the Hawaiians pay the lion's share of fees with initial fees of up to $1,500 and annual fees of $750 a year. Not to mention the thousands in compliance costs locals would have to pay on top of the registration fee. Table this bill forever as it is, but if you want to cover everybody, all the renters and owners might be worth considering. Mahalo for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and where you live.
My name is Clarenta Benjamin. I'm from Kailua Kona. And I came here today to against the bill. I'm voting no. I've been working with my owner. He's a good guy who is like a family to my family. So I've been working with him for almost 3 years. And I meet a lot of people from different places. And oh, I forgot to say that I'm a housekeeper. And I love working with them. This is a big job for me to work. I work a lot of places before, but they're not good like working with the owners. I'm comfortable working with the renter, short renter places, like working with owners. Sorry, I don't really speak English, but I'm against the bill today. Thank you.
Thank you. So Neil Bien and David Paoli. David Paoli. Martina Wing. Please state your name and where you live.
I share Lavi Haloa. My name is Neil. I live in Kailua Kona. Also, me and Claire, we lived together for 17 years. I live in Hawaii for 30 years and live here more than 17 years. We love what we do. We heard about this. We don't have to be here today. We have something to do, but we heard about this, that against our living, that we provide for our children, beautiful 2 children at home. And I heard that, I understand that I have three minutes only to say something. I wish you give me 3 hours, take all these guys' minutes, but I will try my best to say something that we love what we do. And both of us never educate continually like college or finish high school, but we end up into what we doing today to provide for our kids at home. And we really appreciate that people that do what we do together. Most of the people from my country, that's what we do from Marshall Island. I'm sorry, we both from Marshall Island. And hopefully you guys both understand this. Most of us don't have our travel license because we're not eligible to take the test here. So we using our Marshall Island travel license somewhere amount of limited time to use it here to work and traveling on the road. But anyway, we both know because we love our kids to provide whatever we can. If you take my job away tomorrow in the future, we no more nothing because we're not going to work at the office like anybody else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You state your name and where you live, please.
Aloha, my name is Martina Wing. I live in Kona. I submitted written testimony in opposition, and I have additional thoughts that I believe is educational for the audience here. I came to the islands over 25 years ago, and part of my house is rented as TAR to help pay the mortgage. It will be my retirement and also pays for my current cancer treatment. I'm an immigrant from Germany whose parents were born during World War II. I am wired differently than someone who grew up in the United States. I can detect gaslighting from a mile away. You might have heard this word before, but to clarify, here's the definition. Gaslighting is a colloquialism loosely defined as manipulating someone into questioning their own perception of reality. The expression, which derives from the title of the 1944 film Gaslight, became popular in the mid-2010s. Merriam-Webster cites deception of one's memory, perception of reality, or mental stability. I recommend to look it up yourself. When I learned that the origin goes back to a US-produced movie from 1944, I asked my mom, who resides in Germany, if she had heard about it, and to my surprise, she did. She watched it when she was young, a few years after the war was over. This made me realize how many generations, especially in the US, have been exposed to the technique of gaslighting, unaware of the consequences to not be able to distinguish between reality, truth, and lies. 2016 was my first election as a US citizen, and the gaslighter-in-chief was elected to be president. And we continue to reel from the devastating consequences. Here's the good news. Since then, and especially in the preparation to the 2020 election, I turned into a highly informed and engaged citizen. I follow the local and national news daily. I know who my elected officials are. I look around this room and see many knowledgeable and involved citizens. What does this have to do with Bill 121, you might ask? I listened to and reviewed every draft of Bill 121. I wondered if lawmaking is a difficult task, and initially I believed in the good intention of the county council chairwoman. She shared that the bill would not be damaging to the community. And wow, one disappointing moment after another as I witnessed how every draft got worse for us. I attended the last two hearings. We, the people, overwhelmingly opposed the current bill.
30 seconds.
The same is happening today. In February, the council voted 8-0 to move forward to this committee. I could not believe that even one representative listened to us. No one had the courage to step up and help the community. It was hard. Instead, we were gaslit. We manipulated to believe that the bill is good for us, although it's not. It's a bad bill. After 2 years of sausage making, we were lied to. I wish for this community to not be gaslit. I wish that the bill is based on reality and data. Data based on an economic impact study, not based on old numbers.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We have Ed Nipper and Mary Nipper. Ed and Mary Nipper. Not here. Okay, Krista Olson and Judith Cunningham. These are the last. Then we got it. Please state your name and where you live.
Do you guys need to stand up and stretch? for a
Right
second?
into your mic, please. State your name and where you live.
My name is Judith Cunningham and I live in Coloco. My husband and I grew up here in Kona. We both went to Kona Waina High School. All three of our children were born in Waimea. We've been on this island for a long time. We really love Hawaii. We love the culture. We love the local people. The sound ordinance is a really troubling one in that the culture of Hawaii is to sit in your yard at night and enjoy holo holo, enjoy coming home from work with family. So I don't think that it's fair to shut that down for local people as well as people that are visiting, people that are enjoying themselves. Let's see. Using our land to help pay our mortgage seemed the best way to, in a struggling economic time. We found ourselves not able to pay our mortgage. So we rented our property and realized this was illegal to do. We're literally breaking the law, and we were alarmed to find this out. We had 2 tiny houses on wheels that were considered certified roadworthy, like parking a boat on your property, but we are not able to do that. So we have since obviously shut everything down. Why short-term vacation rentals and supporting local people to earn is a win for Hawaii. Smart counties across the nation who embrace the innovation of creative hosting with reasonable guidelines understand the importance of getting back to simplicity in a generation surrounded by chaos, who long for new perspective. This is what we call market demand in business. The recent Bill 121 does exactly the opposite, closing opportunity for creativity, which will in turn strangle economic growth. Bill 121 goes so far as to tell homeowners what room they can live in on their property. This one feels really, really much like an overstep. This will not encourage thriving economy. If you think it will force tourists to resorts, they'll go someplace and find a unique alternative. Most state tourism departments champion their local business owners because they know these business owners will bring cash into the counties. First, for housing, the local people get more audits. There should be more audits on the affordable housing credits so that developers don't get actually their permits until those housing credits actually have been met. Zoning codes help us understand how they were set in place in 1956 to protect ag land. We want to make sure we're protecting ag land, and we want to honor the land, but we also recognize that human beings will also need to be considered in those zoning codes.
Thank you for your time. Next testifier, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Krista Olson from Kealakekua, and my family and I have been production farmers on our 5-acre property for over 20 years, providing significant produce to 5 local grocery stores, 2 days a week without fail for the last 20 years. At the time of COVID, our cost of production increased so dramatically that we made the very difficult decision to switch to transient accommodation to increase income. And I just want to speak up for production farmers, and I want to appreciate that there's been a lot of discussion about this impact on agriculture. There's been a lot of discussion among us as farmers, like, no yuko, no yuko. Mostly as farmers, we keep our heads down, our hands in the dirt. Nobody wants a target on their back. But it seemed really important to speak up because when my daughter and I look at the numbers, we're like, we're not going to do it. There's going to be no more lettuce on your shelves if we don't have this income. And we are a high volume farm for our 5 acres, right? And I hear from my fellow farmers an appreciation for making sure that ag land is active, productive ag land, but also recognizing that while revenue may be high, profit is very low from growing food, la'au, fibers for our community. And so this is an essential part of how we do it. And I want to just call attention to a couple of pieces that will make a difference for farmers. One is some flexibility in unconventional structures. I mean, that's part of farm life, right? Our open air structures and our yurts, and it's kind of how we do it. And so looking at communities like Santa Cruz's safe structures, looking at ways that there's some flexibility for folks to come and have an agricultural experience. And I also want to speak to the ag dwelling designation, and I see some avenue for this already, but the ability for farm owners to redesignate between their ag dwelling and their primary dwelling. For most of us, like my primary dwelling is a 1937 coffee shack. It's not an amazing rental. And so for us, our newer construction is how we can sustain income. So recognizing that some folks are going to need to do a redesignation. And lastly, as an obviously aging farmer, there's going to become a point when my last kid is out of the house where I may need to live in a smaller structure and be able to rent my own home, possibly as a long-term rental. So as a community member who, our renters before have always been teachers, have been farmers as themselves looking to resettle here. So recognizing that in the transient accommodations, there is real value for our community. It's important to put some sort of bar on making sure agricultural land is primarily productive agricultural land. But for many of us, we won't be able to do it without ag tourism, farm stays, and the ability to direct those folks to our local businesses as well. Mahalo
Thank
nui.
you. Thank you. Well, we could go, yeah, okay. If. 5-minute break. Yeah. 5-minute break then? Okay, so we're gonna take a 5-minute break. We're done with all the testifiers here and then we'll go to Zoom. There's 17 people, I think, on Zoom. 5-minute break. on Zoom. So is Ashley, are you still there? Are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so we have 19 people there on Zoom,
Yes,
and you're going to keep track of the timing?
yes, will do.
Okay, do we need to swear them all in then right now?
Okay.
Unless we swore them in earlier.
Only one person did.
Okay, but she- Okay, so we're going to swear all of you in right now. So all the people on Zoom, please raise your right hand. And you can either raise your right hand and swear to tell the truth in front of the Leeward Planning Commission.
Yes,
So
I do.
Yes.
please even just nod your head if you can't do it.
Yes,
but-
I do. My video is
Yes, I do.
disabled.
Okay. Are we good then, Ashley?
Yes.
Okay, everybody is sworn in now. So who's going to be our first? So people, please mute your things on Zoom. So you're called. You have to put your thing on mute.
Okay, first testifier is Brian Frederickson.
Brian Frederickson. Brian, will you please state your name and where you live? You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my camera is not working, so I'm just going to
That's
use
okay.
audio.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm Brian Frederickson. My wife and I have a house in the Pahoa area that we've owned for about 10 years. And we're not in the vacation rental business. We have used vacation rentals all over the place and thoroughly enjoy them and the people that we've met in the process. And I am speaking as someone who is not in favor of this bill. And I've followed the vacation rental ordinances for years. And the first attempt, as you know, occurred in 2018 during the volcanic eruption in the Puna area, Kilauea. And it was really unfair to the people in Puna. It was already a traumatized population that never got a chance to even engage in the process. And this particular bill, 121, although it's been pitched as something with a lot of public participation, has not had a good public participation process. It's been very much top down from square one and tightly controlled. And I'm speaking as somebody who was in government for 35 to 40 years and who did water quality planning in very contentious meetings and issues. And this is not a bottom-up process. This is top-down. And the first vacation rental process was supposed to boost housing. And if you look at the data from the Housing and Urban Development Administration, or HUD, the fair market rent after it was passed actually went up and the vacancy rate went down. So by any objective standard of the data, it failed on that measure in a huge way. There are lots of problems with this ordinance. One of them, I think, that is probably the most absurd is this notion of an owner-hosted vacation rental. I mean, as somebody who's used these rentals a lot, I would never go to a place like this. The whole point is to have a little privacy and some freedom. So this is a way of effectively banning a lot of vacation rentals.
30 seconds.
Okay, you have a choice, basically. You can focus on this issue, which I think we've spent an inordinate amount of time on, or you can really focus on some key issues, like the consent decree that EPA just issued about sewer and wastewater improvements on this island. That is a huge problem. And the community I lived in had a moratorium on development because of these issues, and it could easily happen here. So
Time's up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Brian Daniel.
Please state your name and where you live. Brian?
Hello, my name is Brian Daniel and I live in Volcano. I'm opposed to this bill, and I am concerned about the impact that this will have on my community if it becomes law. I do not presently have a transient accommodation business, nor do I have any plans to start one. I do believe that the pit bulls in our neighborhood are a greater danger and more annoying than a few tourists from the mainland or from abroad. Bill 121 is very poorly written, extreme and unnecessary micromanagement. The purpose is obviously to outlaw local hotel competition. A probable unforeseen consequence is a reduction in US and international visitors. Is this what the hotel industry wants? Is this what our governor wants? Is this what you want? Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Brian. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Karen Holman.
Carrie, please state your name and where you live.
Karen Holman, Hamakua. I am adamantly opposed to Bill 121. If passed, this bill sets a dangerous precedent of unethical and extremely problematic government control over individual rights to have sovereignty over how one lives on one's personal property. We see from the numerous testimonies that Hawaii Island is full of everyday people who live in unconventional ways, and the types of laws that apply to Oahu or New York City are by no stretch appropriate to a place like Hawaii Island. This is why we choose to live here, and yet so many of us are struggling financially, and we rely on our STRs to pay our mortgages. I hear of single mothers raising small children who rely on an STR as their only form of income. I hear of people who live in non-traditional dwellings and rent the main house because this is the only way they can stay afloat. I hear of people who have aging parents on the mainland and would lose their business if their parents needed them because they are not legally allowed to hire an operator to take their place as host. To pass an across-the-board bill that has no way to allow for such an array of specific and unique circumstances is irresponsible and extremely short-sighted. Our elected officials are tasked with representing the voice of the people, not the hotel industries. Listen to the people. I hear that this bill has been drafted in response to complaints. Why not address those complaints on a case-by-case basis, as opposed to putting people who have had no complaints and who have been operating successfully for years out of business? I hear that this bill is in response to a housing crisis, and yet every STR owner I speak with tells me that they would not transition their STR into a long-term rental because it is their home and they don't want to deal with squatters who damage their home or laws that are in heavy favor of tenants and not landlords. If you truly want to address the housing shortage, allocate funds for people to build affordable ohanas that they live in or rent out. Streamline and simplify the permitting process so that it is efficient and can allow people to generate solutions to the housing shortage in an affordable and timely manner. But don't target STRs that are allowing our community members to stay financially afloat and that are supporting the local economy. Locally run accommodations allow visitors to experience true aloha and true Hawaii outside the big resorts. This kind of experience cultivates reverence for our precious islands and our unique culture here. I am a Hokulea crew member. I have worked at the Bishop Museum, the Waikiki Aquarium, and as a biologist on the Northwestern Hawaiian Islands. I select guests responsibly, I show them aloha, and I educate them on how unique and sacred these islands are. My neighbors are aware, and they actually appreciate being able to chat over the fence with people from all over the world. I never have had a single complaint. This law will put so many locals out of business and force them to lose their homes and all they have worked so hard for to ensure the future of their children. This bill hurts local families. Please vote against Bill 121 until, at the very least, an EIS is performed and far more consideration is put into how to protect, not harm, local livelihoods
30 seconds.
in an increasingly challenging economic climate. I appreciate your time and your listening and your service. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next testifier, please.
Janice Palma Quinney.
Hi, Janice. Will you state your name and where you live, please?
Hi, this is Janice Palma Glenny. I would really love our videos to be turned on if we could. I'm in Kailua Kona, been waiting all day long, and there's something different about having a visual with people, I think. So thanks for trying to get those videos turned on. I'm speaking to Bill 121. I'm a 40-year Kona resident. I hope commissioners will see through the slick device of anti-government PR that local affiliates connected to the nation's most powerful lobby the National Realtors Association are using to stop sensible, protective STVR regulation and how they've skewed the public's understanding of the bills, especially of hosted rentals. I have two friends who couldn't make it today, both being turfed out of their long-term rentals because of them being changed to STVRs. They're not alone in that scary situation. The tax revenue reported by HTA doesn't take into consideration the cost and pain of local people who are struggling so hard to find housing. It's counterintuitive to think or claim that STVRs don't impact the increasing cost and scarcity of housing. If you don't believe your gut, the Appleseed report provided to commissioners shows extensive studies regarding the many negatives of STVRs based on local data, including less available, higher cost housing. A common goal of the public and government is to lift all boats by creating and opening up housing for residents, not tourism-generated income in neighborhoods that weren't designed or zoned for that purpose. To that end, I suggest 1, STVR law should include well-funded enforcement mechanisms with ironclad buy-in from agencies, including a statement of when action will be taken after a complaint is made and how the county will be penalized if they don't enforce. There's currently little, if any, enforcement. Neighbors are suffering, laws are being broken. 2,
Janice, you can turn your video on.
Okay, it wouldn't come on if it's, nope, it won't. Can't start it because the host disabled it. Don't take this out of my time.
Well,
It won't go on. Okay, I have a lot to say. Okay, STVR law should include well-funded enforcement mechanisms with ironclad buy-in from agencies. Blah, blah, blah. I say Howells County should be penalized if they don't enforce. There's currently little, if any, enforcement. Neighbors are suffering, laws are being broken, despite what you hear today. For enforcement, the county can use new software that helps scrape data to show where illegal rentals are precisely located on platforms like Airbnb. Next, allow anonymous complaints so neighbors aren't left vulnerable to retribution. I'm in a situation where that is critical. Even with complaints, nothing is done. Residents have to hire expensive lawyers, and even then, corrections to illegal activities aren't made. That's why significant fines should be posted and be part of STVR legislation. I'm seeing your notice on there, so it's
30
really—
seconds.
Oh yeah, but you got to give me longer because you took 30 seconds to get this organized. Come on, I have like just a few more points. I've been sitting here since 9 o'clock this morning. STVRs outside resort and commercial zones must be owner hosted only, no exceptions. If a person can afford to own 2 or more separate properties on or off island with housing on them, there should be no STVRs on the ones where they don't live, period. The operator hosted option must be removed from Bill 121. Any unhosted and operator hosted rentals
Time's
currently outside resort or commercial zones should be phased out, not grandfathered in, and no new non-conforming use permits given. There's no comparison.
Janice, thank you.
Yes.
Everybody's been here all day too.
I know, but you guys cut into my thing. You should give me 10 more seconds.
No.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Aloha.
Okay, next one's gonna be Ryan Neal.
Ryan Neal here, Ryan Neal, Captain Cook.
Hi, can you say it again? I couldn't hear you.
Ryan Neal, Captain Cook.
Thank you, Brian.
Okay, I'm against. The justification's been it ensures people pay taxes. Wrong. I currently pay taxes. Justification more long-term. Wrong. I rent a bedroom. I'm not taking on a long-term tenant if I can't rent a bedroom. The last justification, it ensures support of self-sufficient ag. I have 400 fruit trees. This operation loses money. I've got organic bananas falling off the trees while KTA buys bananas from Ecuador. The council cannot wave a magic wand and insist that an agriculture economy be viable. They are going to wave a magic wand and destroy financial prosperity for the residents of Hawaii, whether they own it or whether they currently rent it. Please listen to that. You're going to destroy opportunity for the residents in this island, okay? There are issues being glossed over. It's been said that if you rent now, you can keep renting. Negative. That's not correct. The laws are changing with respect to what is allowed. Can you or can you not rent if the operator lives in the second bedroom? Yes or no? I'm getting muddy answers on that all day long, and that's a big part of what people are doing. And if you take that away, you're destroying their business opportunity, okay? A hosted rental means it's supervised. Why are you trying to regulate something that's probably generally supervised? Okay, or on the basis of you think you're giving the visitors a better experience? Airbnb host ratings takes care of that. Okay, you are regulating gatherings. I live here. I'm allowed to have a poker party, a Tupperware party, or anything I want to do as a private citizen. How is a neighbor going to know the difference? How are they going to report it? How are you going to enforce it? You're throwing laws out there that are not viable and infringe on our personal property rights. Okay, the gatherings, it doesn't make sense on hosted properties. Okay, why are you making even a distinction between owner hosted or operator hosted? Hosted means supervised. The reason you don't want operator hosts is because you want to force the owners to reside on the property, which means you're wanting to deter second home investments. You're destroying capitalism and you're decreasing the property values of the people who own property. Everybody wants the property values to go up, whether it's a house or whether it's 3,000 acres with 1,000 head of cattle. Nobody wants their property values to be limited. The council should focus on driving economic opportunities for people so that they can afford to pay for housing and not limit and destroy economies. That's it.
Thank you. The next testifier, please.
Next is Alan Brodzinski.
Hi, Alan. Will you state your name and where you live, please? Are you there, Alan? We can't hear you. Ashley, you want to go to the next one, please?
Sure. Next is Linda Swanson.
Hi, Linda. Will you state your name and where you live, please?
Well, my name is Linda Swanson. I live in Hono now, but I am here representing the West Hawaii Association of Realtors. I'm the president of the association this year. And I am here and speaking on behalf of the 950 Realtor members and industry partners. The West Hawaii Association of Realtors strongly opposes Bill 121 as currently written. We did submit written testimony, which explains further our opposition, but in the interest of time, I am going to just touch on three major items. Our first item is on the definition of hosting platform, which as written defines it as a business or person that provides a marketplace through which transient accommodation rentals may be offered for rent. This definition would include a single person who has 2 single bedrooms they rent out, or a small property manager business that has 2 clients with rentals. The reporting requirement in Section 5 are overly burdensome, and the fines are extremely high for individual owners and licensed property managers. If the intent of the definition and section is to capture specific information from third-party platforms, the definition should be revised to include individual owners and licensed Hawaii real estate agents and brokers. Our second item has to do with owner hosted versus operator hosted. If the intention of this bill is to create more housing, why does it matter if the long-term occupant is an owner or tenant? The person making the property their primary home is a resident. Ownership shouldn't matter, so owner hosted and operator hosted should be managed the same. And lastly, our third major issue is with the original intent of the bill to target unhosted rentals and get them to register. This promise has extended far past a simple registration process. There are larger issues with long-term rental availability, and that has to do with the state's landlord-tenant code. It keeps many folks from offering their units long-term. We are committed to continuing collaborations with the county and stakeholders for alternative housing solutions. These issues are complex, but again, we strongly oppose punitive measures against residents who are a part of and contributing to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Vicky Wang.
All right, please state your name and where you reside.
My name is Vicky Wang and I live in South Kona. I'm testifying against Bill 121. Although I understand the motivation driving the bill, I think it should be rejected. I believe that its current form could have unintended negative consequences on our community, particularly in terms of enforceability, inequity, and the transformation of our neighborhoods. The enforceability of Bill 121 raises significant concerns. The resources required to monitor and enforce the new regulation could strain the already limited human resources of the planning department staff. This could divert attention from other critical planning and development issues facing our community. Second, the bill introduces inequity by not treating all property owners equally. Property owners should have right to do whatever they want and decide who they want to rent to. There shouldn't be a big government on the island to overregulate what we do with our own house. Plus, everything is very expensive on the island. We're trying to make extra income to afford ourselves. Lastly, the transformation of neighborhoods and the potential impact on the character of our community is a pressing concern. The restrictions imposed by Bill 121 could lead to a similarity of our neighborhoods, stripping them of their unique character and reducing the diversity of accommodation options available to visitors and residents alike. I firmly recommend the rejection of Bill 121. While I recognize the importance of supporting tourism, respecting property rights, and preserving the integrity of our neighborhoods, I'm convinced that there exist alternative solutions better suited to achieve these objectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Mark Wong.
Mark, please state your name and where you live.
Hi there. Thank you for your time today. I am a host here in Kona. I'm here to voice my opinions against Bill 121. I believe this bill is an overregulation from the government once again. If approved, the county planning department is basically asking for more lawsuits, and that's where our tax dollars will go to. The Rose Hill petitioners spent $300,000 so far litigating against Hawaii County, won their lawsuits, and still don't have their permits for their STVR operation pursuant to Bill 108. Imagine the public resources that has been wasted by the county planning department, land use commission, court system to handle issues like this that was unnecessarily created by poorly written legislation. I believe the cost exceeds the millions. This needs to be a bottom-up process. More public input is required. There was never much public participation in the drafting of this legislation. If Heather Kimball believes this legislation is beneficial for all residents of the community here on the Big Island, she needs to hold more town hall meetings and webinars and actually have open conversations with the residents here to hear what they're saying and why they're opposing the bill. Kimball should try and persuade them and work on elements of the bill that would be more acceptable to all constituents. For a bill to have this much of opposition at a hearing here is not normal, and this bill should not move forward. Down to this more specific aspect of the bill, why does owner hosted versus operator hosted even matter? Hosted means to supervise. What if the property is owned by an LLC? What if it's owned by a trust? What if it's owned by a partnership? How do you define the owner here or the operator? How does an LLC reside at the property as the owner? Does employee, agent, partner, shareholder, representative all count as part of the owner, or are they the operator? There are many other elements of the bill that I don't have time to go through today, but I believe they have been equally and fairly raised by the other testifiers here. I do voice my opinions against Bill 121 here. Thank you for everybody's time.
Thank you, Mark. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Casey Rivera.
Hi, Casey. Will you state your name and where you reside, please?
Yeah, hi, good day. My name is Casey Rivera, one of the hosts here in Kona. So I'm opposed to Bill 121. I know while I acknowledge the well-meaning intention behind the bill, I firmly believe that it should be rejected. First, The bill approach to managing short-term rentals could inadvertently harm our local economy. Tourism is a crucial part of our island's income, and short-term rentals play a significant role in accommodating our visitors. By imposing overly restrictive measure, we risk reducing the attractiveness of Hawaii as a tourist destination, which could lead to a decrease in tourism related to revenue and jobs. Second, the bill raises concern about equity, that the rights of the property owners, it is essential to strike a balance that respects the rights of homeowners to use their property while addressing any negative impacts on neighborhoods. The current measure may evenly affect small property over owners who really rely on short-term rental as a vital source of income. Moreover, the lack of comprehensive data to support the bill's provision is concerning. Before implementing such sweeping changes, it is crucial to conduct an economic impact study and an affordable housing study. These studies would provide a clearer picture of the bill's potential effects on community and house markers. So I strongly urge the Commission to carefully consider the following points and recommend rejection of Bill 121. Thank you so much for your listening.
Thank you, Casey. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Emmy Chen.
Hi, Annie. Will you state your name, please, and where you live?
Hi, my name is Emmy Chen. I live in Kailua Kona. I own a vacation rental business since 2013. I moved to Kona in 2016. I manage my own and manage many vacation rentals in Kailua Kona. I believe my business has a big contribution to our local community, to our Hawaii Island. I provide a lot of job opportunities to the local residents, like housekeepers, landscapers, handyman, pool guy. This is my only source of income. This is my business. If this bill passed, I will lose my income and lost my business.
Excuse me, Emmy, did you testify earlier today?
Yeah, I testified this morning.
Okay. So
Yes.
I'm sorry, that was it. You don't get to testify again. It's
Oh, I don't know why I got called.
okay.
So, yeah.
So thank you. Okay. Ashley, the next testifier, please.
Next one is Sandra Jo Thomas.
Sandra, will you state your name and where you live, please?
Yes, I'm Sandra Jo Thomas, and I'm from Kona. And I have an unhosted vacation rental, and I'm very concerned about the anti-aloha tone of this bill. The only one taking care of my rental is me. If this bill passes, I, like so many others, will no longer be able to have our rentals. We weren't even forced to do anything like this during COVID, and that was horrible, a horrible time for us. I retired and I moved here to Paradise, and I surf and I hike. And I'll no longer be able to surf because I can't carry my cell phone on a surfboard. They just don't mix. So I could miss a call from an unhappy neighbor, and then I won't be able to get back to them in an hour, and I'll be fined $10,000. And then my vacation rental might not be renewed because I can't afford $10,000. I also hike, and we know that there's often no cell phone service in those areas. And I hike in the Hilo area, and that's a little more than 3 hours away from my rental. And so that would lead to a huge unreasonable fine, followed by the potential loss of my home. Also, after paying for housekeepers, landscapers, utilities, laundry, linens, and maintenance, and then the mortgage, there's already barely enough to cover the registration renewal fees, taxes, and insurance. I count on this rental for my retirement, and this bill makes it likely that I will lose my home, the down payment money, and the time I've invested in it, and trash my credit. I'm also confused why a hosted person does not have to be at the property in 3 hours, but I, as an unhosted person, does. I mean, they go to Hilo and Oahu, also an off island. I'm also confused why the government is proposing to allow random neighbors to have such control over other homeowners. I pay huge TA and GE taxes for my vacation rental, and I don't think that a random neighbor should get in the way of that. There are many problems with this bill, but this issue alone will take away from many of our livelihoods. So please vote against Bill 121. Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Lisa Hall.
Please state your name and where you live. What was the name again?
Lisa Hall.
Lisa Hall.
Lisa Hall.
Aloha, commissioners. My name is Lisa Hall, and I am from Kailua Kona. Mahalo for your time today. I was so happy to hear that our esteemed district representative, Ms. Kimball, said that she's relying on this commission to give her honest and valuable feedback to all of us. And we, the members of the island of Hawaii, are relying on you to give Ms. Kimball the feedback that she's requesting today. Mahalo. And since Ms. Kimball is requesting this valuable feedback, I know that she's going to heed whatever recommendations that you might give her after you hear these testimonies that have been presented here today. Ms. Camaro just spent 27 minutes just reading through the highlights for Bill 121. And she stated that she left out the significant portions, some insignificant portions of the bill just for the sake of time. A bill that takes 27 minutes to read through today for a potential decrease of just $35 a month, according to the study that has been cited over and over again for the reason for this bill. And only 5% of all housing in the entire state of Hawaii is a short-term vacation rental property, leaving 95% of all housing in the state of Hawaii for long-term residential use. The numbers just don't add up to what's being said. Ms. Kimball stated today that she's received an extraordinary amount of public engagement. And as you review the extraordinary amount of public feedback from this engagement, we are hoping that you will notice what we have noticed, which is the overwhelming concern of this bill is that there has not been one single economic study done for the market analysis or anything to the outcome of how catastrophic this will be on the economic conditions for the Hawaii Island. We have got to have a result of an active economic impact study for the purpose of Bill 121 only. A bill of this magnitude and this importance that takes 27 minutes for us to explain the watered down version is nothing short of absolute negligence if we do not send this back to the drawing board to get an economic impact study for our Hawaii Island. There have been 2 people today that have just testified in favor of this bill. And of those 2 people, one of them said that she's not opposed to illegal short-term vacation rentals, just the legal one, the illegal ones. Thank you. The other one asked a very good question. How is this going to be funded? This is going to be funded, the Department Enforcement Fund is going to be funded by the $10,000 fines that they're going to be placing against the short-term vacation rental owners. This, you need to think, what would happen if we gave our police department $10,000 every time they make an arrest here on Hawaii Island? We would have more jails than we do short-term vacation rentals. So as you're considering this bill, also consider that the $10,000 that they're fining us will be used to fund the enforcement department of the county to enforce the bill. Thank you for your time. I know you're volunteers. It's been a long day and we are so grateful to all of you. Mahalo and aloha.
Thank you, Lisa.
Next is Rob Henry.
Will you please state your name and where you live?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Robert Henry, Captain Cook. I want to start off by thanking Heather for the opportunity that this is going to make us millions of dollars. The reason I say that is because this is a very, very quick way to federal litigation. Let me tell you why. If you take a look at your neighboring islands and you look at the litigation that's been filed against them, you'll notice that there has been multiple federal jurisdictional demands against the island based on their interpretation of this type of legislation. You've been warned, and the best part about this is national. You see, you're on YouTube, you're being broadcast throughout the world. You're being broadcast around the state of Hawaii. And the good news is documentation will always remain forever. You see, what you're doing is you're creating a pattern right now that's going to give you, this commission, the ability for the people around the country to understand and give the people the ability to see what you're saying right now and what you've been notified of. You see, in law, we call that perceptual knowledge. You see, you're noticing. Notice again, I think Ms. Hall mentioned something about the hosting platforms, about the 27-minute explanation of this bill. Guys, do you realize you're trying to regulate Airbnb, VRBO, and other websites? What gives the state of Hawaii and specifically your organization the ability to regulate anyone who has a website? Good luck on that one. That's a guaranteed way that you're going to get us a $10 million down payment for our legislative action against the county. My friends, please, Heather, wake up and listen to what people are saying. You are completely out of line. This is wrong, and you're hurting your constituents. Good day, ma'am, and we hope and wish you the best. We've been around for a long time, and as you listen to your constituents, you will see that this is hurting so many people.
Please.
Thank you.
A little decorum, please, Robert. We're not here to attack.
Thank you. Good day.
Thank you. Good day to you. Okay, I just want to remind everybody that in your testimonies that are further, you have to have a certain level of respect for each other. We're trying to all hear each other. So let's talk with a little bit of aloha, please. Thank you. Next testifier, please.
Britt Palmers.
Will you state your name and where you live?
Hi, thank you. My name is Britt Palmers, and I live in Kona. I wanted to thank you for listening today. I'm going to start with $10,000 fines. It's $10,000 fines for a parking violation or for a noise complaint that will lead to having your STVR business license revoked or not renewed. These are the consequences under Bill 121 for any STVR owner that receives a verified complaint. A $10,000 fine that will most likely result in myself and my fellow community in losing not only their homes, but their business, all based on a single uninvestigated complaint. These are devastating consequences for vacation rental business owners. Any accusation that has a $10,000 fine requires a thorough investigation. As my fellow community member said, we are not huge investors. We are not billion-dollar hotels. We are small business owners, with some of us making of an average of $35,000 a year. The current verification process falls short, failing to uphold the principles of fairness and due process. Your verified complaint can trigger devastating repercussions for TAR owners, as all your complaint requires is a form without any investigation. According to Bill 121, that is considered a verified complaint. The homeowner will receive a $10,000 fine and have their license revoked or have it not renewed. With consequences this severe, there needs to be an investigation conducted by the county. You cannot shut down someone's business and force their family into foreclosure because their neighbor filed the proper paperwork. This is unconstitutional, and it goes against the United States 8th Amendment prohibition against excessive fines. Given the severe consequences of losing one's entire business and investigation process, it must match the gravity of the situation. Any findings of guilt must be supported by comprehensive documentation. The burden of proof rests heavily on the county, and this requires evidence before any irreversible decisions are made. That will impact the lives of Hawaiian citizens. We are the ones who purchased the property. We are the owners of the
30
property,
seconds.
and we are the ones who put in all the work to receive any income. It feels as though the county, with this bill, is only trying to profit off of mine and my community members' success and trying to create hardship and loss for us, as it is only benefiting the county and not the community. What we need from you is to listen to us as a community, not make decisions for us that you think is best for us, because we are all here advocating for ourselves and each
Time.
other. We need your county. Sorry. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next testifier, please.
Next testifier is Audrey Wong.
Hi, Audrey. Will you state your name and where you reside?
Aloha, Planning Commissioner. I'm Audrey from Kailua Kona. I invest all my money to be able to have my vacation rental. It is my hope. I am a single parent. Please don't take away my means of education my kids, paying for my medical issue, and my retirement plan. Living in Hawaii is very expensive. Tax on things like food and medicine make it difficult. On top of that, with property tax, income tax so high in Hawaii, not to mention the expense of my mortgage, it is impossible to make it with just one job. With Bill 121, I would likely have to sell my home to avoid lose it to foreclosure. And the sale price maybe not even be enough to cover the mortgage. Without vacation rental, all home value will go down. Who I can sell to? Probably only the rich mainlanders could afford it without the vacation rental income. I would have to get a second job, but there would not be any because with so many nice vacation rentals, there would be so many nice tours. And with nice tours, there would be so many nice business open and need employees. Maybe no Costco anymore. I wouldn't be able to go to Honolulu for my medical treatment and never be able to retire. I would probably have to leave my beautiful home and move to Las Vegas with all the other Hawaiians. Please don't take away my life source. Thank you for your listening and consideration. Thank you. Mahalo.
Thank you, Audrey. Next testifier, please.
Next is Matthew Walschlager.
Hi, Matthew. Will you state your name and where you live, please?
Hi, I'm Matthew Walschlager, and I live in Va'a. I'm in opposition to this bill, not only because I have a glamping business that I've been running for several years now. There was no provision in the bill for me to throw up a geodome and have an outside area for people to come stay at. I've had hundreds of residents and out-of-state residents or out-of-state citizens, out-of-state world travelers come to my place, in addition to also local people from various islands saying they have family here and they love staying at my glamping area because it's so cheap compared to some of the other short-term rentals. And I also run a short-term rental cleaning business. So in addition to the measly income that I make from my glamping site on my property, which is about $10,000 a year, I also employ numerous other single women, immigrants to this state, and various other handymen, electricians, painters. All of these people contribute to the local economy by helping other hosts out and other short-term vacation rental owners. And then also living in the Puna area, I'm I'm quite familiar with economic impact statements. We're waiting to get a road opened out here because they haven't even done an economic impact statement, and that's just got approved for them to do that so we can get a road. So the county council women, Kierkowitz and Kimball, they haven't even thought of having an economic impact statement done for this bill. So I urge the committee members to take that into consideration. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew.
That was our last testifier.
Ashley, how many more testifiers?
That was our last one.
Oh, that was the last one. Is there any more public testimony then? No. Okay. I'm going to, public testimony then on this item is closed. And I was hoping to have a chance for Heather and Tracy to come up and Jeff to respond a little bit to some of the concerns. And if any of the commissioners want to ask a question, we can. And after that, we will try to get a motion for action going so we can actually talk about this.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
May I direct the first question to Deputy Director Darrow? There are a lot of comments around fee structure, upwards of 10,000. Can you please unpack the fee structure once more?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. That's one common theme that we've heard today is this $10,000 fine. We can look directly at the proposed bill. This comes out of section 25, 41619, which is the transient accommodation rental fee and fine schedule. And in there, you'll see 3 different fines. For the first violation, it's $2,500. The second violation, it's $5,000. Third violation is $10,000. So when we're speaking about $10,000, that's at a point that this particular operation has already been in violation several times prior to that. On top of that, there may be some confusion because, again, the hosted platform has a one-time, their fee, their fine is $10,000 right off the bat, from 1,000 up to 10,000. Doesn't have to be 10,000 one crack. It can be from 1,000 to 10,000. On top of that, what happens is when we're dealing with violations, we typically will issue a violation and ask for compliance and give them a period of time to comply. If that doesn't happen, there's what begins daily fines. And in this particular case, instead of there being a daily fine schedule, the daily fines are identified under section 25-4-1622A, which says the director shall impose additional fines in the amount of 2 times the highest daily rate at which the transient accommodation rental has been advertised. So that again becomes a deterrent, and it's going to be different for different types of operations. If one operation is going to be 125 a night, then that's different from somebody that is, 800 a night or something. So again, it's comparable to the daily rate of that particular vacation rental. Anyway, Heather, did you have something you want to add to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to be really careful because you accidentally said hosted platforms. So the $10,000 a day is for the hosting platforms, Airbnb, VRBO, not anything to do with transient accommodations. The transient accommodations are this 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, single fine per violation. Thank you for that clarification. May I ask the follow-up question? Councilwoman
Chair
Kimball.
Kimball.
Yes. My question, thank you. My question is, do we have a mechanism? Does the county have a mechanism to, how would that work? If, how would we impose a fee or a fine on a hosting platform? So the, this language comes from the city and county of Honolulu's language in their code around the hosting platform enforcement. I can tell you, I actually met yesterday with Expedia and VRBO. They're amenable to this language with a couple of little tweaks about what they provide to us. This is the language that enables that finding structure once they, there would be a follow-up agreement that comes when they register with us that would enable that finding structure. So this code enables that fine. Thank you.
Question for both Jeff and Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Touching on what Mahina just brought up. So anyone can call in a complaint. How are you guys going to take care of that? Such as, you're going to come right into a violation. There's no proof, there's no fact finding, there's nothing that's there to consider this complaint, such as if you have a neighbor that doesn't like you. That there hasn't been any solution that I saw in there, or anything that's there. So I'm curious. I'm very, very curious.
Yeah, thank you. So there's a couple of different steps, and you probably heard the term verified complaint mentioned a couple times. So first of all, the complaint does have to be formally submitted to the planning department, which means they put their name on the paper and they submit it to the planning department. I want to refer you to section 25-4-16.22 on page 12. Now, it says there that if the director finds that any persons have violated the provisions of this chapter, that component is where we say that the director does an investigation. Okay, that it's not that the complaint comes in, the fines automatically start happening. The complaint comes in, the director or their delegate has to do the investigation component. If they were to find that a violation had actually occurred, the normal process within the planning department is to seek resolution with the landowner. The violations really are the last step. There is the notification process that's required and all of that. The homeowner or the operator still always has that opportunity to go through the appeals board and even then the Third Circuit Court if they were to believe that they were fined in error with respect to the provisions of the chapter.
And just a follow-up question for you, Jeff. What do we have in place? Because we are lacking manpower here in this county. And what do we have in place to take care of that rather than just the planning director looking after every single complaint that comes through? Do we have something in place that's going to go in front of this? Because that's kind of like the cart before the horse type of a deal.
Well, part of this bill is, again, providing additional manpower for the department to be able to conduct this program, similar to Bill 108. So when Bill 108 was passed, additional staff was provided to the department, including additional clerks, additional planners, as well as inspectors. So our inspectors receive quite a number of complaints. I gotta say 90% plus are not, they don't have anything to do with a lot of what I'm hearing tonight about the fear of retaliation from a neighbor or noise or something. It's usually that person doesn't have a permit. That's an unpermitted SDVR. And so what we normally do, we'll look on the, if I could refer you to 25-4-16-18 on page 11, which is prima facie evidence. So this bill, as well as Bill 108, gave us the ability to see if they're advertising online as an SDVR. At this point, that's what we're still calling them. If we find out, yeah, they're advertising it's an SDVR, we send them what's called a courtesy letter saying, hey, we've received a complaint, this is what our rules say, please respond within a period of time. And then we go from there. If they respond and they say, oh, I don't have a permit. What do I need to do? Then we work with them. Sometimes they won't accept the letter. They won't respond. Then we're kind of stuck to having to go to the next level. But we do have a very good staff of inspectors that do very good work. I mean, I personally work daily with them on investigations. I got to tell you, a lot of the complaints we get end up at this time being hosted rentals. And we say at this time, hosted rentals are not regulated. And right now, Bill 121 is going before the commissions and the council. And once it's regulated, then we can go from there. But currently, they're not regulated. So that's where we're at right now.
I got one last question. I have a couple other ones, but one, just I'll let everyone else speak. How many public meetings have we had in regards to this? I know you brought up the webinars and everything that's there, but you see the community you see them here. You know, I've been a commissioner for a few years now and the place is packed. And I'm sure there's a lot more people. And that's something that is a major concern, especially for the community members, of having a choice and having a voice to be able to be heard, to have input on a new bill and legislation that's going to come through that will affect a lot of the community.
So this would be the second public meeting per the definition of a public meeting by the Sunshine Law, right? The first public meeting would have been with the county council and committee. And then the second one was with the Windward Planning Commission. And now this is the third one with the Windward Planning Commission. There's a formal public meeting that's open for public testimony. We had 4 webinars that we posted on our website. In addition, I'll say that anybody who requested a meeting of me, I met with or had a phone call with. So we did not hold like a formal town hall or anything of that nature. Primarily because we were getting a lot of feedback through the website, and that was we didn't see a lot of usefulness in trying to just do it up an open format. It was much easier to get directed questioning. We did a survey on a tool that Councilmember Kirkwitz had found. Keep in mind too that you guys will have a recommendation that goes back to the council. It's going to go back to committee, and then there'll be at least 2 more public hearings in council. So there's 3 more public hearings in front of this regardless. And likely it'll stay in committee for a couple of meetings. So this is the public hearing process. And what you're seeing today is exactly what's supposed to happen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have questions, and my fellow commissioners already asked them. But I look forward to discussion with my commissioners.
So maybe I can bring up a few items that I heard consistently throughout the term of the time of the public hearing. One was the economic study. Maybe if you could talk about that. I know that you have spoken about that. Maybe it's good to reiterate that. Thank you, Heather.
Yeah, thank you. So in your packets that were provided as part of the background report, there's 3 different components. There's the Appleseed study, which did what was actually done prior to the Bill 108, and it basically outlines the instructions that there were recommended with respect to TARs, which are basically what we are following here. In addition, there are 2 DBET documents. One is the Hawaii Housing Fact Book. That does have analysis at the individual zip code level, as well as county level and then state level. There's really only a brief component in there about the actual analysis, but when you look at the by zip code reports, you can see the correlation between the percentage of transient accommodations in the market and then the overall housing prices. So that's an important point I should make here, is that
we don't necessarily expect that a lot of the properties that are available as transient accommodations will be flooding into the housing market. The bigger impact is really on what the inflationary pressures on the housing market that a transient accommodation market provides. It's a form of speculation, if you will, when we're talking about these unhosted units, and it brings the overall housing costs up. And that's included in the UHERO blog that is also printed and included in your copies. I'd recommend, there was a very recent analysis done on Palm Springs who created some even more stringent STDR laws than we're even proposing here. That really reflects, you can see very quickly the impact that that had in that market. So what I want to make clear that it's more to the story than just inventory, but those documents are in your packets. Thank you.
What were you guys looking at doing an updated study?
There wasn't a plan to do a new fiscal impact study at this time.
But just going off of previous to Bill 108, that Appleseed study is what?
No, I'm sorry. The Hawaii Housing Fact Book is from this last year.
This last year, right?
Yeah, and as well as the other UHERO study in there. And then there are some more recent studies, not specific to our county, but national studies around transient accommodation impacts.
Looking at it as a whole, would you guys be open to doing a county study? Just because we are here in Hawaii, we're not in Palm Springs, we're not in New York, we're not in Nevada.
Yeah, I'm not entirely opposed, although I'm not opposed at all, actually, is what I should say. I would caution that the economic impact piece is just one of the overall pieces of this. The other is that maintenance of character and that insurance that transient accommodations are operating safely and legally. There's this really fine balance here between property rights and doing whatever you can on your property, but then also running a business and having the people that are taking advantage of that business having a certain expectation of that they're going to be safe in the transient accommodations they rent. So that's the balance here. It's the economic piece is one piece of a larger puzzle. I'm not opposed to pursuing a study.
Do you have yes, Commissioner Paishan.
Thank you again, Chairwoman Kimball, for putting forth this legislation here. Just because I just wanted to ask a few questions that the Ohana Aina Association put forward, leave the time to put some questions together. So I think I'm just gonna, there's two that are for me important to ask. So the first is around ag tourism. So if Bill 121 becomes law as written, will a farmer who rents a tiny home as a short-term rental be able to continue operations?
The answer to that has to do with how that tiny home was permitted. If it's permitted as an additional farm dwelling, because Chapter 205 of the Hawaii Revised Statute says additional farm dwellings cannot be used for transient accommodations, then no, we couldn't permit it. We can't override state law. Now, if it were a tiny home that could be a guest house, right, and met the definition of a guest house, that is you can have a permitted guest house on agricultural land, and you could do that and rent that as a TAR. So it's really that issue with respect to what is required by HRS and additional farm dwellings.
Okay. So thank you. Your folks are considering all of the various implications from the state side, county side, and the various regulations that are in play here. The second question I have is, if Bill 121 becomes law as written, will someone who owns two adjacent homes with separate TMKs be able to live in one and rent the other one short term? And this also might be for one of the staff members. I'm not sure who I should
So the
proposal.
terminology and maybe, I'm sorry, may I respond?
Yes.
Yes. So the terminology is living on the same building site, which, for all intents and purposes, the planning department considers a TMK. And so if under the way that Bill 121 is written, it would be construed as this is your home, this is your residence, and then this is an unhosted rental next door. And so ideally, in that situation, if a person wanted to continue operating that way, they would consolidate the two lots so that it would be defined as a single building site.
Jeff, do you want to speak to that?
Well, I can, as Chair Kimball mentioned, because one dwelling is on one site, one is on the other, and the owner is living on one site, the other house could be operated long-term rental. But there is the option, as mentioned, to consolidate and then have the two. It can be done. There's the operator option as well, but that has to have already been in play prior to this bill being passed, right? I think we already have a date of that. So, yeah. I wanted to, if I could, bring up another issue that was coming up. Detached bedrooms and guest homes. I think I keep hearing the term, you cannot tell me where I can live in my house. And that's not the issue. The issue is that the planning department gets a lot of complaints. See, let's go back a bit. Detached bedrooms were actually not allowed until recently. They were not allowed. You couldn't get a permit for a detached bedroom. You had to have, the bedrooms had to be attached to the dwelling. So that was an option that was created through this administration because people were asking for that flexibility to be able to have a detached bedroom, kind of like a Holly type structure. And so this administration ended up allowing that particular option. But at the same time, they had to be cognizant of the potential that people would turn those dwellings or the guest house into a separate dwelling. Those detached bedrooms are guest houses. So that's why we're saying the host needs to live in the main dwelling where the kitchen is. They can host out the detached bedrooms in the guest house. They just cannot live in here and rent out the rest of the house because they have no access to the actual dwelling itself. So that's the concern. And again, this has been something the planning department has been dealing with on a regular basis as far as complaints. So that's been the reason why that part of the bill is in there. There was discussion, quite a bit of discussion about this 1 hour notification versus 3 hours. And I think we can go to that. To me, it looks like there's a difference between hosted and unhosted. The hosted, my thinking is the intention here was that that there's a host, right? So a host lives on site. So within 1 hour of the request, the host needs to make contact. It doesn't say similar to as the unhosted that 1 hour can be via phone or, whatever. But within 3 hours, they have to be present, right? So I think that's something, no, I mean on the unhosted.
On the unhosted, yes, 3 hours.
Yes.
On the hosted, it's just contact within
Right,
an hour.
contact. So it can be telephone or whatever it can be. That maybe obviously it seems like a little bit of clarity there. Putting the same reference via telephone or contact should be able to resolve that. But again, that's something that people have brought up that is a legitimate concern that can be considered. you know, as far as an amendment or changes and stuff. Any other
One more
questions?
from Commissioner.
There was one other issue that I heard consistently, and I may not have the right terminology, but a desire or recommendation from many of our testifiers to align the hours of operation, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. I'm sorry, I don't know which commission.
Yeah, you're referring to the quiet hours, which is part of the hosting standards. And this came up in Woodward as well. And sorry, what section was that?
I don't know.
There we are. It's in the Good Neighbor Standards. So it's on your page 10. And it's quiet hours shall be from 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. I do think this is a section that needs work. It came up in Leeward. It is, so here's the challenge with this. It's probably the biggest complaint we get about transient accommodations is the noise. And the point is well made that when you're a hosted rental, like, is it the family making the noise or is it a guest making the noise? And then there's also there are state DOH, Department of Health standards around noise and what is appropriate in different zoning. So residential will have a different noise level than ag. And then there's like the whole, how do you measure and having a device that is actually accurate and all of that. So I would love with you guys having the understanding that noise is the biggest complaint we get, but we also want to be fair. How do we do this? How do we do this piece? And so if you have suggestions, this is one of the ones I think we really need some guidance on.
I can speak to that because we've had a number of complaints in the past, and it hasn't been so much. It's usually generated through some type of zoning complaint, like let's say somebody doing a construction business in a residential zone, right? So that becomes very loud, and we'll get calls on it, and the State Department of Health monitors the noise complaints, but they are on Oahu and they are not going to fly out and bring their monitor with them and monitor for a complaint. And by the time they get here, the complaint is done. So somebody had touched upon that it's more accurate that the police get involved. And that's what happens when there is unrealistic noise coming from a particular, whatever it may be. It may not be at all involved with hosted or unhosted rentals. It could be, you know, from a business that's happening that's not being very considerate to neighbors. We usually get called for the zoning complaint, but the police will get called and try to address that particular noise complaint. A lot of times it's parties. That's the big call at nighttime. You got a band going on and police get called. Department of Health doesn't get called, police get called. But we've actually been requested in some of our permits not to put in some sort of noise restriction because it's unenforceable at this time for us to enforce it. I did want to take a moment. I mean, a lot of the testimony we did hear, there's a lot of fear, you know, a lot of concern about, you know, losing something that they have that's essential to their, to making it, you know, to living here, to making ends meet, to be able to continue with their lifestyle. This was very much the same as what we went through 4 years ago with Bill 108, with the unhosted. A lot of fear, but it was a little different because there was also two oppositional sides. This one's not so much like that. You had the people that didn't want unhosted, and you had the people that wanted it. But this one is more, this is my livelihood. This is how I make my living. If you take that away from me, I won't be able to make it anymore. And this is not the intention of this bill. The intention of this bill is to do what we originally set out was to regulate short-term vacation rentals, whether unhosted or hosted, in a means that we can regulate. And so that everybody can be licensed and operating legally. And we went through it with Bill 108, and it was not easy. It was especially not easy for our staff. Our staff spent 1 year working overtime every single day, even on the weekends, to be able to work through all of the permits that came in. There was so much fear that because they had unpermitted areas in their house or because of some issue, they would not be able to do it. To be honest with you, we had such a tremendous staff that was able to accommodate people to make it through. And I just want to, just let you know that this bill isn't meant to penalize. It's not meant to punish. It's just meant to regulate and bring everybody in order. The hosting platforms are going to work with us so that, they're going to make sure that everyone has a number so that they can operate. And then you'll be able to operate, be able to advertise legally on these hosting platforms, because that's what's going to end up happening, is for you to be able to legitimately advertise. These hosting platforms are going to be required to have your number to do that. But I just want, it sounds like Heather, Chair Kimball, when this bill came, there were certain things that she definitely did not want to happen again that happened in Bill 108. And one of the main things was not getting into all of the issues with the structures, the unpermitted issues. We wanted to make that an easier process this time, even though, in my opinion, what we went through, we gave a lot of grace through people to operate and get legal with their dwellings, which it wasn't easy, but we did it. This one doesn't have that kind of language in the bill. This one just is focusing on the health and safety of the people that are going to stay at the house. It doesn't mean you have to have all of everything perfect. So I just want to mention that as we go forward here, that, our goal is to work through this.
May I expound on that, Chair, for one brief moment?
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Just as a note, we only have council chambers until 6.
Okay. Just real briefly, I want to highlight a couple of points there that Deputy Director mentioned, which is we've made the registration process simpler such that compared to Bill 108, so that folks don't need to hire a professional to, for example, do a site plan. The registration requirements now require something drawn to scale, but they can pull off the image from their real property tax. They don't have to hire a design professional to draw that. Similarly, the building permit thing, at first I want you to know what a huge concession that was. That was a difficult thing for me to get from the building department, because they said, if people are running a commercial business, they should have a building permit. And what we were able to finally walk to is, if we can just have people certify that it's safe, that they've got a fire extinguisher, they've got smoke alarm, they've got a way for people to get out if there's a fire, they can self-certify. That will be enough. We're just registering that. And so again, we've tried to make this really simple. My last point will be that the way we've set it up, unlike last time with 108, people will submit all of their paperwork. They can continue operating until the planning department processes it. So last time there was a deadline, they had to get it all processed in a very short amount of time. It was a mess. This way, people will be staggered as they go through the process. They'll continue to be able to continue to operate as long as they get their paperwork in about a year, the way it's set up now, about a year from the implementation.
Yeah, I think it's very important what you just said, Chair Kimball, because a lot of people, immediately get there and they don't understand that you're not asking for that building final, right? They don't have to have it. They have to do was it a declaration? Was the word used?
The
Tracy?
language is affidavit in the bill as it stands right now. The planning department recommendation is a declaration, which
Right,
is
so it
still a
little
factual
different.
document, but it doesn't have
Right.
the same.
Okay.
And I'm perfectly fine with that amendment.
Thank you. All right, well, I'm gonna have to continue the meeting because we're at the time that we're allowed here. So what's gonna happen is we're gonna continue at 12 o'clock on May 22nd, 2024. And at that time, we're gonna be hearing 7, 8, and 9, those items. And there will be an opportunity for the public to testify, but it will only be on items 8 and 9. The public testimony for 7 has been closed. Okay, and I really thank everybody for their time and patience today. It was a long meeting. Oops, yes, Commissioner Kanuha?
We request an earlier time just because there is a lot of public input.
We
and at
don't, we
least
don't have,
well, okay, I would say if we can give this a little bit more time and we figure out maybe if we can specialize a meeting a
this
little
is a
earlier. I know
special
we had to.
meeting because on the normal meeting on May 23rd, we don't have a quorum to even hold it. So- Oh, Maya, yes, sorry.
Yeah, Chair, if I could respond to Commissioner Kanuha's question. So you will also have your regular meeting at 9:30 a.m. on May 22nd. You have 3 items on the agenda for that meeting. I'm assuming you'll be able to get through those items by 11:30, take a half-hour lunch, and then start up with the Bill 121, 22, 23 meeting at noon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I need a motion to adjourn. So if there's no other business that anybody wants to speak.
Motion to adjourn.
Yes,
It's been a long day.
Second.
all right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you all. for
Thank you,
coming.
everyone.
Tracy, thank you.
The closed captions transcript will be terminated shortly, and those who wish to save the transcript should do so now.